Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Inside a bar in the city, the air was thick with pulsating beats and a raucous crowd, sensual women and reckless young men. The clinking of glasses and wild laughter filled the space, even in the corners. A man sat alone at the bar, nursing a drink. The chaos stemming from cost-cutting at the construction site had left him frazzled. He had warned Li Tian long ago not to be greedy when collaborating with the Han family. Yet, Li Tian ignored his advice, significantly reducing the quality of the materials. Li Tian had pocketed substantial profits, and the construction site had been built. But after Li Tian's scandalous photos with that woman surfaced, although he had managed to contain the fallout, a series of ugly revelations followed. Eventually, the project associated with the Han family was exposed as a high-risk construction site. Today, when he and Li Tian met with Han Li Tian to discuss the situation, Li Tian shifted all the blame onto him. He had already warned Li Tian. He understood that Li Tian was trying to protect himself, but he refused to be the scapegoat. He had tried to fight back, but he also knew his lifeline was firmly in Li Tian's grip. Escape wouldn't be easy. So here he was, drowning his sorrows in drink, hoping the alcohol could temporarily numb the pressures of life. His phone had rung countless times, but he leaned against the bar, unwilling to answer. Most likely, it was Li Tian asking him to handle the aftermath. Li Tian wasn't in a great position either. With so much dirt being unearthed, he would have been out of here long ago if not for his connection to the Han family through marriage. So, it's true what they say, it's better to have a good life. He downed his drink in one gulp and was about to order another when a man in sunglasses slid into the seat beside him. The newcomer tapped the table and asked the bartender to order a drink for the man. The man looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Liang Feng, is it okay to buy you a drink?" The words snapped Liang Feng back to reality, his brow furrowing gravely. If this person knew his name, it meant he had come prepared, most likely for him to sell out Li Tian. Though Liang Feng wanted to do just that, he lacked the ability. He also understood that someone like him would merely be a pawn. "Sorry, you can keep the drink for yourself." With that, Liang Feng stood up, but the man's voice cut through the air. "I know what you're worried about. You're a smart man. If I'm here, it's because I have a way to help you out of your predicament." The man's words were intoxicating and dangerous, like a siren's call. Liang Feng's foot, which had begun to move, halted in place. The man's attire obscured his features, but Liang Feng could tell from his youthful voice that he was likely relatively young. "Li Tian is watching your family, isn't it? I can help them escape at a crucial moment, but you'll also need to play your part. How about this deal?" Liang Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't uttered a word, yet the other man had laid out exactly what he wanted. He swallowed hard, his breath growing heavy. "Can I trust you? You're not lying to me." Instead of answering, the man slid a list and a few photos across the table. "This is the list of people Li Tian has sent to monitor your family. It's not a large number, so dealing with them will be quite easy." Liang Feng wanted to examine the documents, but the man pressed his hand down on top of them. "I'll give you the information, but first, you must help me verify something. Consider it a test for you. Can you do that?" "No problem. As long as you can free my family from Li Tian's control, I'll do whatever it takes." Liang Feng nodded vigorously, eager to help the man before completing the task. He had waited far too long for this day. Back when he was just a poor kid, Li Tian had schemed against him, binding him tightly in a web of control, forcing him to work loyally for him. Over the years, he had witnessed Li Tian commit countless dirty acts, and now that he finally had a chance to break free, he was determined to seize it. A plan to topple the Li family was set into motion within the bustling bar. Recently, Li Yu had been constantly by Han Shuyi's side. She was surprised to hear that he was learning self-defense. After all, she believed students should focus primarily on their studies. But then, thinking of all the opportunities Han Shuyi had missed over the years, it touched her heart to see him working hard to bridge that gap. Whenever she thought of Han Shuyi, her mind wandered to Hu Ming. The last incident was a definitive break between them. She knew her actions had hurt Hu Ming deeply, and that's why she hadn't sought him out since. Reflecting on the past, Li Yu realized she didn't actually like Hu Ming. Perhaps he was simply the only one who treated her normally, leading her to that misconception. The one she truly liked was Han Shuyi. Li Yu recalled her father's advice to befriend Han Shuyi during this time. It would benefit the Li family. After all, the last family gathering had erupted into arguments, and she heard the company wasn't doing well. Her father had urged her to say nice things to Han Shuyi to ensure the Han family continued collaborating with the Li family. Though she didn't want her love life to be mixed with ulterior motives, she understood that such was the nature of arranged marriages. She walked straight into the classroom and heard the conversation between Han Shuyi and Hu Ming. "Hu Ming, did you hit them? So, they are your biological parents. Isn't this a bit too extreme?" Han Shuyi scrutinized Hu Ming, trying to find a chink in his expression. Hu Ming merely shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Han Shuyi's gaze. "Extreme? As soon as my grades improved, they approached me, saying that studying was pointless and that I should just find a job after graduation. I don't quite understand the term biological parents. Or was it you who told them to do so?" He stood up, locking eyes with Han Shuyi. Their exchange stirred a wave of murmurs among their classmates. High school students were no strangers to novels and dramas, having heard plenty about the underhanded tactics employed in the cutthroat world of the wealthy. Hu Ming's words seemed to carry a weight of truth, making everyone consider the possibility that things might actually be that way. Han Shuyi's expression changed abruptly, his demeanor turning serious as concern crept into his voice. I didn't do anything like that. I just think you're being a bit too harsh. I know you're anxious, but hold on. I was just saying, what are you afraid of? Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Hu Ming, Shuyi didn't mean it that way. Li Yu, who had been listening from the side, couldn't help but step forward to defend Han Shuyi, but Hu Ming looked at her doubtfully. Oh, then tell me, what did he mean? He's probably just worried that taking such drastic action against your biological parents might harm your reputation. Hearing this, Hu Ming couldn't hold back a mocking laugh. Li Yu, you're truly something else. Everything Han Shuyi does is for my own good, right? Honestly, I think people shouldn't worship God, they should just worship Han Shuyi instead. As he spoke, Hu Ming even gave an exaggerated, reverent bow toward Han Shuyi. The classroom echoed with scattered laughter, a few students lowering their heads as they struggled to stifle their amusement. Hu Ming's words left Li Yu blushing with frustration. She opened her mouth, but no words came out to refute him. Han Shuyi's expression darkened, but he remained silent in response to Hu Ming's remarks. Seeing that neither of them was responding, Hu Ming finally became serious. Han Shuyi, if you're really that concerned about them, then tell them to stop harassing me. What happened last time sealed our fate. There's no good outcome for us. And don't tell me I can forgive them. Forgiving them would mean betraying myself after I almost got stabbed that day. And also, your so-called good? It's not good for me at all. It's like parents snooping through your diary and saying it's for your own good. How would you feel? Hu Ming's final words were directed at the other students. Connecting his earlier statements with this, the classmates immediately felt a sense of resonance. After all, at their age, parents always claimed that everything they did was for their own good, which only added unnecessary pressure. Now, Han Shuyi and Li Yu's words seemed to mirror what their parents would say. Gradually, the students began to side with Hu Ming subconsciously. Sensing the shift in the classroom atmosphere, Han Shuyi was forced to lower his head toward Hu Ming. Hu Ming, you're right. It's your life. I overstepped. I'm sorry. As he spoke, he even offered Hu Ming a formal apology. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smile. He walked forward and wrapped his arm around Han Shuyi's shoulder, the previous hostility gone, as if they were close brothers. However, his grip tightened slightly, causing Han Shuyi's pupils to contract sharply. He lowered his head silently, his teeth clenched so tightly that there wasn't a single gap, as if he was ready to grind them to dust. His shoulder was still injured and hadn't fully healed, yet Hu Ming had deliberately grabbed that very spot. This guy dares to do this in front of everyone. Han Shuyi endured the pain, his eyes filled with hatred. After returning home, Hu Ming ate dinner and returned to his room. As usual, Kong Xian also came to Hu Ming's room, but this time, there was something off about her expression, as if she was holding back from saying something. AB. Hu Ming, sharp as ever, immediately sensed something was wrong with her. Suddenly, he recalled something important, and upon seeing her expression, he instantly understood the outcome of a certain matter. Young Master, I've retrieved the item you asked for last time. I've already gone through the contents. Kong Xian was forthright, making no attempt to hide the fact that she had read the contents of the document. You read it? And the result? They're not your biological parents. As expected, Hu Ming had begun doubting this ever since his meeting with Zhao Wei and his wife. After all, there wasn't the slightest resemblance between Hu Ming and the Zhao couple. Still, even if Zhao Wei and his wife had been his biological parents, Hu Ming would have altered the outcome regardless. Not everyone is suited to be a parent, and even if they were qualified, it would only be for Han Shuyi. Hu Ming took the document from her hand. Kong Xian looked at him in confusion, unable to fully comprehend his emotions. Why does young master not look sad but, in fact, seem more relieved? Meeting Kong Xian's gaze, Hu Ming handed the document back to her after reading it. Keep this for me. I'll need it in the future. Young master, aren't you sad? Sad? Why would I be sad about people who are clearly against me? Do I look like an idiot? Hu Ming's blunt words left Kong Xian momentarily speechless. She quickly realized that her young master didn't care at all who his real parents were. She stood there quietly, watching him. Kong Xian, do you like it here? Hu Ming suddenly asked, catching her off guard. She was stunned for a moment before shaking her head. Because of Hu Ming, Kong Xian was targeted quite a bit by other servants in the villa. As Hu Ming's maid, she was often assigned a heavy workload. She knew full well that those people were deliberately making things difficult for her. However, Hu Ming had saved her life once, and she had devoted herself to taking care of him. However, after Hu Ming's drastic change in personality, he became completely different from before. He began teaching her how to study and encouraged her to think for herself. Gradually, Kong Xian begins enjoying this new life. Not the life at the Han family's villa but the life with Hu Ming by her side. Then we'll be leaving here soon. In a rundown rental apartment, Zhao Wei was applying ointment to Lu Guifeng's injuries. Lu Guifeng winced in pain, her face contorted in agony. Could you use a little less strength? If I use less, it won't do anything. Just bear with it. Zhao Wei's tone showed a hint of impatience. His wife had always been like this. Even after more than 10 years of marriage, her stubbornness remained unchanged. Although Lu Guifang would appear gentler when Han Shuyi was home, the moment Han Shuyi left to stay with his biological parents, her true nature burst out. She had no desire to acknowledge that son she had never met before, and their first encounter had already resulted in an irreversible conflict. Zhao Wei could never understand why Lu Guifang had pushed Hu Ming during that time. Guifang, do you really dislike Han Hu Ming? Zhao Wei asked. Lu Guifang spat into the trash can, muttering curses under her breath. Does he treat us like parents? Just look at him. Where does he even compare to Shuyi? It's completely different when you haven't raised them yourself. Look at how well-behaved Shuyi is under our guidance. If that Han Hu Ming was really that good, he should have come to us himself instead of us having to seek him out at Shuyi's urging. Zhao Wei couldn't help but agree with her. Hu Ming certainly didn't show them any affection. They were his biological parents. Without them, wouldn't he just be a guest in someone else's home? How could he live comfortably under someone else's roof? Let's not talk about this now. Shuyi just messaged me. Lu Guifang picked up her phone, carefully reading the message Han Shuyi had sent. Moments later, her expression grew serious as she looked at Zhao Wei and asked him, take a look at this. Shuyi sent me a video. Doesn't this seem like something Han Hu Ming would do? Recently, life had been unusually peaceful. There hadn't been even the slightest hint of trouble around him. Hu Ming sat quietly at his desk, his gaze fixed on Han Shuyi. He squinted slightly, carefully observing the boy, who seemed entirely unaware of his gaze, continuing to study diligently at his own desk. It had been a while since Han Shuyi had caused him any problems, something that Hu Ming found rather odd. However, during this time, he had noticed that the injuries on Han Shuyi's body were getting fewer, and each time he returned, he looked as if he had undergone some transformation. Han Shuyi's self-defense lessons were definitely proving effective, though Hu Ming couldn't help but wonder if they would truly matter in the end. With Han Shuyi no longer seeking to provoke him, Hu Ming felt much more at ease. His attention had lately shifted to the matters surrounding Li Tian. Since successfully turning Liang Feng to his side, Hu Ming has received a steady stream of information about Li Tian. Li Tian had been quietly moving large sums of money, yet outwardly, he maintained a pristine image. But what caught Hu Ming by surprise was that every month, Li Tian would transfer a significant amount of money to an unknown recipient. The source of this money was completely unclear, and there was no telling who he was sending it to. Hu Ming was intent on investigating this further, but in the process of looking into Li Tian's family, he stumbled upon something even more surprising. It seemed that Li Yu's mother had been getting rather close to another man, and their relationship wasn't exactly ordinary. Could it be that this couple was not as perfect as they appeared? Had their marriage already fallen apart long ago? Because of this discovery, Hu Ming planned to check things out after school today. Of course, he had already informed Lan Jun not to pick him up. Aside from that, there were also matters concerning Liang Feng that needed to be dealt with. Things were suddenly piling up all at once, which was somewhat troublesome for Hu Ming, but nothing he couldn't handle. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of class, Hu Ming stretched his back, intending to take a short break. Just then, the sports committee member approached him and asked, Han Hu Ming, how about signing up for a spot in the school sports meet? Winning a prize doesn't matter, what's important is that we all participate. Seems like all the running events have been signed up for, right? What events are still open? Actually, everything has been filled. But the homeroom teacher wants to see everyone participate in something, so I was thinking of putting you down for basketball. Of course, if you don't want to, I can switch you to something else. Lately, Hu Ming's classmates have started to change their view of him. The once reckless playboy version of Hu Ming seemed to have disappeared for good, replaced by the confident young man standing before them. Not to mention, Hu Ming's grades gradually climbed to the middle ranks, and he was even competing with Han Shuyi in math, consistently ranking near the top. The homeroom teacher, who also happened to be the math teacher, couldn't hide his joy, his smile practically stretching from ear to ear. Hearing this, Hu Ming waved a hand dismissively, looking rather indifferent. If it's just to make up the numbers, then it doesn't matter. You decide. All right, then it's settled. Hu Ming's unexpected cooperation saved the sports committee members a lot of hassle. Han Shuyi stood up, and outside, Li Yu had been waiting for quite some time. After what happened last time, Li Yu felt like there was nothing left to say between her and Hu Ming. Since Hu Ming didn't trust her, she figured whatever relationship they had was over. Han Hu Ming, why do I feel like you've been learning faster and faster lately? Ye Chuxue glanced at her test paper, filled with correct answers. The boy who had finished that paper was now resting lazily on a nearby bench. Hearing Ye Chuxue's words, Hu Ming yawned lazily. Of course, you're looking at a genius, after all. Shameless. Ye Chuxue shot him an eye roll before pulling out a bag of cookies from her bag and tossing it to Hu Ming. Hu Ming effortlessly caught the cookies, and Ye Chuxue continued. I made them last night. Try and tell me how they taste. They were unmistakably homemade cookies, shaped like little bears in different poses, looking almost identical to the ones sold in stores. Hu Ming picked one up and examined it carefully under the sunlight. Tisk, Ye Chuxue, are you sure these cookies are even edible? Give it back if you won't eat it. Before she even finished her sentence, Hu Ming stuffed the cookie into his mouth and started chewing. As he ate, he gave her a thumbs up. Not bad, I'm satisfied. Ye Chuxue shot him a glare, then tapped the test paper in her hand. Mr. Genius, your performance in other subjects doesn't match your math skills. How is it that you use the same hand to write, yet the difference is so huge? Learning English? Impossible. Failing Chinese? It's to show my unique personality. Your personality doesn't work on me. Now get over here and do this test. But it looks like it's going to rain. At some point, the once clear sky had been overtaken by dark clouds, casting a gloomy shadow over the whole area. Yet Yushue frowned as she glanced at the test paper in her hand. If it really was about to rain, it was not a good time. Forget it. Let's call it a day. She stood up and began packing her things, but as she did, she asked Hu Ming another question. Hu Ming, have you thought about what I asked last time? Joining the student council comes with a lot of perks. At the very least, you wouldn't have to worry about your credits. Plus, Han Shuyi is in there too. Don't you two always compete with each other? This could be your chance. With her things gathered, Yushue turned toward the door, waiting for his response. However, Hu Ming yawned, his disinterest evident as he replied, "Give me a break. I'm not suited for the student council. It's not like I want to compete with Han Shuyi, he's the one dragging me into it. That guy seems especially eager about this. I can understand Han Shuyi, considering he hasn't spent much time with his family, and with you around for comparison, he must be anxious to prove himself." Anxious? More like he's in a hurry to be crowned king of urgency. Hu Ming shrugged, prompting Yushue to pat his back playfully. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the classroom. However, by chance, they ran into the very person they had been discussing. Han Shuyi and Li Yu stood directly opposite them. Upon seeing Hu Ming and Yushue standing so close together, Li Yu felt at a loss for words. She had just seen Hu Ming and Yushue walking closely together, sharing laughter and seemingly having an unusual rapport. Han Shuyi, on the other hand, greeted them with a friendly smile. "Hello, President. Are you back from finished tutoring with Hu Ming?" "Yeah." Yushue's face remained neutral, while Hu Ming merely nodded at Han Shuyi, casually swinging the bag of cookies he held. However, when he glanced at Li Yu, the flicker in his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Li Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. The torrential rain began to rage through the city, with sheets of rain dancing in the air as thunder roared and lightning flashed. The downpour was relentless as if the heavens had burst open, unleashing a flood. The wind whipped the rain like countless whips, viciously lashing against the windows. Water seeped through the cracks, cascading down the windowsill, while flashes of lightning illuminated the sky like a giant python leaping through the clouds. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder erupted just outside. A crowd of students huddled at the school gate, their eyes filled with longing for the outside world. Cars flashed their chaotic yellow lights, and horns blared as parents called for their children to come out. Hu Ming sat alone in the classroom, the clock on the wall ticking slowly, each tick-tock echoing in the silence. It would be a while before Li Yu's mother arrived, leaving him feeling rather bored. He could estimate when she would show up, but he never expected such a heavy downpour in the afternoon. It seemed that fate had already laid out its plans. Pulling out his phone, Hu Ming checked the messages. One from Han Litian asked if he needed a ride, given the downpour. After all, any matters could wait until tomorrow. As he typed a reply on the virtual keyboard, a knock echoed from the door. Li Yu stood at the entrance, their eyes locking in a moment that felt almost nostalgic. Li Yu couldn't remember the last time she had been alone with Hu Ming. She had planned to take a car home, but when she passed by the classroom, she spotted him sitting there by himself. Hu Ming rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the torrential rain. The relentless patter of rain against the window made Li Yu feel a sudden chill run through her. "Hu Ming, do you want to go home together?" she asked, uttering a phrase she had repeated countless times before. The scene was different, but the outcome felt all too familiar. Perhaps she had known for a long time that Hu Ming didn't feel the same way about her. Yet she had clung to him, hoping for a result. Now, Han Shuyi had taken that place in her life, so she found no need for an answer from Hu Ming anymore. When Hu Ming turned to meet Li Yu's gaze, his tone was a stark contrast to the storm raging outside. "No, you can go." Hu Ming continued to sit in his seat, but Li Yu couldn't help stepping inside. She walked right up to Hu Ming and poured out the thoughts that had been weighing on her heart. "Hu Ming, do you hate me?" "Not before, but now I do," Hu Ming replied candidly, expressing his true feelings. Hearing this, Li Yu was first stunned, then fell silent. "I understand you like Han Shuyi, but the day you publicly broke our engagement talks, you became a stranger to me. After that, when you came to me asking for forgiveness, I completely grew to dislike you." These were Hu Ming's genuine sentiments. In truth, discussing the relationship between the original Hu Ming and Li Yu was pointless. He wasn't the original, he wouldn't take on the burdens of the past. Who had nothing better to do to take on someone else's mistakes? And even if the original didn't like Li Yu, so what? Who had the right to dictate whom one should like? Hu Ming found such reasoning utterly ridiculous. Yet, Li Yu's subsequent actions had indeed made him feel disdain. So he wouldn't be concerned about the unfairness Li Yu might face in the future. There's no turning back after choosing the wrong path. Is this about the banquet? I can explain. No need. No matter how many times you apologize, it's futile. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Hu Ming's words cut off everything Li Yu wanted to say. She fell silent, feeling as if a heavy weight was pressing down on her head, making it hard to breathe. The sound of rain continued, growing louder and more relentless. After a moment, Li Yu struggled to lift her head to meet Hu Ming's gaze, her expression tinged with bitterness. You're right, my demands were too much. I hurt you, how could I dare hope for your forgiveness? However, it's too dangerous to go home in this rain. Let's go together. Li Yu gazed at Hu Ming, but just then, a voice interrupted their solitude. Sorry, did I interrupt you both? They turned in unison to see Yue standing at the doorway, arms crossed and looking at them. Her expression was calm, yet behind her loomed the storm, as if she stood at the center of chaos. Hu Ming picked up his backpack and stood, stepping past Li Yu to approach Yue. Finished up? Yeah, but I can't leave yet. So I'll stay a little longer. Sure. Their conversation was casual, yet to Li Yu, the unspoken understanding between them was something she had never shared with Hu Ming. Her face went pale as she lowered her head, walking past them. Hu Ming wasn't waiting to go home alone, he had clearly been waiting for Yue. How foolish of her to suggest they go home together when he had never needed her from the start. Li Yu felt her legs weaken as if she might collapse at any moment. Hu Ming glanced at her but quickly turned back to find Yue silently observing him, her expression unreadable. But to Hu Ming, this was a dangerous sign? He swallowed hard and forced a laugh. Why haven't you left yet? I thought you'd gone home. If I had gone home, how could I have witnessed such a dramatic scene? Yue walked straight to Hu Ming's desk, sitting down where his test papers lay spread out. She picked up a sheet and continued. It's raining so heavily I can't leave for a while. If I'd known you were in the classroom, I would have come earlier. They hadn't planned to go home together, but the previous moment was so natural that even Hu Ming almost believed it. Yue flipped through the test papers, her pencil circling the mistakes. Outside, the rain showed no signs of letting up, forming an insurmountable barrier that kept them from heading home. By the way, why haven't you left? Didn't you have a driver drive you? Just waiting for you. Tell the truth. I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave later. Hearing this, Yue nodded and didn't press further. Silence enveloped the classroom once more. Aside from academic topics, it seemed they had little else to discuss. Hu Ming propped his chin in his hand, watching Yue. She had put on her glasses at some point, intently focused on the test papers. Her hair fell softly around her face, and her delicate lips moved slightly as she read out the solutions. Hu Ming quietly enjoyed the scene before him. There was something captivating about how someone became fully absorbed in what they were doing, especially someone as beautiful as Yue. As time flowed with the rhythm of the rain, she suddenly lifted her gaze to Hu Ming, startling him. Hu Ming, let's go home together. The rain poured down heavily. Hu Ming and Yue stood in the corridor, gazing out at the storm. As usual, Hu Ming didn't bother to bring an umbrella. But, of course, if he had known it would be raining, he'd have one. Yue only had a single umbrella with her. The only option they had was to share it on the way home. Neither of them seemed to mind. After all, an umbrella was necessary. It wasn't as if one of them could just walk in the rain while the other used the umbrella, right? It would be straight out of a scene from a famous painting. Hu Ming did have other things to attend to, but since Yue was heading home, he figured he might as well accompany her, to avoid the same thing that happened last time. What Hu Ming remembered most vividly was how he came to this world in the first place. That day, he had completed a mission and was escaping from a factory when his pursuers quickly caught his trail and chased after him. Panicking, he slipped up and fell. He hadn't even had time to react. Since then, Hu Ming had been truly afraid. By the way, Hu Ming, how's the situation at the orphanage? I'm planning to visit the children this weekend. Don't worry. The Han family has already invested money into it. I believe the kids' lives will improve. That's good. Sharing the umbrella, they walked side by side. By this time, most students had already left the school, so few would notice Hu Ming and Yue leaving together. However, as soon as they stepped out of the school, Yue encountered a problem. The street was flooded, and the greater issue was that she only had one pair of shoes. If they got wet, there was no way she'd be able to dry them out in this weather. It wasn't like she could wear slippers to school. Meanwhile, Hu Ming quietly enjoyed the sight of Yue's furrowed brow. The way her face scrunched up when facing a dilemma was, admittedly, a bit refreshing. Soon, Hu Ming crouched down and said, "Hop on my back. I'll carry you home." "What? Are you crazy? No way. There are so many people around. If you carry me home, everyone will see us." Yue immediately waved her hands in refusal. She'd rather go barefoot than let Hu Ming carry her. It wasn't that she had anything against him, but it was just too embarrassing. Hearing her response, Hu Ming couldn't help but show a helpless expression. "You know, there could be anything in that water. What if you step on something? Would you rather not go to school tomorrow?" Ugh. Yue had to admit he had a point, but the thought of being carried was still too shameful. Hu Ming glanced at his watch. After dropping her off, he still had somewhere to be. With the streets flooded like this, there was no way to call for a ride. He'd have to walk with diaresis obese. While Yue was still hesitating, Hu Ming had already taken action. He grabbed her slender legs and hoisted her onto his back. Caught off guard, Yue let out a startled yelp, then quickly covered her mouth, terrified someone might notice her. "Hu Ming, are you out of your mind? By the time you finish deciding, I'll be home now. If you're so worried about being seen, just keep your head down and hold the umbrella for me." Hu Ming's arms were strong, and Yue felt perfectly secure on his back. Silently, she lowered her head, burying her face in his back, her cheeks burning red, her heart racing. She held the umbrella, perfectly shielding them both from the rain. Passers-by glanced at the scene, and some couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of youth. Hey, Han Hu Ming, am I heavy? There's only one right answer to that question, isn't there? True. So, what's your answer? Yue-Shua's lips curled into a smile, her voice sounding light and happy. Hu Ming shook his head with a helpless sigh and said, I'm just too strong. The moment the words left his mouth, Yue-Shua pinched him hard on his back. Hu Ming let out a sharp gasp, clearly in pain. Wrong answer? You had the answer right in front of you and didn't even bother to copy it. You can't have this kind of attitude toward learning. Not every question has an answer, and not every answer is right or wrong. I just didn't give you the answer you had in mind. Hu Ming responded confidently while Yue-Shua's cheek pressed against his back, her nails lightly grazing his skin. She giggled softly and asked again. So, what's the answer in my heart? I'm not telling you. For some reason, the atmosphere between them was particularly good, making the walk home seem to stretch out longer than usual. They talked about trivial things, Hu Ming's ridiculous antics in the past and Yue-Shua's experiences growing up in the countryside. With open hearts, they shared stories about their pasts and their hopes for the future. Han Hu Ming, if you had to leave your current home one day, would you go back to your biological parents? Yue-Shua asked curiously. After all, her experiences were somewhat similar to his, and she wondered what choice he would make. Are you joking? With those two? How could I go back to them? You heard Lu Guifang that day she told me to stop studying after I graduated high school. With someone like her, why would I go back? Besides, she's never once fulfilled her duty as a mother. Hu Ming said, sounding light and unburdened. Yue-Shua, resting against his back, couldn't help but think about her own parents. Would they still bother her when she grew up? That woman? Since she left, she hadn't contacted her once. She probably thought she was dead by now. As for Ye Feng, he'd been relentlessly pestering her, but she figured she could just ignore him. But Ye Feng was her grandmother's son, so there was no way she could stop him from coming back. Every family has its own troubles, and Yue-Shua wasn't sure if she could be as decisive as Hu Ming when the time came. Seemingly unaware of Yue-Shua's silence, Hu Ming continued, besides, you're basically half my teacher. You wouldn't want to see your student drop out of school, right? Shu, who's your teacher? Yue-Shua protested, feigning disdain, but the smile on her face was undeniable. The rain began to ease up, though it wasn't quite light yet. Hey, Yue-Shua, Hu Ming suddenly called out. Lying on his back, Yue-Shua responded with a soft If I ever leave the Han family, you won't be able to call me Han Hu Ming anymore. Then what should I call you? Will our relationship change then? Yue-Shua's cheeks flushed as her mind began wandering to places it shouldn't. However, Hu Ming's voice was slightly more serious. Just call me Hu Ming. Hu Ming, huh? How about I start calling you that from now on? Hearing her use his original name stirred something inside Hu Ming. Alright. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll beat you. When they finally arrived at Yue-Shua's apartment, she slid off Hu Ming's back. As Yue-Shua's feet touched the ground, she sighed softly. Glancing around and didn't spot that figure, a look of helplessness flashed across her face. However, she maintained her smile in front of Hu Ming. Alright, if you're done with your business, hurry home. The rain's so heavy, it's dangerous to stay outside too long, she said while handing the umbrella to Hu Ming. Hu Ming took the umbrella from her, nodding. Rest well, President. You too, Hu Ming. They exchanged a brief wave before Yue-Shua watched Hu Ming leave. A strange feeling tugged at her heart as she recalled how Hu Ming had carried her home. For some reason, being around him made her feel at ease. That guy, although he often appeared carefree and aloof, had a certain charisma when he got serious. No, Yue-Shua, you're the head of the discipline committee? You shouldn't have such improper thoughts. She scolded herself, patting her cheeks, flushing them pink from the impact. Her cute, flustered expression was endearing. The rain continued to pour heavily as Hu Ming walked down the street, dressed all in black. Among the crowds of pedestrians coming and going, he blended in effortlessly. Cars sped by on the road, occasionally splashing water as they passed through puddles. Hu Ming leaned against a stone pillar, arms crossed over his chest, eyes focused on each passing vehicle. Behind him stood a 5-star hotel. From what he had deduced, Yu Luo, Li Yu's mother, frequented this place every so often. Although he wasn't sure what exactly she did here, her behavior had raised enough suspicion to warrant his attention. A seemingly inconspicuous car pulled up to the roadside, and moments later, a woman stepped out. She was dressed in a brown leather coat, her face obscured by sunglasses. However, it was easy to discern that underneath the disguise was a face strikingly beautiful. Hu Ming recognized her immediately, Yu Luo, though her current attire seemed oddly strange. Wearing high heels, she walked toward the hotel entrance, her legs fully exposed beneath the coat, which she clutched tightly as if concealing something. Newbie. Yu Luo approached the reception desk, pulled a card from her pocket, and handed it to the attendant. Upon seeing the card, the receptionist's smile grew noticeably brighter. Same room. Of course, ma'am. This way, please. The attendant informed a colleague and then escorted Yu Luo toward the elevator. At that moment, Hu Ming managed to glimpse the room number on the card. He turned and headed for the stairwell. In the familiar hotel room, Yu Luo let out a sigh of relief. She had stayed here countless times before. She drew back the curtains, glancing briefly at the balcony to make sure no one was there, then quickly closed the curtains and locked the balcony door. But when she took off her leather coat, revealing a seductive figure, Yu Luo was actually wearing only a set of sexy lingerie underneath. She had come to this place in such a state. Tossing her long hair over her shoulder, and kicking off her heels, she entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the room, providing the only noise in the otherwise quiet space. Suddenly, the faint click of the balcony door unlocking echoed through the room. However, Yu Luo, in the bathroom, did not notice this. Hu Ming quietly opened the balcony door, slipping into the room quietly. He had witnessed everything that happened outside, but even he hadn't expected the usually dignified and elegant Yu Luo to engage in something so scandalous behind closed doors. Even after Li Tian's incident, there had been no rumors of Yu Luo acting out. You truly can never judge a book by its cover. Hu Ming shook off the thought. He pulled out a small camera from his pocket, carefully hiding it in a potted plant in the room. Just as he finished positioning it, the sound of a keycard being swiped echoed from outside. His pupils narrowed, and with swift, practiced movements, he flipped back onto the balcony, quickly pulling the curtain and door shut behind him. "Baby, are you inside? I'm coming in." Hu Ming stood on the balcony and listened to the man's voice, maintaining an expressionless face as if completely unfazed by the situation. This was nothing new to him. Inside the room, the conversation continued. "Master, I wore this outfit just like you said. Come reward me quickly. You little, I'll show you your reward." The dialogue between the two was unbearable as Hu Ming sat on the railing, quietly listening to the heavy breathing and moans coming from inside. He monitored everything through the camera, which was connected to his phone, recording the events within. But he wasn't interested in the lewd scene playing out inside. All he needed was the recording. He glanced at his watch, it was getting late. He intended to stay just a little longer before leaving. However, a sudden cry behind him startled him. "Be careful." Hu Ming whipped around, immediately locking eyes with someone on the opposite balcony. For a moment, he froze, caught off guard by the unexpected encounter. But without hesitation, he pushed off the railing, vaulting himself onto the opposite balcony. He landed inside the adjacent room and quickly raised his index finger to his mouth at the surprised person. SHH. The other person seemed a bit taken aback, but soon, a man's head peeked out from the balcony where Hu Ming had just been. The man looked over in confusion, but he pulled his head back in when he saw it was a girl. After a moment, the girl finally reacted. She walked into the room, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Hu Ming. "It's you? It's me. What a coincidence." Hu Ming replied with an awkward smile, patting the rainwater off his clothes, his expression somewhat unnatural. He had thought that when he met her again, he would have already left the Han family, but he didn't expect to run into her here. "Nice to see you again, Xia Xiao 11. Hearing Hu Ming call her name, Xia Xiao 11 broke into an adorable smile. "Looks like you remembered my name. I'm very happy, but what were you doing outside just now?" Hu Ming was momentarily at a loss for how to explain himself. He couldn't just tell her the truth, right? But coming up with an excuse seemed equally challenging. Seeing Hu Ming's conflicted expression, Xia Xiao 11 blinked twice, then leaned in excitedly and whispered, "Were you catching an adultery?" Great. Without him saying anything, Xia Xiao 11 figured it out herself. Noticing Hu Ming's stunned look, she knew her guess was right. She was so excited, showing no sign of an idol's demeanor whatsoever. Quick, tell me what's going on." Before Hu Ming could finish his sentence, the doorbell rang from outside. Xia Xiao 11 was about to answer the door, but when she turned to look for Hu Ming, he had already vanished. Could it be someone from next door? Xia Xiao 11 opened the door and saw the man who had just appeared on the balcony standing right before her. She looked at him, puzzled, and then asked, "What's the matter? Excuse me, was there anyone else here earlier?" "No. Mind if I take a look inside?" Before she could respond, the man pressed against the door, trying to force his way in. Xia Zioxi's expression instantly turned cold. She glared at the man and shouted sternly, "What do you think you're doing? Do you want me to call the police?" The man had thought that Xia Xiao 11, being young, would be easy to push around. He hadn't expected her to resist. From her demeanor, she clearly wasn't someone to be easily bullied. He quickly backed off, muttered an apology, and returned to his room. Xia Xiao 11 kept a wary gaze fixed on him until he disappeared. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief after closing the door. She had encountered people like him before, though usually they were extreme fans. Turning around, she searched for Hu Ming, but the balcony door was wide open, the cold wind blowing through and causing the curtains to flutter. Hu Ming sat in a restaurant's corner, his phone displaying a live feed of Yu Luo's activities in her room. He wasn't particularly interested, but he could confirm one thing, Li Tian and Yu Luo's relationship had completely fallen apart. On the surface, they still acted like a husband and wife, but in reality, they were living separate lives. He wondered what Li Yu would think when she found out about this. After all, family harmony was vital to her. Hu Ming didn't care much about Li Yu's relationships, though. He had something far more important to take care of. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Liang Feng. "Hello, Mr. Liang. About the thing you asked me to look into last time. I've found something, but the outcome is rather unexpected." "Unexpected?" Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued. "Yes, Li Yu, she isn't actually Li Tian's daughter. Hearing this news, Hu Ming couldn't help but feel a ripple of surprise. Who would have thought, after all the twists and turns, that Li Yu wasn't Li Tian's biological daughter? Rubbing his temples, Hu Ming continued. Send me the evidence. I'll keep it for later use. Also, have you made arrangements to get your family to a safe place? You should do that as soon as possible, or it could get troublesome. I understand, but what if Li Tian comes after me for revenge? Liang Feng's voice was tinged with fear. While he wanted to protect his family, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of dying. Hu Ming's voice remained steady. When that time comes, I'll die with him. Huh? What does that mean? You don't need to know. Just do as I say. With that, Hu Ming hung up the phone and slipped it back into his pocket. Outside, the rain had begun to let up. When Hu Ming returned to the villa, he found Han Litian sitting on the couch, reading a newspaper. Upon seeing him, Han Litian's face visibly relaxed. Hu Ming, next time you come home this late, be sure to let the driver know. Being out so late is dangerous, especially in this weather. Han Litian was clearly worried about him. After all, it had been pouring rain outside, and any accident would have caused a lot of trouble. Hu Ming set down his backpack and sat beside Han Litian. He looked at him seriously and asked, Dad, what do you think about Han Shuyi's engagement? Han Litian froze. He hadn't expected Hu Ming to bring up the matter again after so much time had passed. I don't have much of an opinion. After all, it's your young people's business. Of course, I know this isn't fair to you. I've said that if you want compensation, I'll do whatever I can to make it up to you. This was the most Han Litian could offer. After all, Han Shuyi was also his son, and in a way, he felt he owed Shuyi more. But Hu Ming shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his expression. That's not what I meant. I'm asking, what do you think of the Li family? The Li family. As soon as the Li family was mentioned, Han Litian's thoughts immediately turned to Li Tian, that opportunist. That man had embarrassed the Han family publicly at the banquet, and if it weren't for his later efforts to make amends, Han Litian wouldn't have wanted any connection with him at all. And recent events had only made him dislike Li Tian even more. Cutting corners and embezzling large sums of money was bad enough, but did he really think he couldn't see that Li Tian was deliberately shifting the blame onto his assistant? If not for this engagement, I wouldn't have any dealings with the Li family. I think you should keep an eye on the Li family. Something doesn't feel right about them lately. Hu Ming's words left Han Litian feeling perplexed. But he quickly realized that Hu Ming didn't want to interfere in the matter directly. After all, the relationship between Hu Ming and the Li family was already strained. If certain things came from his mouth, it might come off as revengeful. He's trying to let him investigate himself? Han Litian took a deep breath. What kind of father wouldn't trust his own son? Alright, I'll look into what's going on. But Hu Ming, if anything comes up, you must tell me, okay? Dad, I owe you all too much. Hu Ming's serious tone caused Han Litian to furrow his brow in confusion. I've been living Han Shuyi's life for so many years. One day, I'll return everything to you all. You silly boy, what are you talking about? We're family, no need to speak of such things. Han Litian ruffled Hu Ming's hair, though he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper behind Hu Ming's words. After showering, Hu Ming sat on his bed, looking at his phone, while Kong Xian was working on her test papers at the desk. Kong Xian noticed that the questions on her recent tests seemed to be getting easier, and her speed at solving them gradually increased. At this rate, she'd soon be able to catch up with the progress of the other students. Kong Xian, if I remember correctly, you do not have a contract with the Han family, right? Yes, young master. The reason I stayed with the Han family was because you took me in. I was too young then, so I couldn't sign a proper contract. Then, when it's time to leave, it'll be much simpler. Hu Ming nodded, already making plans in his mind. However, Kong Xian turned around, her eyes serious as she looked at him. Young master, when are we leaving here? What's wrong? Did something happen? As soon as Hu Ming heard the tone in her voice, he felt something was off. Kong Xian blinked, then said, It's Han Shuyi. He's been pestering me lately. What? Han Shuyi's pestering you? He's been asking me about you, trying to ask what you've been doing lately. I see. If he continues, just tell him I've been focusing on my studies. And if he lays a hand on you, fight back. I'll handle everything after. The instructor looked at the young man before him, admiration in his eyes. Han Shuyi has made remarkable progress lately. His reactions and movements were swift and precise. There wasn't much left for him to teach at this rate. It was the first time the instructor ever felt that earning money had been so easy. Han Shuyi was panting, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. But he straightened his back again, assuming a fighting stance as he spoke. Instructor, let's continue. There's no need to push yourself this hard. Take a break. I want to learn more. Self-defense techniques aren't enough for me. Han Shuyi's words suddenly reminded the instructor of the boys' first words on their first day. Perhaps what Han Shuyi wanted to learn wasn't just self-defense. He was after moves that could kill? With that realization, the instructor's expression became serious. Han Shuyi, do you understand what you're saying? There are things you shouldn't learn. I just want to keep getting stronger. For that goal, I'm willing to give up anything. As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Shuyi charged forward, throwing wild punches at the instructor, forcing him to step back under the intensity of the attack. Suddenly, the instructor's eyes sharpened, and in a swift movement, he grabbed Han Shuyi's hand and slammed him to the ground. His fist hovered, poised to strike Han Shuyi's face. Instinctively, Han Shuyi closed his eyes, bracing for the impact, but the pain never came. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to see the instructor had let him go. The instructor's expression was now solemn, the smile from before long gone. Han Shuyi, do you really want to learn? I do. I must learn. Then let's talk about it once you've mastered the basics of self-defense. Saying so, the instructor turned and left. Han Shuyi remained lying on the ground, gasping for breath. His face grimaced, baring his teeth with a somewhat ferocious expression. Liu returned home as usual, but the house was empty, leaving her alone. She set her backpack down and sat on the sofa, reaching out to gently caress the hairband on her wrist. It was a gift from Han Shuyi, and she treasured it very much. Wearing the hairband on her wrist, it felt as if Han Shuyi was beside her. It was the first time she had ever felt someone else's care, something she had never experienced from anyone else. She had no regrets about calling off her engagement with Hu Ming. Thinking of this, her mind wandered to how close Hu Ming had recently become to Ye Shui. She couldn't quite know when their relationship had gotten so close. When she was with Hu Ming, he had been chasing after Solu relentlessly. Everyone at school knew how much he liked her. As his former fiancée, she had watched it with a pang of jealousy. Arnues. But at the time, she didn't have the confidence to win Hu Ming's heart, so she let him go and do as he pleased. Now that she thought about it, she realized how timid she had been. But luckily, she met Han Shuyi. Without him, she would have spent her entire life trapped in that darkness, afraid to face anyone. At this moment, Liu was already fantasizing about her future with Han Shuyi. However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the door opened, breaking the silence. Li Tian walked in from outside, casting a simple glance at her before heading directly upstairs. Sitting on the sofa, Liu seemed to have grown accustomed to this scene. But quickly, Li Tian stopped in his tracks and turned to ask her, how are things going with Han Shuyi? Have you been keeping him happy lately? Huh? Shuyi and I have been doing well. That's good. You must keep a close eye on Han Shuyi, he's of utmost importance. Dad, my relationship with Shuyi isn't just about business. For the first time, Liu wanted to argue back. She didn't want her relationship to carry so much weight. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback but then chuckled. You're right. Dad said too much. Just make sure you stay with Shuyi, alright? Okay. Seeing that Liu had no more to say, Li Tian turned and headed upstairs. As he walked away, he absent-mindedly stroked the ring on his finger, lost in thought. Why isn't Mom back yet? Liu murmured under her breath. The weekend arrived, bringing a rare break. Hu Ming planned to sleep until noon, but early in the morning, Han Yun 11 was already knocking on his door. Brother, wake up. The sun's about to shine on your butt. The girl's voice echoed persistently from outside, leaving Hu Ming no choice but to open his eyes hopelessly. Han Yun 11 should be thankful he didn't have a temper when waking up, or else he'd seriously kill someone. While Han Yun 11 was at Hu Ming's door shouting for him, Kong Xian somehow appeared behind her silently and gently patted Yungzi's shoulder. Startled, Han Yun 11 shuddered and quickly spun around. Only after seeing it was Kong Xian did she breathe a sigh of relief. It's you, Kong Xian. I thought someone was sneaking up on me, but seriously, how do you walk without making any sound? You scared me half to death. Han Yun 11 patted her chest, though there wasn't much to pat in the first place. Kong Xian remained calm, standing in place, and explained. Young Master is usually still sleeping at this hour. He doesn't like being woken up on weekends unless he wakes up himself. Huh? What should I do now that I've already called out? My brother isn't going to come out and kill me, right? Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open to reveal Hu Ming with a messy bedhead. His eyes were bleary as he stared at the two girls. What's all this shouting early in the morning? Don't you know a student's weekend is precious? Come on, it's already 10 o'clock. Stop sleeping and teach me how to play basketball. Basketball? Who told you I could play? Last time, someone mentioned you were really good at soccer, scoring 3 goals. So, I figured you must be good at basketball too. Han Yun 11 said with a straight face. Her reasoning left Hu Ming momentarily stunned. Just because one can play soccer means one can also play basketball? Who the hell said that? Step forward, I promised not to kill you. Han Yun 11 fixed her gaze on Hu Ming. She already knew he couldn't play basketball. During a class competition organized last time, Hu Ming had participated but ended up losing their team with over 10 points lead. She had heard Hu Ming signed up for basketball, so she planned to practice with him. After all, he was her brother, and she didn't want him to embarrass himself again. Yun 11, Hu Ming, what are you two doing? A voice came from nearby, and Han Shuyi appeared in their line of sight, dressed in sportswear. Oh, I just wanted brother Hu Ming to play basketball with me. Brother Shuyi, do you want to join us? Han Yun 11 knew that her two brothers didn't quite get along. If their relationship could improve a little, that would be great. Of course, but it looks like Hu Ming isn't very interested. Han Shuyi was well aware of Hu Ming's skill level in basketball. The last time Hu Ming embarrassed himself, it was he who had stepped in to turn the game around, which was also the first time he started to step on Hu Ming. Can I just play in my dreams? Hu Ming raised his hand in surrender, but Han Yun 11 quickly pushed it back down. No, Hu Ming wasn't exactly lying. While he understood the basic rules of basketball, that didn't mean he could actually play. He had only learned these things in the past because of mission requirements, and that woman, Hu Ming, didn't force him to study everything. So, whenever he had the chance to slack off, he usually took it. For him, some things can be done easily after a bit of learning. After all, talent is something that people could only envy. The sun shone brightly overhead, and in the backyard of the Han family villa, 2 basketball hoops stood in a large, open space. Han Litian had built these after the original made a fool of himself during a class competition. However, that original was also quite lazy and gave up after just a few days of use. Talk about having a fleeting enthusiasm. Hu Ming sat on a nearby bench, yawning, as a sunshade blocked the sunlight. Kong Xian stood beside him, her hands resting in front of her. Meanwhile, Han Shuyi and Han Yun11 were warming up on the court. Han Litian had just returned home with Zhou Wenli and overheard the servant mention that the young masters and young lady were exercising in the backyard, so he decided to go check on them. It would be nice if those kids could get along peacefully. I hope there aren't any barriers between them. Han Litian hoped for harmony in the family. Zhou Wenli, standing beside him, said nothing. Since her husband felt that way, she had no objections. However, she truly disliked Hu Ming's biological parents. Those two were like leeches. If they tried to get Hu Ming to send them money, she would find it very hard to accept. But Han Litian had also said that those behaviors could simply be ignored as long as they didn't go too far. After all, Shuyi was raised by them, and there are some things that have to be looked at from a different perspective. Meanwhile, Hu Ming picked up his phone to watch various highlight reels. He hadn't had much exposure to the sport, but he had good physical coordination, so learning it came more easily to him. At that moment, Han Shuyi had the ball and made a graceful layup that looked effortless. Han Yun11, having witnessed that class competition before, wasn't surprised that Han Shuyi could play basketball. Or rather, she felt Han Shuyi was probably the kind of person who excelled in all sports. Looking at Hu Ming, who was sitting on the side, scrolling through his phone, she said, "Hey, Hu Ming, hurry up. Why are you just sitting there under the sun, dawdling? Coming? An expert like me needs to take his time before entering the scene. Ugh, you're all talk." The three of them began dribbling their basketballs under the sun. Standing next to Hu Ming, Han Yun11 observed his dribbling, concluding that he was really an amateur. Han Shuyi, catching a glimpse of Hu Ming, couldn't help but smirk slightly. From Hu Ming's movements, he could tell that he was inexperienced. He held his ball and executed a perfect jump shot from the free throw line. Hu Ming raised his head just in time to see this scene. Narrowing his eyes, he closely observed Han Shuyi's form. He stopped his own movements to watch Han Shuyi sink several shots before finally lifting his head to try a jump shot of his own. At that moment, Han Litian and Zhou Wenli had just arrived and saw the kids playing basketball. The servants bowed to them as Han Yun11 set her ball down and ran over to her parents. "Mom, Dad, you're back? Look at them, it's rare to see them play together, and it's all thanks to me." Han Litian knew that his daughter had put in much effort to improve the relationship between the kids, while Zhou Wenli took out a tissue to wipe the sweat off Han Yungzi's forehead. "Nes. It's a very hot day, remember to stay hydrated." "Got it." Han Yun11 turned her gaze back to the court, noticing that Hu Ming and Han Shuyi seemed to be discussing something. "Hey, Hu Ming, let's have a little competition. If you can't play, I can just use one hand," Han Shuyi said, taking on a condescending air as if mocking Hu Ming's incompetence. Hu Ming merely smiled in response, shrugging his shoulders before replying. "Last time, you lost all your face in front of our classmates. And you're still brave enough to come again, Han Shuyi? Do you really not know what the word death means, idiot?" Han Shuyi's smile froze. How could he forget the last time he was humiliated by Hu Ming's comeback? That was precisely why he wanted to regain his dignity before his parents. But Hu Ming ignored his expression and continued, "Weren't you just calling them father and mother? Why the sudden switch to mom and dad? Have your relationships improved? That has nothing to do with you. You're just an outsider. That's just what you say. Has Han Litian ever said anything about it?" This was, in fact, implying that Han Shuyi's words held no weight. Han Shuyi took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger rising inside him. He couldn't let Hu Ming provoke him here. "So, is that a yes or no?" "Of course, I will. You're just using one hand. If I refuse, wouldn't that ruin your fun?" Han Shuyi tossed the ball to Hu Ming while the people on the side watched curiously. Zhou Wenli frowned, asking in confusion, "What are they doing? Looks like they're going to have a one-on-one." Han Litian speculated. Meanwhile, Han Yungzi's eyes widened in surprise, wondering why Hu Ming would agree. But as soon as Hu Ming picked up the ball, Han Yungzi's astonishment deepened. Hu Ming stood outside the three-point line, raising his hand before leaping into the air. Han Shuyi didn't have time to react, watching as Hu Ming jumped. His movements made Han Shuyi's mouth drop open, and his pupils even trembled. It was the exact same shooting form he used. Just moments ago, Hu Ming was a complete novice who couldn't even dribble. Yet now, he was executing the same shot as he did. It was too late for Han Shuyi to block the shot. Hu Ming pushed past him and effortlessly scored the ball into the basket. Even Hu Ming was a bit surprised by the successful shot. After all, he had only been practicing Han Shuyi's shooting form for a little over 10 minutes, making the first shot was truly a stroke of luck. However, seeing the astonished look on Han Shuyi's face made a smile creep onto Hu Ming's lips. "Your shooting form is really comfortable, I like it a lot." "No, how did you do that?" Han Shuyi didn't rush to retrieve the ball, instead, he questioned Hu Ming. Hu Ming shrugged his shoulders, appearing quite innocent. Isn't that what you taught me? You shot so many times right here. I just watched and learned. That's impossible. Han Shuyi couldn't believe Hu Ming's nonsense. He refused to accept the fact that Hu Ming might be more talented than he was. On the sidelines, Han Litian clapped, clearly pleased with the shot. But Han Yun-11 muttered to herself in disbelief. How is that even possible? Isn't that Shi's shooting form? Outsiders have their own perspectives, and insiders naturally possess their own insights. As Han Shuyi watched Hu Ming shoot over him, he felt a twinge of regret. However, since he had promised to play against Hu Ming with one hand, he had no intention of backing down. To take care of Hu Ming, they had chosen to change service every round. With the ball in one hand, Han Shuyi executed a quick move, trying to accelerate past Hu Ming's side. But before he could make his next move, Hu Ming positioned himself to block Han Shuyi's path. His gaze sharpened as he pulled the ball behind him, aiming to draw Hu Ming's defense out and disrupt his rhythm. Yet, Hu Ming ignores his movement. He stepped up to block Han Shuyi's dribbling hand and leaned against Han Shuyi's body, making it difficult for him to control the ball. Han Shuyi, you look a bit uncomfortable there. Why don't you use both hands? Hu Ming's remark only fueled Han Shuyi's frustration. He had thought the game would be one-sided, but he hadn't expected Hu Ming to be able to counter his moves. Determined, he planned to force his way past Hu Ming for a layup. His eyes narrowed as he leaned into Hu Ming, but the next moment, Hu Ming suddenly vanished. In an instant, Hu Ming reached out and snatched the basketball from Han Shuyi's hand. Han Shuyi lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Wenli gasped and hurried over while Han Litian shook his head. He could tell that Han Shuyi had panicked at that last moment. In contrast, Hu Ming's movements were smooth and controlled, even his final ball snatch was clean and precise. Zhou Wenli rushed to help Han Shuyi up and then turned to Hu Ming angrily. Hu Ming, what you did just now was very dangerous, you know. My fault, Hu Ming readily admitted, not intending to argue with Zhou Wenli. Zhou Wenli, hearing Hu Ming quickly admit his mistake, decided not to say anything further. However, when Han Shuyi looked up at Hu Ming, he happened to meet his smile. That smile seemed to be mocking his arrogance. He couldn't understand why a beginner like Hu Ming could make him look so bad. Han Yun-11 quickly walked over from the side. She had also seen clearly that Hu Ming seemed to have pulled a chair from under Han Shuyi. Though people often said such actions were dangerous, it wasn't considered a foul in the rules, so Hu Ming's actions weren't a problem. Han Shuyi was helped up by Zhou Wenli, who had no intention of letting him continue playing. She pulled him towards the villa, regardless of how much he protested. Seeing this, Han Litian could only shake his head in silence. His wife treated Han Shuyi like a child, making a big fuss over such a minor issue. It was how Hu Ming had been spoiled by her in the past. Thinking of this, Han Litian approached Hu Ming and patted him on the shoulder, his face beaming with a smile. Han Shuyi turned his head and happened to see this scene. His fists clenched tightly, his expression full of unwillingness. Everything should have belonged to him? That night, Kong Xian walked out of Hu Ming's room, carrying her study materials in her arms as she passed through the hall. In the hall, she overheard a conversation between Han Shuyi and his parents, Han Litian and Zhou Wenli. Mom, Dad, Hu Ming's maid, Kong Xian, is about our age. So I think she should also have the opportunity to attend school. Kong Xian quietly stood in the corner, listening to their conversation. Han Shuyi wore a serious expression, while Han Lishan rubbed his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Zhou Wenli couldn't help but interject, "You talking about that girl?" When Hu Ming rescued her from outside, she was so thinly dressed that she almost froze to death out there, and since then, she's been by Hu Ming's side. But Shuyi, what made you think about sending her to school? With grave new. Because I see her next to Hu Ming all day, and aside from taking care of him, it seems she has nothing else to do. I thought a girl like her would want to study. So, I was thinking if she could receive some education, so even if she leaves Hu Ming in the future, she'd be able to find something to do. Han Shuyi's words reflected his concern for Kong Xian. Zhou Wenli felt greatly relieved by this. Her son was still considerate of others. On the contrary, Hu Ming, who, after having Kong Xian by his side for so long, hadn't even thought about sending her to school. Han Litian pondered momentarily before saying, "I will consider what you said. But it mainly depends on Kong Xian herself. But Kong Xian has been taking care of Hu Ming for such a long time, what if Hu Ming doesn't agree?" Han Shuyi expressed his concerns, but he only touched on it briefly. Some things didn't need to be said so explicitly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenli quickly took over the conversation. "Isn't that simple? We can let other servants take care of Hu Ming." "I don't need that," a voice came from the corner. Everyone turned to see Kong Xian calmly stepping out, her expression neutral as she quietly looked at them. Zhou Wenli furrowed her brow upon hearing Kong Xian's response, her mood clearly displeased. Her son was being considerate of her, yet she had rejected it. "Kong Xian, do you know what you're saying? You have the opportunity to study now and improve yourself. Why are you refusing?" Zhou Wenli said, her voice laced with dissatisfaction, while Han Shuyi's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps he had anticipated such an outcome. Han Litian was also puzzled as to why Kong Xian would say this. He didn't know much about her, but he could see that Kong Xian always followed Hu Ming around the house like his shadow. "I understand what I'm doing. I'm grateful enough that young master saved me. I don't hope for anything more. With these words, both Zhou Wenli and Han Litian fell silent. After all, they watched as Hu Ming rescued this little girl back then. Now, it seemed her entire world revolved around him alone. This problem is unsolvable. But Han Shuyi stood up, his gaze sincere, his voice filled with concern. Kong Xian, I understand how grateful you are to Hu Ming, but I think, you should live for yourself at least once, shouldn't you? These were not new words. He had said the same thing to Li Yu in the past, using similar reasoning to persuade her. In Han Shuyi's eyes, what girls like Kong Xian lacked was confidence. If given enough of it and helped behind the scenes, they would surely experience profound change. He saw Kong Xian as just that kind of person. But then, in the calmest voice imaginable, Kong Xian's reply left everyone in shock. Young Master saved my life. I will live only for him. Kong Xian's words were shocking, but after she had spoken so firmly, the others found it difficult to persuade her further. Han Shuyi's expression darkened, unable to understand why Kong Xian could be so unwavering. In his mind, Hu Ming had merely saved her life, and after so many years of taking care of him, she had already repaid that debt. Why was she still so stubborn? Han Shuyi couldn't understand, and perhaps he never would. Kong Xian bowed slightly to them before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenli frowned. She didn't like Kong Xian's attitude. They offered her a chance to improve herself, and she rejected their kindness? Zhou Wenli shook her head in discontent. Look at her, so short-sighted? So many people would jump at the opportunity, but she doesn't know how to appreciate it. Everyone has their own choices. If this is hers, then let her be, Han Litian said, though he, too, felt a tinge of pity. But it was Kong Xian's decision, and no one could interfere. Silence fell in the hall. At the same time, just as Kong Xian turned the corner, she ran into someone. Not knowing when Hu Ming was standing there. His arms were crossed, his gaze fixed on the girl before him, his face devoid of emotion. Even Kong Xian couldn't tell what he was thinking. Moonlight filtered through the windows, breaking into fragments on the floor. They stared at each other, waiting for the other to speak first. Kong Xian blinked, about to say something, when Hu Ming broke the silence first. Kong Xian, why didn't you agree just now? Because I didn't want to. She spoke her mind honestly. She didn't want to accept Han Shuyi's goodwill. In fact, after thinking it through, she realized that Han Shuyi most likely had ulterior motives, likely trying to use her as leverage against Hu Ming. She couldn't accept such an approach. Hu Ming reached out and ruffled her hair. For some reason, messing with this girl's head felt quite nice. Are you hungry? A little. I'll take you out for some barbecue. Kong Xian looked at the boy before her, taking in the relaxed way he carried himself. At that moment, she suddenly realized she had done something through her own will. Yes. It seemed she was undergoing subtle changes, too. And the person who made all of this possible was none other than Hu Ming. Young Master. It was the first time Kong Xian called out to him, and Hu Ming stopped, turning back with a puzzled expression. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her mind, her cherry lips parting slightly as she said, I will help young master get anything you want. Upon hearing Kong Xian's slightly Chennai declaration, Hu Ming was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. It's not that serious. They also said something true, you have your own life, and your world can't revolve around me forever, right? But before that, you should try smiling. Hu Ming stretched the corners of his mouth, forcing a grin as if trying to make Kong Xian smile. Yet, he knew all too well that getting a smile from this mate of his, a human fighting machine, was as challenging as Mars colliding with Earth. My life. Kong Xian echoed the words, only quickly, and she lifted her gaze to meet his. She gently brushed her dark hair aside, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face once more. Everything around them seemed to fade into the background, and Hu Ming's mouth fell slightly open, his eyes filled with astonishment. In front of him, the girl smiled like a summer flower blooming. For several days, Yu Luo had been feeling restless. Ever since the last incident, she kept feeling that something was off. She distinctly remembered closing the balcony door, so why had it suddenly been opened? Dressed in her pajamas, she lay in bed while Li Tian slept soundly beside her, snoring. Yu Luo silently looked at the man beside her. Their marriage had long since become a mere formality. Now, they were living together but dreaming different dreams. If it hadn't been for the alliance between their families, they would have divorced long ago, especially after the recent scandal involving Li Tian. However, Li Tian's only redeeming quality was his ability to make money, and over the years, he had provided her with a lot of money that she was more than willing to spend. But deep within Yu Luo, she hides a big secret. Her daughter, Li Yu, was not Li Tian's biological child. She had given birth to her after an affair with another man shortly after marrying Li Tian. Fortunately, Li Tian had never discovered this truth. It was why she dared to continue engaging in those bold escapades. That lover was a man she had known for quite some time. Their body chemistry had led to a prolonged relationship. However, as they became bolder with each encounter, the frequency of their meetings increased, causing Yu Luo to worry. Gazing out at the moonlight, she was about to close her eyes and rest. Suddenly, her phone, which lay on the table, vibrated gently. Instinctively, she picked it up to take a look. There was an anonymous message, but as soon as she opened it, her heart seemed to stop, and her breath caught in her throat. Panicked, she shut off the screen and turned to look at Li Tian. Li Tian did not wake up, still sleeping. Yu Luo's fingers trembled, her jaw quivering as well. She swiped the screen open again, and there it was, a photo of her and her lover, caught in the throes of passion at the hotel. The angle of the photo was perfect, it was likely just one of many. She felt a wave of panic wash over her, she knew something had definitely been off that day. But who would do such a thing? What could their purpose be? Yu Luo swallowed hard and then replied to the message. Who are you? What do you want? She quietly switched her phone to silent, anxious that any noise might wake Li Tian. The response came swiftly. Madam, your interests are truly eye-opening. I have a few hours of video here. Would you like to enjoy your own work? The sender's tone was flippant, sending a tremor of anger through Yu Luo. But she knew she couldn't let the image of a good wife she had maintained for so many years be destroyed. There had to be a reason for this person's actions. If they wanted money, she would give it to them. Quickly resolving herself, Yu Luo continued typing on the keyboard. What do you want? As long as you destroy the videos and photos, I can agree to anything. Anything? Then let's meet tomorrow. The location will be this cafe. The sender provided an address, and Yu Luo clutched her phone tightly as if it were her lifeline. Yu Luo sat in the coffee shop, sipping her coffee, but her eyes kept darting around, searching for a certain figure. Not far away, inside a parked car, her lover sat watching the coffee shop intently. When Yu Luo learned about the situation, her first instinct was to notify her lover. After all, this was something too important for her to handle alone. As a woman, she couldn't possibly resolve such a matter alone. More importantly, having her lover here gave her peace of mind. The anxiety within her grew as the person she was waiting for still hadn't appeared, leaving her increasingly uneasy. That photograph haunted her like a devil's curse, tightly wrapped around her heart. She was terrified that one day, that person would fully expose the photo. If that happened, it wouldn't just ruin her daughter would be dragged down with her. The coffee shop was bustling with people, but Yu Luo still couldn't find the person she was looking for. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she quickly grabbed it to check. Madam, it seems like you didn't quite understand what I said yesterday. My meaning was for you to come alone, wasn't it? Yu Luo's heart skipped a beat as she read the message. Quickly, she replied. I am alone. If you're here at the cafe, you'll see I'm sitting alone. Madam, it seems you're not really interested in doing business with me. But that's all right. I'm sure plenty of people would love to see your exciting photos. The person clearly wasn't interested in continuing the conversation. Yu Luo nearly choked upon reading that message. Wait, I'll send him away. Will that be enough? Madam, you're quite lacking in business integrity. Without trust, is there really any point in continuing? I'm sorry, I apologize. But those photos are crucial to me, please, I'm begging you. Never had Yu Luo lowered herself to beg someone like this. What was more, she didn't even know who the person was. She grabbed her phone and called her lover, speaking anxiously. You need to leave immediately. He knows you're here. Huh? He knows I'm here? How? The man clenched his phone tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings, looking for anyone suspicious. But Yu Luo's urgent voice pushed him to leave immediately. He didn't dare to gamble on whether this was true, so he drove away in his car. Once the vehicle disappeared from sight, Yu Luo sent another message to the person, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no reply. Yu Luo's face turned pale, and she collapsed weakly onto the sofa. She dared not even imagine the consequences if things spiraled out of control. It wouldn't just be the Li family, even the Yu family would abandon her because of this. Then, Li Tian could divorce her openly, and when that time came, she would lose everything. Her body trembled, her pupils shrank, and she pressed her hands to her head as if trying to keep it from falling off. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and someone seemed to have sat down across from her. Yu Luo instinctively raised her head, and when she saw who it was, her mouth fell open in shock, her expression filled with disbelief. Han Hu Ming. Madam Li, how are you? Hu Ming greeted her with a wave as if he were meeting an old friend. What are you doing here? She knew this boy all too well. Her daughter and he were to be engaged before. From the beginning, she had never supported the marriage. However, Li Tian needed the Han family's influence to back up the Li family, so she reluctantly agreed to let her daughter get close to Hu Ming. Beta. Later, when Hu Ming's true identity was revealed, she immediately pushed Li Tian to replace the person for the engagement. After all, her daughter had been promised to the Han family's real young master, not to Hu Ming. In a way, Li Yu's decision to break off the engagement had been influenced by her. And as time went on, she knew she had made the right choice. Her daughter preferred Han Shuyi, and Hu Ming was destined to be discarded. Thinking of this, her eyes grew impatient. Already frustrated by the photos, Yu Luo was now even more irritated seeing someone she didn't want to deal with right in front of her. Naturally, her mood was sour. Hu Ming, hearing her tone, merely raised his head. He wasn't bothered by her attitude in the least. I just happened to run into you, Madam Li, so I came over to say hello. Then you can leave now. Yu Luo waved her hand dismissively as if she were trying to shoo him away. But Hu Ming stroked his chin, a troubled expression appearing on his face. Madam Li, weren't you the one who asked me to come? And now you're rushing me off so quickly? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I asked you to come? When did I ever ask you to come? Yu Luo's tone was harsh as she glared at Hu Ming. But when she met there together, the words she was about to say froze in her throat. Suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply, and a look of fear washed over her face. Wait, you're the one who sent me those photos. Who would have thought that Madame Li, who always presents herself as such a refined lady, would be doing something this wild behind the scenes? Strolling around the streets in nothing but lingerie and a leather coat, and then there's the master-slave play in the hotel. I doubt most people could even imagine playing like that. Hu Ming's lips curled into a smirk, the smile full of mockery. Yu Luo lunged forward, grabbed onto his sleeve, and growled. Give me the photos? What you're doing is illegal, you know that. Oh, I know, Hu Ming replied casually. But so what? I've got the Han family behind me. What do you have? Don't try to tell me your so-called family will step in to protect you if those photos get out. His words were like a sharp dagger, stabbing straight into Yu Luo's heart. But she still wasn't ready to give up and tried to threaten him once more. You're nothing but a dog raised by the Han family. Why would they risk souring their relationship with the Li family over this? Huh? Yu Luo, has something gone wrong with your head? Hu Ming tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Last time, the whole Li Tian incident already pissed off my father. If Li Tian hadn't made some serious concessions, do you think the Li family would still be doing so well? At this point, Hu Ming showed no respect, calling her by her full name. Only now did Yu Luo fully realize she was the one with her back against the wall. She could no longer continue treating Hu Ming as some clueless kid. Yu Luo, I told you before I came, you don't seem serious about making this deal. And now it's clear you really have no idea about your current situation. Hu Ming leaned back and crossed his legs as a waiter set a cup of coffee down in front of him. Take a guess. What do you think Li Tian would do if those photos and videos were to be leaked? Only one answer appeared in her mind. He would sever all ties with me and then paint himself as the victim to maximize his own gains. What exactly do you want? Yu Luo slumped powerlessly against the couch, unable to discern Hu Ming's true intentions. Does he want his revenge on me? Her mind wandered, imagining certain peculiar scenarios. She had always been someone who enjoyed a thrill, and if Hu Ming were to demand something of that nature, she might even agree to it. With that thought, Yu Luo slowly straightened her posture and leaned toward Hu Ming, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of the pale skin of her chest. Despite having given birth to Yu Luo had always taken meticulous care of herself, and there were hardly any visible traces of age on her. It was precisely this that made her confident in her charm. Young men like Hu Ming she had encountered many over the years. A simple beckon from her, and they would fall intoxicated by her charms. Her voice turned soft and pitiful as she reached to grasp Hu Ming's hand. Han Hu Ming, if you're seeking payback because of my daughter, I can take her place and bear the punishment. Just please don't leak those photos. I'll do whatever you want, even if it leads us to a bedroom. Yu Luo's words were frank, and with them, she laid bare her limits in front of Hu Ming. For the sake of those photos, she was willing to offer her body. In a different situation, this could have easily played out like one of those scenarios you'd see in cliched Japanese movies. But Hu Ming calmly pulled his hand away from hers, his lips curving into a polite smile. Yu Luo, do you really think that saying something like that would have any effect on me? You're nothing more than a filthy slut. His words, spoken in the calmest of tones, were venomous. It felt like a slap across Yu Luo's face. Her cheeks burned with shame, and her chest heaved with emotion as her anger surged, making her body tremble. Yu Luo hadn't expected Hu Ming to show her no face at all. From the looks of it, he had no interest in her. What exactly do you want? Just tell me. She gritted her teeth. The dignified facade she had carefully maintained as a proper lady was nowhere to be found. After all, Hu Ming had already torn down everything she tried to conceal. At this moment, she felt as exposed as if she were standing naked in front of him. Li Tian has a sum of money transferred to an unknown source. I need you to help me investigate it, Hu Ming said calmly as he tossed a file onto the table before her. Yu Luo picked it up. Inside, it detailed how every month, for nearly 10 years, Li Tian had a large sum of unmarked money transferred outside. I've never seen this money before, and I never get involved in Li Tian's work affairs. Yu Luo put the file back on the table. Hu Ming shrugged, clearly unbothered. So, you're saying you can't do it? How can I? If Li Tian finds out I'm investigating him, I'll be finished. Yu Luo was unwilling to take the risk. If Li Tian got wind of her actions, he'd surely start digging into her own affairs, and then her secrets would be exposed. Beta. Okay, then you're no longer of any use to me. Without hesitation, Hu Ming stood up. Seeing his movement, Yu Luo instinctively reached out and grabbed him. What are you going to do? She asked, her voice trembling with fear as her eyes filled with panic. Hu Ming looked at her calmly, then replied, You're useless to me now. I'll trade that information for something more valuable. With that, he freed his arm from her grasp and walked toward the door. Yu Luo, struggling in her high heels, was about to follow when a server blocked her path. Ma'am, you haven't paid yet. Get lost. Yu Luo pulled a wad of cash from her bag and tossed it at the server before rushing outside, desperately trying to catch up. But Hu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Breathing heavily, she leaned against the railing, feeling helpless. Quickly, however, she snapped back to reality, immediately dialing a number on her phone as if it were her last lifeline. Hu Ming, in fact, need Yu Luo. But she wasn't ready to make a decision just yet. Liang Feng had tracked the mysterious transfers in Li Tian's accounts, but digging further was beyond his reach. Yu Luo's vulnerability was a perfect opportunity, why not exploit it? As for Yu Luo's earlier attempt to seduce him, what a joke. A woman who couldn't even hold on to her dignity if he had given in, Who knows what chaos that would have led to. Hu Ming wasn't the type to think with his lower half. He had seen too many in his line of work fail because they let their guard down, succumbing to temptation, only to end up dead because of it. Hu Ming had warned him to always stay in control if he wanted to achieve his goals. Of course, she'd also offered to help him if he ever felt lonely. As for the way she would help, Hu Ming could already guess it wouldn't be anything good. Now, he just needed to keep pressuring Yu Luo. She knew he had the video, and if he disappeared from this world, all her problems would vanish, too. But he would destroy any hope she had left and make her follow his plan. Hu Ming pulled out his phone and noticed a message from Yu Shui, which had been sent sometime earlier. Hu Ming, what are you doing? Talking to you. Within seconds, she responded. Crazy? Be serious. Do you want to grab some milk tea? And I'll tutor your English while we're at it. No way, President. Even on the weekend, you're squeezing my rest time. Then just come out for milk tea. Alright, I'll come over to your place. I'm already out anyway. Okay. Meanwhile, Yu Shui, dressed in a lovely long dress, sat on her sofa, her phone in hand. Seeing Hu Ming agreed to meet her, she smiled and turned off her screen. She then picked up the freshly baked cookies from the table. The last time Hu Ming had carried her home, so she decided to make him some cookies as a small thank you gift. Standing by the window, she glanced outside, looking at the street below. When Hu Ming wasn't around, Kang Xian had more free time on her hands. Without anyone giving her extra tasks, she typically spent her time studying in her room. She knew she couldn't afford to be a burden to Hu Ming. If her presence only caused him trouble, she wouldn't have a reason to stay by his side. Her pen moved across her notebook as she wrote down what she had been learning. But then, an unexpected knock on the door broke her focus. Kang Xian paused, tucking away her notes and materials into the desk drawer. When she opened the door, the person standing there was someone she hadn't expected to see. Sorry, did I disturb you, Kang Xian? The other person's words left Kang Xian a bit flustered. After all, he was the master of this place. Han Litian stood before her, a smile on his face. It seemed he wasn't upset about Kang Xian's refusal to Han Shuyi. No, it's fine, sir. Is there something you need? Why don't we step outside to talk? Okay. Kang Xian had no reason to decline, though she was curious about why he was looking for her. Strolling through the back garden, they passed by gardeners watering the flower beads and pruning the plants. Upon seeing Han Litian, the gardeners seemed to work even harder, as if eager to prove their worth for being here. Kang Xian followed closely behind Han Litian until he suddenly spoke up. Kang Xian, how long have you been with the Han family? Sir, it has been 8 years. Hearing her words, Han Litian recalled the day Hu Ming had brought Kang Xian home. At first, Hu Ming had said he had found something, and they all thought it was just a small animal. They never expected he would actually bring back a young girl. Hu Ming had said she nearly froze to death outside. When he found her, she was covered in snowflakes. Given the Han family's circumstances, taking in another girl was no problem. They could treat her as another daughter. But when Kang Xian woke up, the little girl only asked for food and a bed to sleep in. From then on, just as Kang Xian stated, she took care of Hu Ming without ever asking for anything more. As she had said, all she needed was food and a bed to sleep in. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. So much has happened during these years, and even Hu Ming has changed. Han Litian couldn't help but sigh. Hu Ming wasn't his biological son. This matter had been mentioned countless times. However, few understood Han Litian's true feelings for Hu Ming. Some believed he shouldn't continue to take care of Hu Ming and that sending him back to his biological parents was the right choice. Others felt that after all this time, even if he weren't blood-related, there would inevitably be some emotional bond. Oh yes. But Kang Xian. Han Litian shifted the conversation back to her. All these years, you're the only one who hasn't changed in this family. Even though Hu Ming's status has changed, you still care for him just like before. I've seen how the other servants have treated him. Many have changed their attitude towards him because of his identity. Yet you remain the same as you were at the beginning. How could Han Litian not know what was happening in his house? Setting aside the servants' attitudes, the matter with that driver alone made Han Litian sigh a little. That driver had been dismissed a long time ago, but his attitude mirrored that of most people. Not to mention, Hu Ming had faced considerable bullying at school previously. Between Hu Ming and Han Shuyi, he could only maintain a sense of equality. He felt indebted to Han Shuyi for all his missed years, but he also had to consider Hu Ming's feelings. As a father, he had done everything within his power. Now, having someone continue to care for Hu Ming was not just good for him but also beneficial for Hu Ming. That was why he had come to find Kang Xian today. Sir, taking care of the young master is my duty. My commitment won't change because of his shift in status. I understand what you mean, but I think Shuyi is also right. Aside from Hu Ming, you should have your own life, too, shouldn't you? Attending school could be your opportunity to be on equal footing with Hu Ming. Han Litian genuinely appreciated Kang Xian from the bottom of his heart. A loyal person deserves every bit of praise. Kang Xian fell silent. Throughout these 8 years, she had witnessed the changes in the Han family and watched this man work tirelessly, sacrificing everything for the company and his family. She lifted her gaze to the man before her. It had been 8 years since he had taken her in. Kang Xian even felt that the reason Hu Ming hadn't left the Han household was largely due to this man standing in front of her. However, the relationship between Hu Ming and Han Shuyi meant that their coexistence was destined to be difficult. When that time came, how would this man choose? Kong Xian found it hard to imagine that scene. Some things were simply beyond the realm of imagination. Sir, the young master has helped me immensely. So far, I'm already very satisfied. Kong Xian spoke from her heart. She would never tell that young master had been tutoring her with anyone, including the man before her. Hearing Kong Xian's response, Han Litian no longer tried to persuade her. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at his meticulously crafted garden. It had taken him a long time to build all this, and now all he wanted was to watch the children grow up quietly. Kong Xian, take good care of Hu Ming, he finally said, offering a faint smile before leaving. Kong Xian stood silently, watching Han Litian's retreating figure. In the end, she and Hu Ming would leave this place, but when they met again, what emotions would they face each other with? The air conditioner hummed as Hu Ming and Ye Chushua sat together in a milk tea shop. Ye Chushua bit down on the straw, watching the milk tea slowly rise through it. Meanwhile, Hu Ming propped his chin on one hand, staring blankly out the window. The sunlight streamed onto him, casting his profile into sharp relief in Ye Chushua's view. As she looked at him, Ye Chushua suddenly realized that Hu Ming was actually quite the handsome guy. She, herself, was also mesmerized by a person's looks. Blushing, she lowered her head, afraid Hu Ming might notice her reaction. The reason she had invited him out today was mainly because she was feeling bored at home. In the past, she would have been busy revising documents instead. But after Hu Ming had mentioned the importance of balancing work and relaxation, she decided to spend an entire afternoon out. Hey, where is your hometown, President? Hu Ming suddenly asked, startling Ye Chushua. Though she had shared some details about herself, she hadn't told Hu Ming where her hometown was. Why do you want to know? Oh, no particular reason. I just thought since we have so much free time during the summer, maybe we could go together and make a little trip out of it. Hu Ming's words left Ye Chushua momentarily stunned, but then she remembered what her grandmother had said. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she clenched her teeth, whispering, "No way." At the milk tea shop, the two of them couldn't just sit still. Hu Ming and Ye Chushua decided to head to the mall and do some shopping. However, this time was different. Ye Chushua had brought up going to the arcade inside the mall. Over the years, most arcades around the city had closed down as time passed. Those old arcade machines had long become obsolete, but there were still plenty of people who occasionally wanted to spend a few coins for some fun. As a result, many arcades chose to integrate with malls and became part of the mall itself. Before coming to this world, Hu Ming had actually played on these machines a few times, though mostly as a cover while carrying out surveillance missions. However, when he heard Ye Chushua saying wanting to go to the arcade, Hu Ming couldn't help but be surprised. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. "President, are you sure you didn't mean the bookstore but the arcade?" On the way, Hu Ming glanced at Ye Chushua. In response, Ye Chushua stuck out her tongue at Hu Ming, seemingly displeased with the stereotype he had of her. "What's that supposed to mean? I can't go to places like that? I'm not the student council president right now, so I can do whatever I want? Also, stop calling me president, call me Ye Chushua, okay?" Ye Chushua was unhappy with Hu Ming still addressing her as president on a day off, making her feel like she was still at school. Faced with Ye Chushua's displeasure, Hu Ming immediately surrendered. Only in moments like these, he could see a different side of Ye Chushua. Ye Chushua was too perfect at school, and everyone's impression of her was incredibly high. But Hu Ming knew very well that people's excessive expectations only created an invisible pressure. Ye Chushua had endured all of this high pressure while also dealing with the pressure of her family. He couldn't even imagine how she had managed to bear it all these years. When the two of them arrived at the arcade inside the mall, it was bustling with people. Most of them were young, trying out the experience for the novelty, and there were quite a few couples playing co-op games together. As Hu Ming looked at the scene before him, he felt a sense of nostalgia stir in his heart. Aside from the lack of a smoky and chaotic atmosphere, these places all seemed to feel the same. Ye Chushua's eyes sparkled as she walked straight over to the whack-a-mole game, then excitedly called out to Hu Ming. "Hu Ming, look. It's whack-a-mole. It's just whack-a-mole, not a slot machine. Why are you so excited?" No. When I was little, my grandma bought me a whack-a-mole toy, but after playing with it for a while, it broke. This is the first time I've seen such a big machine." Ye Chushua's eyes were brimming with longing as she placed both hands on the machine, her gaze gleaming. Watching this, Hu Ming seemed to remember something. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he quietly watched her. Even such a simple game could evoke such excitement from her. It seemed that aside from studying, Ye Chushua really hadn't had any other form of entertainment over the years. "Hey, Hu Ming, do we need to insert coins to play this?" Ye Chushua pointed at the coin slot, her face full of curiosity. Hu Ming nodded and then turned toward the counter. The girl at the counter had a lollipop in her mouth, her hand on the directional keys as she swayed her body with the rhythm. When Hu Ming got closer, he realized that she was playing a racing game, and the music playing was the latest pop hit. Noticing someone approaching, the girl quickly pressed Alt plus F4 to close the game, then greeted him with a smile. "Hey handsome, how many coins do you need?" 50. Hu Ming took out his phone to scan the QR code just as Ye Chushua walked up beside him. She curiously glanced at the price of the game tokens and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, why is it so expensive?" 1 coin costs a whole dollar. Yet Yushui immediately felt conflicted. Buying 50 coins would cost $50? In her mind, $50 could last for a long time. With that much money, she'd rather treat Hu Ming to a meal, but Hu Ming lightly knocked on her head, and yet Yushui let out a startled cry, covering her head in response. Today's on me. Consider it a thank you for helping me study all this time. But, it's fine. Let's go. Hu Ming took the coin box from the girl at the counter, and they returned to the whack-a-mole machine. Unfortunately, someone else was already playing. How about we play something else first? Yet Yushui pointed to an arcade machine not far away, where several young people were shaking the joysticks. They walked over to one of the machines and sat down. Metal Slug? It looks pretty simple, yet Yushui remarked, brimming with enthusiasm. However, the game soon delivered a harsh lesson. The small enemies seemed easy at first, but the game's hit detection was unforgiving. A single mistake meant death. Although each coin gave her 2 lives, yet Yushui's character kept dying repeatedly. In contrast, Hu Ming hadn't lost a life since his first coin drop. Most of the coins in the box were spent by Yushui, and after a while, she stopped inserting them. Sensing her behavior, Hu Ming instinctively turned his head and saw Yushui looking slightly dejected, clearly upset with her performance. Hu Ming blinked, still deftly maneuvering his character to dodge bullets, but he eventually let himself get hit by a missile and died. Hey, why aren't you putting in any coins? Hurry up and help me beat this boss. The screen displayed a countdown to continue. If no coins were inserted in the next 10 seconds, the game would end, and all their progress would be lost. As he spoke, Hu Ming quickly fed coins into both slots. Just as Yushui was about to stop him, Hu Ming said, "Don't tell me you're going to drag me down. The Yushui I know isn't like that. Besides, this game is only fun when played with 2 people." With the game restarting, Yushui's determination reignited. Her slender fingers danced rapidly across the controls. By now, a small crowd had gathered, watching the 2 of them play. Hu Ming focused on the large screen and continued to dodge bullets, drawing gasps of awe from the onlookers. When they reached the final stage's boss, Hu Ming's character nearly got hit by a bullet, but Yushui's character jumped in front of him just in time, shielding him from death. Hu Ming's character threw its last grenade, finally taking down the boss. Yay! Sweat covered Yushui's forehead, but the sight of the victory screen made her feel more exhilarated than she ever had before. She turned to Hu Ming, her face full with excitement, and Hu Ming smiled back at her. "Come on, high five." Their hands, large and small, slapped together in a satisfying clap. For the first time, Yushui felt this kind of pure joy. After spending time on the arcade games, the 50 tokens were quickly used up. In the end, Yushui used the last few coins on the whack-a-mole game. Whether it was to relieve stress or not, Yushui held the mallet in both hands and slammed it down with great force as she played. Hu Ming watched her, wondering who exactly she was imagining these moles to be. Hopefully, it wasn't him. A few minutes later, Yushui let out a long breath, her face radiating satisfaction. She stretched, unintentionally showing off her graceful figure. Not going to keep playing. Hu Ming was about to pull out his phone, but Yushui placed her hand over his pocket, stopping him. "That's enough. We can't spend any more." Using 50 yuan was already excessive. "You're so cheap. You'll definitely be a budget-conscious wife one day." Hu Ming didn't push the issue. In his mind, today's trip was mainly to help Yushui relieve some stress. She hadn't been to places like this much before, so it was good for her to experience it. Hearing Hu Ming's comment, Yushui's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still stubbornly replied, "It's called managing money wisely. Even for fun, there should be limits. If you spend too recklessly, the money will be gone before you know it." Okay, whatever you say." The 2 walked out of the mall side by side, Hu Ming's hands tucked into his pockets as he looked up at the slowly setting sun, realizing it was getting late. "We should come back here sometime," Hu Ming suggested. But Yushui shook her head. "No, I'm terrible at these games. It's too expensive for me. I'd rather watch you play." "What's the fun in that? Games are only fun when you play together." Hu Ming looked at Yushui, and she met his gaze, both of them smiling at the same time. Yushui gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she glanced at Hu Ming. Suddenly, she realized how attentive he had been to her mood all day. Maybe, just maybe, if she asked him for something, would he agree to anything? Omicron. She clasped her hands behind her back and leaned in closer to Hu Ming. "Hu Ming, will you walk me home?" "Of course." As they walked toward Yushui's home, they chatted about everyday things. "Hu Ming, next semester, I won't be at school anymore." Yushui had been thinking about it for a long time, and she finally said it. She had wanted to tell Hu Ming earlier today, but they had gotten so caught up in their fun that she temporarily forgot. Under the setting sun, their shadows stretched long behind them as they walked side by side, Hu Ming's hands behind his back. Yushui curiously observed Hu Ming, inexplicably wanting to know what kind of expression he was wearing. However, Hu Ming's face remained calm, as if he wasn't particularly affected by the news. This left Yushui feeling a bit disappointed. She had expected him to be more surprised. "Not at school? Is it because you're going to study somewhere else?" In truth, Hu Ming wasn't surprised at all. In the plot, it was during Yushui's absence that Han Shuyi successfully became the student council president, and from there, his life took off like a rocket. It was also during this time that Han Shuyi met Xiao 11 and fell for her. Yet Yushue was a bit taken aback by Hu Ming's response. She hadn't expected him to figure it out so easily. Did you guess that? Yeah, just a guess. Your grades are so good that if they didn't send you to the capital for further studies, I'd start to wonder if the city officials were out of their minds. Besides, this is more like a prestigious opportunity for you. Hu Ming could understand the city's decision. Students like Ye Yushue, with her potential, should be given the chance to study in the capital. Exposing her to real geniuses there would ensure that she wouldn't become complacent with her current achievements. It's just, I haven't decided if I'll be gone for a semester or a whole year, Ye Yushue admitted. The city had promised to cover her living expenses while she was away. However, this also meant she couldn't visit her grandmother in the countryside as often. It was a difficult choice for her. And then, there was Hu Ming. His grades had just started to improve. If she left and he slacked off again, falling back into his old habits, wouldn't all her efforts have been in vain? At this thought, Ye Yushue stopped walking. She turned to look seriously at Hu Ming and said, Hu Ming, even if I go to the capital, you have to keep studying hard, understand? Got it. I'm serious. Do you want me to write a pledge and seal it with a fingerprint? Hu Ming asked, looking somewhat helpless. To his surprise, Ye Yushue nodded, agreeing with the idea. What? You're not serious, are you? Of course I am. You've finally turned over a new leaf, Hu Ming. You can't give up so easily. Ye Yushue truly hoped that Hu Ming would continue to better himself, even though he was already much improved compared to before. Hu Ming slowly lifted his head, his eyes blinking slightly. For the future, he didn't have many concrete plans. He had thought through everything up to the point of leaving the Han family, but what about after that? He had considered just taking Kong Xian and disappearing. But then, there were still many people here he was familiar with. Could he really just walk away and leave them behind? And what about Han Shuyi? That guy had been against him for so long. Could he just let it go? Obviously not. That wouldn't be his style. After that incident, how would he even face Ye Yushue? Would she be angry with him? There was no way Hu Ming could tell her about his plans. She would never agree to them. She was just a regular smart girl. How could she know what he had been through? Hu Ming didn't want to show her his darker side, nor did he want to drag her down with him. That would be unfair. Ye Yushue, if one day you found out that I had lied to you, would you be mad? Are you crazy? Of course, I'd be mad. Ye Yushue rolled her eyes at him. But then, after a moment, she added, how long I stay mad depends on how serious the lie is. Hu Ming fell silent. He continued walking by her side as they headed towards the sunset. I saw him. He's walking home with a girl. I know what you mean. I'll catch him. Inside a parked car, a man wearing sunglasses stared intently at Hu Ming and Ye Yushue walking along the sidewalk. His expression was serious, his brow furrowed with tension. This was critical to his future. If Hu Ming released those photos, both he and Yu Luo would be finished. The man was none other than Tangda, Yu Luo's lover. After receiving a call from Yu Luo earlier that morning, Tangda knew that this situation wouldn't be simple. But what he hadn't anticipated was that the instigator behind all of this would be the former useless young master of the Han family. This time, I'll teach him a lesson. Tangda's eyes narrowed as he focused on the two figures ahead. Suddenly, Hu Ming whipped around, staring directly at him. Tangda's heart skipped a beat, and his breath hitched. Did he notice me? All right, this is far enough. You should hurry home as well. The two stopped at the foot of Ye Yushue's apartment building. With her hands clasped behind her back, Ye Yushue blinked her long eyelashes, which fluttered like wings. Hu Ming, if you improved greatly in your exam scores this month, then I'll take you to my hometown. I'll be your tour guide. Sure, Hu Ming responded with a smile and a nod. He waved goodbye as Ye Yushue watched him leave, only turning to go upstairs once his figure had disappeared. But as soon as he walked a short distance, Hu Ming's smile vanished. Instead of heading home, he walked towards a car parked by the roadside. Tangda, seated inside the car, felt his heart jolt. Hu Ming's approach made it clear he knew he was here the whole time. Panicked, Tangda fumbled to start his car, planning to make a quick getaway. However, Hu Ming moved much faster than expected. The car had barely started when the side window shattered with a loud crash. A fist smashed into Tangda's face, sending his head spinning, and in seconds, he lost consciousness. There weren't many people on the street. Tangda had chosen this spot well, but ironically, that same choice led to his downfall. Hu Ming dragged Tangda to the passenger seat and then got behind the wheel, driving off towards an unknown destination. Yu Luo paced back and forth in her room, clutching her phone tightly while waiting for Tangda's call. She needed to retrieve the evidence from Hu Ming, but she had no idea what to do about him afterward. As long as he was alive, the greater the threat he posed. Getting rid of him might just be the best solution. Her gaze grew cold. Sometimes one had to be ruthless. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Tangda's number? She quickly answered and asked, Tangda, how did it go? Did you capture Han Hu Ming? Yes, I caught him. The voice on the other end responded, and Yu Luo's face lit up excitedly. She didn't seem to notice that the voice sounded slightly off from Tangda's usual tone. Good, once he hands over everything, make sure you deal with him. He knows too much about us. We can't let him live. What should I do? How should I know? You figure it out? Don't you realize how dangerous he is for us? The Han family hasn't completely abandoned him yet. If Han Litian believes what he says, we're finished. Her voice grew louder as her agitation rose. At that moment, her daughter, Liu, was passing by the room. Hearing her mother's voice, she paused and knocked on the door. Mom, is everything okay? The door opened, and Yu Luo greeted her daughter with a smile. Nothing's wrong, Mom's just discussing something with someone. Didn't Shuyi invite you out for dinner? You should go quickly. Watching her meticulously dressed daughter, Yu Luo became even more certain about getting rid of Hu Ming. That guy Hu Ming had been wasting her daughter's time for far too long, and his presence would also affect Han Shuyi. That boy will definitely be her son-in-law in the future. Taking care of Hu Ming now would only benefit them. Ao Epsilon. With this thought, Yu Luo closed the door again. She then continued speaking into the phone. Tangda, Liu is your daughter too. Taking care of Han Hu Ming will be good for you as well. I also feel the same way. A soft laugh came from the person on the other end of the line, and only then did Yu Luo realize something was off about the voice. Tangda's voice wasn't this young. Her breath caught, and her pupils suddenly constricted. Do you have any other plans, Ms. Yu Luo? You're Han Hu Ming. Of course, I'm Han Hu Ming. I never denied it, but you told me a huge secret yourself just now. I had been wondering who Liu's real father was, and I never expected you to answer me. Thank you for that. Hu Ming's words left Yu Luo utterly devastated. It felt like her world was collapsing. Initially, she had planned to have Tangda capture Hu Ming, but she never imagined that Hu Ming would turn the tables and control her instead. Now, she truly had no chance left. She collapsed helplessly onto the floor, her phone slipping from her hand and landing on the bed. At the same time, Hu Ming hung up the call. He looked at Tangda, who sat slumped in front of him, barely clinging to life. Tangda's breath was shallow, and his face was bruised and battered from the beating Hu Ming had given him. Blood stained the corners of his mouth. Earlier, Hu Ming had put the phone on speaker, but Tangda didn't even have the strength to warn Yu Luo. He listened as Yu Luo spilled their biggest secret, and his face turned ashen. He knew that now that the secret was out, they would become Hu Ming's puppets, assuming Hu Ming even wanted to use them. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tangda's heart. He lifted his head to look at Hu Ming, then spoke weakly. Han Hu Ming, give me a chance. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. Just don't let this secret get out. Hearing Tangda's plea, Hu Ming tapped his fingers rhythmically on the gas tank beside him. The tapping sound struck Tangda's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Actually, I've known for a long time that Liu isn't Li Tian's daughter. Hu Ming pulled a copy of a document from his pocket and tossed it casually in front of Tangda. Tangda recognized the contents immediately. It was a paternity test between Liu and Li Tian, and even without reading it, Tangda knew the results. But what shocked him was that Hu Ming had discovered the secret that no one else had noticed. When did he find out? You didn't hand this evidence to Li Tian because you wanted to use it to bring him down, so you approached us. Am I right? Of course. Li Tian humiliated me at the banquet. Do I look like someone who can be easily bullied? Hu Ming flashed a bright, innocent smile like a harmless rabbit. But seeing that smile, Tangda only felt a chill down his spine. He knew all too well that this young man in front of him wasn't as simple as he appeared. Hu Ming glanced at his wristwatch before continuing. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, Yu Luo will call. When that happens, you guys better do your best. Transmigrated as the fake young master just as Hu Ming had expected, it had barely been 5 minutes, and Yu Luo couldn't resist calling. However, the boldness she had shown earlier was long gone. On the other end of the line, she cautiously asked Hu Ming what she needed to do so he could let her go. Han Hu Ming, if I find the source of the money from Li Tian, as you said, will you let us go? Yu Luo, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you only wanted me to disappear from this world. The nature of this situation has changed, you'll need to pay a price now. Yu Luo didn't have the heart to refute Hu Ming. Her voice was hoarse, sounding as if she had completely lost her will. What do you want? 2 million in my account within 3 days. What? 2 million? Yu Luo gasped, quickly covering her mouth to stifle the sound. Listening to the amount Hu Ming demanded, she thought he had gone mad. Where was she supposed to come up with that much money? Perhaps Li Tian could manage it, but needing such a large sum all at once would definitely raise his suspicions. Han Hu Ming, do you even realize what you're saying? 2 million? Do you think this is a game? Yu Luo, I'm simply stating my demands. How you go about fulfilling them isn't my concern. Hu Ming's voice was calm, almost eerily so. And you also need to do what I asked you last time. You know the consequences if you don't. With that, Hu Ming hung up the phone, leaving Yu Luo with no room to negotiate. He glanced at Tangda, then untied the ropes that bound him. Mr. Tang, this is your chance to demonstrate your masculine charm. You can't expect a woman to bear all the burden, especially since this situation also involves you. Tangda understood Hu Ming's meaning. After all, he was implicated, too. If Yu Luo couldn't gather that 2 million, the consequence wouldn't just affect her. He forced himself to stand up, dragging his weary body toward the exit. When he woke up, Hu Ming had given him a thorough beating. This made him realize that when he attempted to capture Hu Ming, failure was inevitable. He was no match for Hu Ming at all. Hu Ming watched him leave, arms crossed over his chest, stifling a yawn. After a long, tiring day, he wanted to sleep. Initially, Hu Ming had been worried that Tangda might take action against Yechu Shui, especially since he had seen them return together. Now, all his actions were a warning: do not attempt to resist, or the outcome would be the same as today. Hu Ming jumped down from the oil tank, humming a little tune as he left the place. Li Tian made an excuse to say he would be late returning today. He drove alone in his car toward a certain direction, keeping everything his phone and other devices turned off to avoid any mishaps. Over the years, this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing, but he had never shared this secret with anyone else. The car arrived at a somewhat inconspicuous residence. Just as he exited the car, a boy rushed out of the house and leaped into his arms. Without thinking, Li Tian instinctively reached out and hugged the boy, a smile spreading across his face. "Son, have you been listening to your mother at home?" "Yes, Dad, I miss you so much." If anyone outside had witnessed this scene, they would surely be shocked. After all, everyone knew that Li Tian only had one daughter, Li Yu. But now, out of nowhere, a son had appeared. A young woman emerged from the house. Upon seeing Li Tian, she stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek, smiling as she said, "Xiaosu said he missed you a lot and kept asking me when you would come over, Nobes." Her words made Li Tian feel a twinge of guilt. He knew he couldn't let his son be exposed in public, not now, at least. The Li family was still climbing up the social ladder, and recently, there had been some turbulence. If others discovered he had an illegitimate son, it would ruin him. He wouldn't allow that to happen, and the woman before him was sensible and hadn't caused a scene to demand recognition. That's why he had frequently sent her money over the years, compensating for their time without a title or status. A girl could not bear the weight of the Li family, especially more so because of Li Yu's personality. After confirming that Yu Luo could no longer have children, Li Tian sought to have a son. That's precisely why he had chosen this woman. Fortunately, she was not overly greedy. As long as he sent money regularly, she would obediently follow his instructions. "Let's go inside and talk," he said, picking up his son and carrying him into the house. The surrounding area was quite desolate, with no one noticing this family reunion. When Hu Ming returned home, it was already after dinner. He had already had a quick meal by himself before heading back. As soon as he entered the hall, he spotted Zhou Wenli sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. And when she saw Hu Ming, she called out to him for the first time after so long. "Hu Ming, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you." Hu Ming walked over, aware that he needed to put on a good front with Zhou Wenli. He sat directly across from her, and she said with seriousness, "Hu Ming, Shu Yi has reminded me. I realized that I haven't been paying enough attention to you during this time, and even Han Litian says so. I reflected on it and realized that I have indeed been neglecting you compared to before. Do you blame me for that?" Hu Ming was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then he shook his head. "How could I blame you? Everyone is happy that Shu Yi is back. I just found it hard to accept at first, but I eventually came to terms with it. It was I who occupied Shu Yi's life for so long. Your concern for him is only natural, isn't it?" Zhou Wenli was pleased to hear his response. She wanted Hu Ming to recognize his place in the family. No matter how things unfolded, Shu Yi was the true heir of this household. As long as Hu Ming didn't harbor any ulterior motives, she wouldn't hold anything against him. Just as she was about to speak, Hu Ming continued, "I will definitely repay the favor you have given me. There's no need for that. As long as you get along well with Shu Yi, it's enough. Well, it's getting late, you should go and rest." Zhou Wenli had spent a long time preparing her words, but she hadn't expected Hu Ming to know his position so firmly. This made her feel considerably relieved. Hu Ming stood up, gave her a slight bow, and then turned to leave. However, as he walked away, he muttered under his breath, "Don't worry, you will definitely use this favor." The sweltering weather always made it hard for anyone to stay alert, and even with the air conditioning blowing in the classroom, some students still couldn't resist nodding off. Hu Ming sat at his desk, propping his head up with one hand as he stared at the book on his desk. It's bizarre that the school decided to hold the sports meet in this kind of weather. And to make things worse, it started in the afternoon, with classes still going on in the morning. Hu Ming had an event scheduled for the afternoon, though it didn't really matter much to him. After all, plenty of classmates were participating in the basketball event, so even with substitutions, Hu Ming's turn was unlikely to come. Because of this, he wasn't too concerned about it. Meanwhile, some classmates were already dozing off, seemingly trying to rest up for the afternoon events. In the classroom, the only sounds were the teacher's lecture and the soft hum of the air conditioning. And that's how Hu Ming spent his morning. Just before the lunch break, Han Shuyi gathered the classmates who were playing basketball to discuss strategies for the afternoon. But in Hu Ming's eyes, it seemed pretty unnecessary. After all, when it came to the actual game, it would depend on individual performance. How many average high schoolers could really stick to strategic plays? Hu Ming left the classroom, and just like always, Ye Shui was waiting for him on the rooftop. Today, she wore shorts and a t-shirt, her fair arms and legs exposed to the sunlight. "Hu Ming, didn't you bring shorts?" Seeing that Hu Ming was still in his usual attire, Ye Shui couldn't help but ask. Hu Ming just shrugged, then sat down beside her, pulling out his test paper. He replied, "Why would I bring shorts? It's not like I'm actually participating in any events. I'm just on the roster for the show. But I thought you and Han Shuyi were both on the basketball team. Are you just going to give up?" "Sorry to disappoint, but I already beat Han Shuyi at home." Hu Ming's tone sounded helpless, but Ye Shui felt that he was just being smug. She decided not to argue with him further and instead leaned closer to start tutoring him in English. Ye Shui actually had a high opinion of Hu Ming's potential. He absorbed knowledge quickly and could even apply what he learned, which put him ahead of many students in that regard. If only Hu Ming had put effort into studying from the beginning, he might have been the school's other top student. But of course, that was just Ye Shui's guess. Teaching Hu Ming English all over again was quite a struggle, mainly because he really seemed clueless. Hu Ming, you did so well in math, and your Chinese scores aren't bad either. How can you be so terrible at English? The English teacher must be crying in the restroom. Anui. Everyone has to have a weakness, right? It's not like I can be good at everything. If I were good at everything, wouldn't you be the one crying in the restroom? Then I'd have to fish you out. What a hassle. You're so gross. Hey, you started it? I refuse to accept you calling me gross. Just focus on the vocabulary. Ye Shui scolded with a laugh. Under the blazing sun, two small fans turned slowly back and forth on the bench. Footsteps suddenly came from the exit behind them, causing Hu Ming to instinctively turn his head just in time to meet the newcomer's gaze. The person flinched, but then their expression lit up with joy. Bro, what are you doing here? Han Yun-11 walked in, but when she noticed Ye Shui sitting next to Hu Ming, she froze. The two of them were sitting so close together that they looked like a couple studying side by side. Ye Shui was also caught off guard by Han Yunxi's sudden appearance. She hadn't expected anyone to come up here at this time, especially since it was well into the lunch break. By now, most people would be lying down at their desks, taking a nap. Ye Shui, you're here too. Her gaze naturally drifted to the test papers spread out in front of the two, and she quickly made a connection to Hu Ming's recent improvement in grades. Her eyes widened as realization struck. Oh, so it's Ye Shui who's been tutoring my brother. That's why his grades have gotten better lately? I was wondering how he suddenly improved on his own. Turns out it's all thanks to you, Ye Shui. Hearing this, Hu Ming felt a wave of exasperation. Why did he sound so incapable in her words? But Ye Shui couldn't help but smile at Han Yunxi's comment. She glanced at the boy beside her, a playful look in her eyes. Yes, I've been tutoring your brother recently. But why are you up here at this time? Oh, some guys wanted to give me something during the sports meet this afternoon. After turning them down, I didn't feel like returning to the classroom, so I just wandered around. Han Yun-11 walked straight over and sat down next to Hu Ming. When she saw the answers Hu Ming had written on his English test paper, she furrowed her brows, her expression a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Bro, looking at your answers, I have to wonder if you've ever even studied English before. Stop. It's fine, I'm good at English. I can tutor you at home, too. No, please, spare me. Hu Ming quickly tried to stop her, but Ye Shui seemed to support Han Yunxi's suggestion fully. That's a great idea. It would really help improve his English grades. Ye Shui smiled kindly at Hu Ming, though her smile carried a certain edge to it. You wouldn't say no, would you? Her smile seemed to warn Hu Ming, if he dared to refuse, things might not end well for him. At 2 p.m., the school sports meet officially began. The class's camp was nearly empty, as many of the students were holding cameras, ready to capture the memorable moments of their classmates. Although Hu Ming didn't really have to participate in the events, he still had to join his classmates to watch the competitions. As Hu Ming watched the high school students play, he noticed that most games were dominated by individual talent, with very little coordination between players. After watching for a while, Hu Ming found it rather dull. Although there were a few impressive moves during the games, they were few and far between. Hu Ming stood up and walked out of the crowd. From a distance, he spotted Ye Shui standing outside the track, maintaining order. There had been an incident at the school before. A girl had suddenly run onto the track, and those outside couldn't stop her in time, leading to a collision with a runner. That runner had been a senior in his last year of high school, and it was his last sports meet, and it had ended like that. Fortunately, neither the girl nor the boy was seriously hurt, otherwise, it would have been a huge problem. Since then, the school has taken these safety concerns very seriously. Ye Shui was ensuring that no one stepped onto the track, preventing people from suddenly rushing onto the track and colliding with the athletes. Hu Ming leaned against the railing, watching the students race across the track. He couldn't quite understand the school's reasoning. Putting sports and regular students in the same race was hardly fair. By the end, the ones left on the track were mostly the sports students. With a yawn, Hu Ming waited until it was time for their class's match. He changed into a simple outfit and joined the crowd on the sidelines. As the team captain, Han Shuyi stood in the center circle, ready for the tip-off. Han Shuyi was indeed quite tall, with an excellent vertical leap. His skills were solid, whether playing outside or in the paint. Some PE teachers had even asked if he wanted to join the sports class, but he had ultimately declined. Speaking of which, Hu Ming can play soccer, but have you ever seen him play basketball? Last time he played, he nearly cost us the game. He's just here to make up the numbers, whispered some teammates nearby. As they chatted, Han Shuyi scored a two-pointer, prompting the crowd, including Hu Ming, to clap. He joined in with little enthusiasm. Not far away, Li Yu was cheering with all her might for Han Shuyi, playing her part as a dutiful fiancée. However, she was still unaware of the truth about her identity. When the time came for her to learn it, what choice would she make? As for Han Shuyi, Hu Ming could predict his actions even with his eyes closed. If Li Yu became useless to him, he would undoubtedly find an opportunity to shake her off, paying no mind to what happened to her afterward. Li Yu's situation might be unfortunate, but it was her own choice. No one else could be blamed. Hu Ming shifted his focus back to the game. Their class ultimately won the game, and Hu Ming moved to the field next to the track. He stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Ye Shui at the starting line. When it came to girls' track events, Hu Ming had absolute faith in Ye Shui. Her dominance on the track last time when she had left all the other girls far behind had been unforgettable. Hu Ming doubted any girl here could outrun her. The starting gun fired, and Ye Shui's spiked shoes dug into the asphalt, propelling her forward at an incredible speed. Han Shuyi, who had just taken a water bottle from Liu, witnessed the scene. He narrowed his eyes at Ye Shui's figure, his thoughts unreadable. Just as Hu Ming expected, Ye Shui easily outpaced the other runners. Hu Ming watched intently until suddenly, he noticed a figure next to him about to bolt onto the track. Without thinking, Hu Ming grabbed the back of the boy's collar, halting him in his tracks. The boy clearly hadn't expected Hu Ming to intervene, freezing momentarily. "What are you doing?" Hu Ming asked, his tone sharp, brow furrowed. The boy angrily shook off Hu Ming's hand, but just then, Ye Shui sprinted past. If Hu Ming hadn't stopped him, Ye Shui might have collided directly with the boy. That was something Hu Ming didn't want to see. The boy glared at Hu Ming before quickly hurrying away, likely heading back to his group. Already a high schooler, still acting so brainless. Hu Ming truly thought the guy was brain dead. Not long after the race concluded, Ye Shui made a beeline for Hu Ming. She wiped her sweat with a towel, still catching her breath. "Hu Ming, I saw you standing here earlier. Did something happen?" "Yeah, just now. Someone tried to rush onto the track when you were sprinting past. I held him back." Hearing this, Ye Shui felt a twinge of fear. She knew that stopping on a dime wasn't possible during a run. If that boy had indeed barreled into her, she would have definitely gotten hurt. Epsilon. She exhaled in relief at the thought. "Thank you, really. No problem. There are still more events tomorrow, so get some rest early," Hu Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively before returning to his class. Ye Shui watched his figure, raising an eyebrow and letting a smile curve on her lips. "Didn't hit, I was stopped." In a secluded corner of the school, a group of students sat together. Some were smoking, others chewing gum, and one toyed with a coin in his hands. If Hu Ming had been there, he would have recognized one of them as the guy he had pulled back earlier. The boy now wore a deep frown, looking far from pleased. "Don't worry, there's still a chance. We'll just corner Ye Shui after school. That bitch keeps reporting us for breaking school rules. I've had it with her." One of them spat on the ground, then wiped it away with his sleeve. "I heard she wrote you up for a serious violation again. Lao-san, old 3. One more strike and you will probably be expelled. If I get expelled, I'll make sure she goes down with me." Lao-san's expression twisted into a grimace, showing how much he resented Ye Shui. "But you all noticed, right? Recently, it seems like Hu Ming has been getting quite close with Ye Shui." They were well aware of Hu Ming beating someone to cripple at school. However, because of Hu Ming's identity, they do not dare to lay their hands on him. Hu Ming? He's nothing now. Don't you know the real heir of the Han family is Han Shuyi? That whole thing with Han Litian treating Hu Ming like his son, that's just for show. We do what we need to, never mind that." Lao San's impatience was evident. From his vantage point, he spotted Ye Shui walking back toward the classrooms with her classmates. He kicked the railing with a fierce stomp, sending a shuddering vibration through the metal. Meanwhile, Ye Shui couldn't shake off a lingering sense that something was off, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. She had successfully passed the preliminary round of the race today, and the finals would take place tomorrow morning. For now, she needed to head home and get some rest. Whether it was academics or the school sports meet, Ye Shui always aimed to give her best effort in everything she did. Yet, this attitude often attracted criticism. People would say she was putting on a show and acting superior to others. But how could they understand the burdens she carried in her life? To change her situation, she knew she had to work harder and dedicate more time than most people. After changing her clothes in the locker room, Ye Shui slung her backpack over her shoulders and prepared to leave the school. With the sports meet going on, many students were still on the field, taking photos to capture memories. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Ye Shui appeared especially lonely. In fact, she had faced countless evenings like this one, though recently, she'd grown accustomed to having Hu Ming by her side on the way home. During their walks, they would chat and sometimes stop for snacks from street vendors, sharing a comfortable companionship. There were even times when passers-by would mistake them for a couple. Though she'd show a bit of annoyance outwardly, deep down, she didn't entirely mind the idea. "Maybe I've gotten too used to being around Hu Ming." Ye Shui sighed helplessly, making her way home. Hu Ming indeed had no time to accompany Ye Shui home today. After all, he still had to deal with Liang Feng's matter. At this moment, Hu Ming stood alone beneath a tree outside a building, keeping a close eye on a family in the distance. Liang Feng stepped out of a car with a woman and a child beside him. His face lit up with a smile as he carried his son in one arm and held his wife's hand with the other. The three of them looked genuinely happy together. Leaning against the tree, Hu Ming crossed his arms and watched the scene unfold. This wasn't the first time he'd witnessed this scene. From the very start, when he had decided to use Liang Feng, he had begun observing him closely. Liang Feng had done quite a bit while working under Li Tian. Whether any of those deeds were heinous, Hu Ming wasn't particularly interested. Yet, seeing this moment of familial warmth, Hu Ming suddenly thought that perhaps resolving the issues might not be such a bad idea after all. After all, in his original plan, he intended to use Liang Feng as bait to draw Li Tian's attention. This would, in turn, provide Yu Yulua with more opportunities to gather useful intel on Li Tian. If Liang Feng dies, they'd be heartbroken, wouldn't they? Watching their harmonious family scene, Hu Ming found himself reconsidering his plan. In the past, Hu Ming would never have made such a decision. Perhaps all his recent interactions with others had softened a part of him. Hu Ming had told him that once a person had concerns, they would also have weaknesses. I'll allow myself this indulgence, just this once. Hu Ming's gaze shifted to a parked vehicle nearby, which had been there since Liang Feng's arrival. It stayed parked in the same spot as if observing something. Hu Ming immediately recognized the license plate. It belonged to Li Tian's men, must be to keep tabs on Liang Feng. If Liang Feng's family tried to leave, those men would likely stop them immediately. As to what would happen after that, Hu Ming couldn't say. Knowing Li Tian, it wouldn't end well. With this in mind, he pulled up his hood, then carefully covered his face with a mask before striding directly toward that vehicle. Meanwhile, Hu Shui couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Ever since she'd left the school, she had the feeling of being followed. But whenever she turned around, she couldn't spot a single figure. After the last time she was locked up, she had made a habit of keeping her phone close at hand. Hu Ming had also told her that as long as she called him, he would come to her aid immediately. She glanced around her, then continued walking along the main road. Not far behind her, hidden around a corner, a group of boys murmured among themselves. She seems pretty cautious. Looks like we might not get a chance today. Are you stupid? She's alone today, and she just ran in the school sports meet this afternoon. How much energy could she have left? You guys chase her into the alley, then we'll crush her. The number of people on the street dwindled as Hu Shui kept walking. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of her. Hu Shui came to an immediate halt, her eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on the boys blocking her path. She recognized them right away. They were upperclassmen, and she had caught them breaking school rules several times before. But their presence here, at this moment, couldn't possibly mean anything good. Hu Shui instinctively slipped her hand into her pocket, her eyes narrowing as she did so. It's you guys. How rare. The president of the student council still remembers us. Let's go, we have something to talk about. Sorry, I don't talk outside of school. Hu Shui's expression turned cold, but the other party didn't care. One of them reached out to shove her. Hu Shui dodged, avoiding the hand, and then darted away from them. Seeing this, the group of boys didn't slow down, instead quickly pursued her. At a different location, same time, Hu Ming stepped on a chair, playing with a phone. In front of him, several men lay unconscious on the ground. He grabbed one of the men's hands, using it to unlock the phone. Inside, numerous messages were exchanged with Li Tian. These guys had been daily reporting about Liang Feng's family to Li Tian. However, Li Tian probably never imagined that these men would be subdued so easily. Hu Ming calmly pocketed the phone just as Liang Feng entered through the door. When Liang Feng saw so many men sprawled out on the floor, he was momentarily stunned, but then his face lit up with joy. These are the people who have been watching my family, right? Yes. I'll leave them to you. I trust that with your ability, you can handle all this. Thank you, really, thank you. Liang Feng tightly gripped Hu Ming's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Hu Ming waved the phone in his hand and continued. As for Li Tian, I'll handle him for you. Make sure to find a safe place for your wife and kids, and then deal with the next steps. Liang Feng looked at the man before him, realizing he still didn't know anything about his true identity, even after everything that had happened. His curiosity about Hu Ming's identity grew. Noticing Liang Feng's gaze, Hu Ming slowly turned his head to meet his eyes. Mr. Liang, is there something else you want to ask? No, I was just curious about your true identity. Hearing this, Hu Ming chuckled softly, and Liang Feng realized how unrealistic his question was. He quickly waved his hands and said, I was just joking. Please, don't take it too seriously. Liang Feng, after you leave Li Tian, what are your plans? Hu Ming's words left Liang Feng stunned. Up until now, all he had thought about was how to escape Li Tian's grasp. He had never considered what he might do once he was free. He blinked, slowly realizing the deeper meaning behind Hu Ming's words. A flicker of fervor lit up in Liang Feng's eyes, and he quickly asked, You want to take over the Li family? No, not me. It's you? Liang Feng's pupils contracted sharply, suddenly feeling that the person before him had ideas far more ambitious than he'd imagined. Hu Ming wanted him to be the public face, while he pulled the strings from behind the scenes. Great rewards came with equally great risks, and Liang Feng fell into contemplation. But Hu Ming waved a hand and said, You still have time to think it over whether you want to live a quiet life in a small town or step over Li Tian's corpse to reach the top. It's all up to you. Turning away, Hu Ming's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Hu Shui. But just as Hu Ming answered, he could faintly hear a male voice from the other end. You can't escape, Hu Shui. Hu Ming's gaze instantly turned icy. Hu Shui had never run this fast in her life. She knew very well that the consequences would be unimaginable if those people behind her caught up. This feeling even reminded her of her childhood. Back then, she excelled academically and was a model student in the eyes of her teachers. But some classmates couldn't stand her and often would set her up in the dark. They spread rumors about her family, saying she was a child unwanted by her parents. Some girls would block her way home after school, hurling insults at her. Back then, she was frail and by no means whatsoever a match for those people. So, she could only run. As long as she made it home, they wouldn't be able to lay a hand on her. She kept running like that, and it hadn't changed even now. Yet Yushue gritted her teeth, feeling her strength waning. She turned her head to look at the boys behind her, still in pursuit. There was an undeniable physical gap between boys and girls, and eventually, she would have to stop when her strength gave out. Ouch. Yet Yushue had no idea who she had bumped into, only hearing the other person's yelp before they both tumbled to the ground. Her palms scraped against the ground while the person opposite rubbed their backside, then lifted their head to meet Yushue's gaze. Yushue stared at the other person, dressed tightly from head to toe. She found herself momentarily stunned. The person's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise when they saw Yushue. She was the most beautiful girl she had seen since arriving in the city, but then, her gaze shifted to the boys chasing after Yushue. She stood up, walked over to Yushue, and asked, "Are you alright?" Yushue stared blankly at the hand extended toward her, unable to react momentarily. She could hear that the other person was a girl. Quickly, she grasped the offered hand and stood up, turning to face the boys who had caught up. The boys frowned, clearly not expecting anyone else to show up. The girl wore a black baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, concealing her appearance completely. Though her voice was sweet, her tone was far from friendly. "Why are you guys bullying a girl? Don't you have any shame?" Hearing that she was a girl, the boys' expressions instantly turned menacing. They glared at her and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost." "Ha, I saw it, so now it does." One of the boys tried to bypass the girl and go for Yushue directly, but the girl grabbed his arm and swiftly swept his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. "Rao." The boy hit the ground heavily, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Seeing this, the remaining boys rushed at her, but she picked up a nearby trash lid and smashed it over one of their heads. Just after the sharp clang, she feigned a move to gouge another's eye but instead delivered a powerful kick to his weak spot. The boy clutched his groin, collapsing to the ground. In just a few breaths, the boys were all sprawled out on the ground, their faces twisted in varying degrees of pain. Looks like those self-defense classes really paid off. They're just perfect for dealing with scum like you. With that, the girl turned back to Yushue, whose expression was a mix of emotions. She walked over to Yushue, patted her shoulder, and said, "It's okay now. If these boys bother you again, you can call the police." "Thank you." Yushue watched the scene unfold before her, a hint of envy creeping into her heart. If she could protect herself like that, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. Her fists clenched, teeth biting down on her lip. But the girl didn't seem to notice Yushue's expression. She adjusted her cap, preparing to leave. Yet, in the next moment, her body suddenly wobbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Yushue's reflexes were quick, and she caught her in time. "Are you alright?" I'm fine, just haven't eaten all day." Yushue blinked in surprise, then broke into a helpless smile. "What, you don't recognize me either?" The two girls sat in a corner of a noodle shop, slurping noodles. Yushue glanced at the 3 empty bowls in front of the girl across from her, unsure what expression to show. The girl had removed her sunglasses by now, and her appearance and demeanor had indeed stunned Yushue. But listening to her tone, it seemed she was pretty well known. Yushue lowered her head and typed Xiao11 into her phone. The search results surprised her. It turned out that the girl in front of her was actually a campus idol, but Yushue had never been into that sort of thing, so she didn't know. As the girl continued eating her noodles, she muttered about how she wasn't famous enough. "That guy didn't recognize me, and now you don't either. Am I really so unpopular among high schoolers?" She pouted, setting down her chopsticks, leaving not even a drop of broth in her bowls. "Sorry, I'm not into following celebrities. But you should be pretty well known at our school." "Heh, no need to comfort me. But still, thanks for treating me to this meal. If my phone hadn't died, I wouldn't have had to go hungry all day." Xiao11 felt like her luck was downright terrible. She had forgotten her ID when she sneaked out, then spent half a day at a comic convention, only to realize that her phone had run out of battery at some point. Just as she was about to head back to the hotel, she ran into this girl, Yushue. And this girl was beautiful and kind-hearted, treating her to 3 bowls of noodles. She'd heard that the local roadside noodle shops here were awesome, but she wouldn't have known which one to choose without a local to guide her. Besides, more importantly, the people around her would never let her eat this kind of food. Sometimes, Xiao11 felt like a bird trapped in a cage, forever confined, unable to spread her wings. "I should be the one thanking you. You helped me out a lot." Yushue nodded in gratitude, but Xiao11 quickly waved her hand, saying, "It's no big deal. Add me as a friend later, and I'll pay you back." "No need, think of it as my treat." The two girls sat in the noodle shop, politely declining each other's offers. Neither noticed the figure standing outside beneath a nearby utility pole. Hu Ming's clothes had a few specks of dirt as if he'd just dealt with some trash. He squinted, staring into the noodle shop at the two girls, his face full of confusion. Why is Yushue with Xiao11 at this time? Shouldn't they be meeting later in the plot? Xiao11 put her mask and sunglasses back on and then got up to leave the noodle shop. But as she left, she couldn't help but feel that a certain figure in the distance looked a lot like the boy she had seen. She sighed softly. She still didn't know his name. Yechushue put on her backpack and started walking home, but soon heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Hu Ming. Hu Ming walked right up to her and said, "Your hand is hurt." Only then did Yechushue notice the scrape on her palm and the corner of her mouth hooked up a faint smile. "It's nothing serious. But you really came." Hu Ming grabbed her wrist, catching Yechushue by surprise. He then took out a band-aid and covered her wound gently. "I just got here. I saw you sitting with a girl in the noodle shop, so I didn't go in," Hu Ming muttered, his gaze flickering. "Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Don't tell me you think it's your fault." Yechushue's expression turned a bit helpless. She couldn't help but feel that Hu Ming often had a habit of shouldering everything himself. After all, Hu Ming was just a student, too. There were many things beyond his control, and he didn't need to burden himself with so much responsibility. Hu Ming didn't respond to Yechushue's question. He took her backpack, and the two of them continued walking home together. "Oh, by the way, do you know the girl I just met? Her name is Xiaoxiao 11, and she's a campus idol. I've heard of her. Han Yun 11 mentions her sometimes, and some classmates have talked about her too." "I see. Well, you should have seen her face when she realized I didn't recognize her. She couldn't hide her shock." Hu Ming gave a nonchalant reply, but Yechushue suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around and pinched Hu Ming's cheek. "Hu Ming, if you keep being like this, I'm going to get mad. Come on, give me a smile, okay?" With a small, reluctant smile tugging at his lips, Hu Ming didn't seem all that different from before. Hu Ming walked Yechushue all the way to her doorstep. Before he left, Yechushue looked at him seriously and said, "Hu Ming, I'm really happy. You once said you'd show up if I ever called. You did it, and I'm satisfied with that. It's been a long time since someone's been this kind to me. Thank you." With that, Yechushue hugged Hu Ming briefly before running back up to her apartment. Hu Ming stood there in silence for a while, thinking about what those boys had said earlier. Somehow, they had learned about Yechushue's family situation, and they planned to spread rumors the next day about how she had been abandoned by her parents. With circumflex nu beta. That's why Hu Ming had stuffed those boys into a trash bin and warned them that if they said even a single word, he'd be waiting for them after school every day. He had done this under a disguised identity, so the boys had no idea who he really was. But Hu Ming knew all too well how much damage rumors could do to a person. Even though Yechushue acted like she didn't care, he knew that if this happened, it would affect her deeply. Yechushue had defended him in front of others more than once, and Hu Ming didn't want to see her go through something like that. But if things kept going this way, Hu Ming's words would come true. He couldn't afford to have any weakness. Hu Ming took a deep breath, turned around, and walked towards home. After dinner, Hu Ming returned to his room. Perhaps sensing Hu Ming's mood, Kong Xian put down her pen and asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just thinking about a few things," Hu Ming replied as he lay on his bed, eyes closed as if lost in thought. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pressure on his shoulders. Kong Xian had quietly moved beside him, massaging his shoulders. Her hands applied just the right amount of pressure, offering a comforting relief. She continued in silence, knowing that Hu Ming had been troubled lately. His real identity, his plans to leave the Han family, and his revenge against Han Shuyi. All of it weighed heavily on him. This simple act of comfort was all she could do for him. The two remained quiet until Hu Ming finally told Kong Xian to return to her room and rest. After turning off the lights, Hu Ming stood by the window, staring at the bright moon in the night sky. "It's time to go," he murmured to himself, his gaze turning deeper. The next day, when Yechushue arrived at school, she didn't see the boys from the day before. According to their classmates, they had all taken the day off. Hearing this, Yechushue decided to leave the issue for another time. It was her first school sports meet, and Yechushue pushed herself to the limit. In the morning's final race, she won first place, even outpacing the sports class students. Afterward, she spotted Hu Ming in the crowd. He seemed rather unremarkable among the others, especially compared to Han Shuyi, who was dominating the basketball court. The contrast between the two made Hu Ming seem even less noticeable. Yet, Hu Ming himself didn't seem to mind at all. He yawned and gave Yechushue a faint wave when he saw her. For some reason, Yechushue felt that something was off about him. He hadn't shown much of a smile, as if something big was about to happen. As the day's events wrapped up, the school released the students early in the afternoon. As the student council president, Yechushue announced the end of the sports meet from the stage, prompting cheers from the students. They then gathered their belongings and headed home. Yechushue immediately went to look for Hu Ming, but he was nowhere to be found. A growing sense of unease filled her heart. Meanwhile, Hu Ming walked out of the school gates, expressionless as he made his way down the street. But behind him, a van seemed to be following closely. Inside the van sat Zhao Wei and Lu Guifang. They fixed their eyes on Hu Ming's back and muttered to each other, "We're his parents. We have the right to send him to that place." Lu Guifang clutched her pants tightly, her impatience clear. She seemed ready to leap out of the car and drag Hu Ming away. But there were still too many people on the street. If they acted too hastily, they might attract unwanted attention. The van continued to follow him. Then, Hu Ming turned down a side street, where the crowd was noticeably thinner. Lu Guifang looked at the burly man beside her and asked, "He knows some martial arts. Can you handle him?" "Martial arts is nothing. Besides, with all of us here, there's no problem getting your son into the school to help him kick his gaming addiction." The van was filled with so-called teachers from one of those notorious boot camps for internet addiction that Lu Guifang had hired. She was determined to send Hu Ming to that school for some tough reformation. In her mind, as his mother, she believed she had the right to make any decision for him. At midday, the heat kept most people off the streets, leaving the area quieter than usual. Hu Ming turned a corner onto a relatively deserted street, intending to sit down and grab a meal in front of a small shop. But suddenly, the van behind him swung open, and several burly men jumped out, rushing towards Hu Ming. The sight stunned the people eating nearby. Without saying a word, the men moved in to grab Hu Ming. The onlookers were shocked, but Lu Guifang hurriedly got out of the van before panic could spread further and called out, "Sorry for scaring you all. This is my son. He's been addicted to online games, and I'm having him taken to one of those schools to cure internet addiction." Her words sparked various reactions from the bystanders, some even raising their voices. "Are you serious? Haven't you seen the news? Those schools are dangerous, many kids have died in them. It's fine, I know my child." Noticing that the crowd didn't seem inclined to call the police, she felt a sense of relief. But just as she turned back to look at Hu Ming, the sight before her left her stunned. Hu Ming was stepping on one of the men, his gaze icy as he surveyed the others. The remaining men hesitated, no longer daring to make a move. They had watched with their own eyes as this teenager effortlessly subdued their companion. And the most unnerving part was that Hu Ming didn't seem to have exerted much effort. Calmly, Hu Ming pulled out his phone from his pocket and called the police. Seeing this, the men panicked and rushed forward to try and stop him. Holding the phone in one hand, Hu Ming grabbed a jar of chili sauce from the nearby table and flung it into one of the men's faces. The man instinctively covered his eyes, but in the next moment, he let out a pained scream, clutching his legs and collapsing to the ground. As the remaining men tried to grab Hu Ming, he targeted the nearest one, lifting a bench and striking him across the head. The man staggered, unable to withstand Hu Ming's forceful blows, and retreated. But Hu Ming swiftly moved behind him, landing a solid kick that sent him sprawling. Keeping his phone to his ear, he said calmly, "Hello, I'd like to report a situation. Someone is attempting to kidnap me, and my safety is being threatened. I am currently engaging in self-defense." His tone was steady, not at all like someone who had just been in a fight. Everyone present was left in disbelief. This was a high school student. He not only held his ground against a group of large men but also fought back. Some people couldn't help but cheer for him, while others began recording and posting it online. Lu Guifang was on the verge of a breakdown. She never expected Hu Ming to be capable of fending off these men. Zhao Wei, beside her, turned pale as if realizing something dreadful. "Han Hu Ming, what are you doing? Rebelling? I'm doing this for your own good," Lu Guifang shouted, her accusations shameless. Hu Ming responded with a cold smile. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you're taken care of soon." His voice dropped as he glanced at the remaining men, the smile fading from his face. "You just believed her because she said she was my mom? It doesn't matter now. Since things have come to this, none of you are getting away." He shook his hands out, his expression unfazed. "You all hide behind the guise of curing internet addiction while harming countless students, even skipping the proper legal procedures to abduct people. Since you enjoy breaking the law so much, I'll ensure you're all locked up together." The burly men exchanged uneasy looks, their expressions growing more uncertain. Lu Guifang had indeed bypassed any proper paperwork when hiring them to capture Hu Ming. But she had promised a hefty payment, insisting that everything would be fine. Lured by the money, they had agreed to this illegal act. Now, hearing Hu Ming's words, they finally realized that this was far more serious than they had anticipated. Seeing the situation turning against them, the burly men hastily dragged their fallen companion back to the van and attempted to flee. Before they drove off, they shoved Zhao Wei out of the vehicle. He fell hard to the ground, sprawling face first in an embarrassing fashion. Quickly scrambling to his feet, Zhao Wei rushed over to Hu Ming, trying to explain. "Hu Ming, let us explain." "We? Explain what? Isn't everything you've done already clear for everyone to see?" Hu Ming glanced at the crowd, their phones raised, recording the scene. It was only then that Zhao Wei realized this must have been a trap set by Hu Ming. Meanwhile, Lu Guifang fumed with frustration over their failed plan. She was convinced that Hu Ming couldn't possibly get her locked up, believing that her status as his biological mother gave her the right to do whatever she wished with him. More importantly, she still had Han Shuyi on her side. If things went south, surely Han Shuyi would bail them out just as he had before. After all, Han Shuyi was the true heir of the Han family, while Hu Ming was not. Hu Ming paid them no further attention. He turned back to the shopkeeper, scanning a QR code and transferring 500 yuan to the vendor, apologizing for the disturbance. This gesture quickly won over the onlookers, who started to see him in a much more positive light. How could a polite and considerate teenager like this be the internet-addicted delinquent that the couple described? Clearly, something else was going on. The police arrived soon after, with 2 squad cars pulling up to the scene. After questioning Hu Ming and a few witnesses, they took Zhao Wei, Lu Guifang, and Hu Ming into the police cars. As she was being taken away, Lu Guifang continued to shout, "He's my son? What's wrong with disciplining him? Is that illegal now? Hu Ming, treating your parents like this, you'll come to no good end." Her words grew nastier with each sentence, filled with bitterness. Even the nearby officers couldn't tolerate it, ordering her to stop before she finally fell silent. Hu Ming, however, remained calm, sitting in the police car without a word. Holy crap, did you hear? Hu Ming just got into a fight with his biological parents, and the police took him away. Yet Yushua was about to head home after failing to find Hu Ming when she overheard people talking about the incident outside. Her eyes widened, and she immediately took out her phone to call Hu Ming. But he didn't answer. Her heart raced, anxiety building inside her. She quickly dialed Han Yungzi's number, relieved when she answered promptly. Yet Yushua, what's the matter? Did your brother come home yet? No, he hasn't. Why? Your brother's in the police station. Han Litian had just returned from the company, but before he could get out of the car, his phone rang in his pocket. Frowning, he glanced at the screen to find a call from the police station. He answered the call, and a woman's voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Han Litian? Yes, what's the matter? Well, your son is in some trouble. There are two people here claiming to be Han Hu Ming's parents, but Han Hu Ming says that you are his father. Could you come to the police station now? I'll be there immediately. Realizing that Hu Ming was in some sort of trouble, Han Litian's expression darkened. He became increasingly disgusted with that couple. As the child's parents, how could they send their child to the police station? Could such people even be called parents? Thinking about the present Han Shuyi, it was hard for Han Litian to imagine the two-faced nature of that couple. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Han Litian restarted his car, ready to leave the villa. Just then, Han Yungzi's voice rang out behind him. Dad, brother got taken to the police station. How did you know? Han Litian opened the door, and Han Yun 11 quickly climbed in, buckling up. A friend told me? Hurry, we have to go. Han Yungzi's face showed her anxiety. Since receiving Ye Shui's call, she had been worried about Hu Ming. She knew that those two were troublemakers. Even after being held accountable last time, they hadn't changed. Instead, they had become even more audacious. Just as the car pulled out of the driveway, Han Shuyi arrived back at the villa. Seeing the empty villa, Han Shuyi couldn't help but feel puzzled. He opened the group chat for his class, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the latest messages. His expression shifted from surprise to a cold smirk. Shuyi, you're back. Zhou Wenli stepped out of her room, smiling warmly at the sight of her son. Your dad said he'd be home for lunch. How come he's not back yet? Mom, I might know why. Han Shuyi handed his phone over to Zhou Wenli. Upon seeing the messages, Zhou Wenli sighed in exasperation. Hu Ming really knows how to cause trouble, and so do his parents. How did they end up in the police station again? I bet your father's gone there, too. Oh well, let's just eat first. Let's call my sister to join us. Okay, she's been back for a while. I'll go get her. Zhou Wenli headed towards Han Yungzi's room, while Han Shuyi's gaze grew colder as he stared at his phone. If this incident could finally push Hu Ming out of the Han family, it would be perfect for him. Meanwhile, at the police station, Lu Guifang was loudly accusing Hu Ming of being cold and targeting them over the past few months. However, one of the officers present had previously handled Lu Guifang and Hu Ming's earlier case and quickly challenged her claims. Ma'am, last time you pushed your son, almost seriously harm. Now you're trying to send him to one of those so-called internet addiction camps. And it seems like you're not following any proper legal procedures for that. Care to explain? Beta. Explain what? He's my son, and that's all there is to it? I can do whatever I want with him. Lu Guifang shouted in frustration. At that moment, Hu Ming slowly raised his head to look at her. Putting aside the fact that you don't have legal custody over me, you haven't taken care of me all these years. As soon as you came back, you demanded that I get a job right after high school, and then you tried to send me off to some camp against my will. Frankly, your words don't mean much to me. Besides, who told you that I'm really your son? What do you mean? You and Shuyi are the ones who were mistakenly carried at birth, weren't you? Who else would you be if not my son? If you can even mistakenly carry the wrong son, I find it hard to trust what you say. Hu Ming turned to the officer beside him. If they aren't my biological parents, would their actions today count as illegal? Yes. The officer wasn't sure what Hu Ming was implying, but Lu Guifang, hearing his words, shot up from her seat, pointing at Hu Ming and cursing. You want to throw your own parents in jail? I should have killed you when you were born. Then how would you have been able to keep your precious son Han Shuyi around? Oh, officer, her words just now. Can I see it as she's threatening me? Yes. The officer looked sternly at Lu Guifang, warning her to stop talking. Under the officer's intense gaze, Lu Guifang quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, Hu Ming remained calm, seated in his chair, as he began recounting the events that had just happened. An officer nearby took detailed notes of Hu Ming's account, his expression growing more severe with each word. After some time, Han Litian and Han Yun 11 finally arrived at the police station. Spotting Hu Ming as he emerged from the interrogation room, they immediately approached him to ask about his situation. How are you? Are you all right? I heard from the officers that those two were causing trouble for you again. Han Litian's tone was stern, and the barely contained anger in his eyes was unmistakable to Hu Ming. Hu Ming shook his head, then briefly explained what had happened. As Han Litian listened, his anger visibly intensified, his brows knitting into a deep frown. Han Yun 11, on the other hand, stood there with her mouth slightly agape, struggling to comprehend how such shameless people could exist. They had never cared for Hu Ming, not even for a single day, yet they sought to control his life. Ridiculous. You don't need to worry about this, I'll handle it. I have your custody rights, so you don't need to be afraid of anything they might do. Han Litian's stance was firm. Last time, due to Han Shuyi's plea, they had held back on taking serious action against the couple. But this time, they had crossed a line with Han Litian. Even though they had raised Han Shuyi, that did not give them the right to hurt Hu Ming. Dad, let me handle this myself. Hu Ming's expression remained calm, unaffected by the whole situation with Lu Guifeng and her husband. This puzzled Han Litian. Lu Guifeng had targeted him so much, yet he seemed completely unperturbed. Why wasn't he reacting more? Hu Ming reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and made a call. Are you home? Bring that thing over here. I'll be waiting at the police station. With that, Hu Ming ended the call. Han Litian and Han Yun11 exchanged confused looks, unsure of what Hu Ming was planning. Hu Ming looked back at them and spoke with a serious tone. It turns out that I'm not their real son. Kong Xian hung up the phone and pulled out the paternity test result from her drawer. She knew very well how important this document was to Hu Ming. Though Hu Ming could get another test done later, it couldn't be handled flimsily as he needed it urgently now, so Kong Xian had to deliver it personally. After tidying up, she changed into a casual outfit and headed out. However, just as she stepped outside, she spotted Han Shuyi standing in the hall, holding his phone as if checking something. When he noticed Kong Xian, a smile appeared on his face, and he walked directly toward her. Kong Xian, about the matter I mentioned last time regarding the school. We need to discuss it. Sorry, I don't have time right now. Kong Xian decisively rejected him, but just as she was about to pass Han Shuyi, he blocked her path again. A trace of impatience flashed across Kong Xian's face. I have something crucial I need you to help me with. Can you do it? No. Upon hearing this, Han Shuyi's expression shook briefly. He hadn't expected Kong Xian to reject him repeatedly. Although he didn't know what Kong Xian was up to, it was most probably she was going to help Hu Ming. Being the young master of the Han family, Han Shuyi believed he should have the authority to order Kong Xian. Kong Xian, this matter cannot be delayed, and it has to be you? I am the young master of the Han family, you must listen to me. His implication was clear. Hu Ming wasn't the real young master of the Han family, and in the end, everything in the Han family would be his. But Kong Xian wasn't swayed by this at all. She looked at Han Shuyi coldly and spoke with an equally chilly tone. I only take orders from young master Hu Ming. Whether or not you are the young master of the Han family has nothing to do with me. Kong Xian pushed open the door and walked straight out. With chest heaving with anger, Shuyi couldn't believe that Kong Xian didn't see him as her superior. Didn't she understand that she owed everything to the Han family after all these years? Without the Han family, she was nothing. He reached out to grab Kong Xian's shoulder, trying to pull her back, but the next moment, his pupils shrank. Kong Xian twisted his arm behind his back and slammed him to the ground. Han Shuyi hadn't expected Kong Xian to have such strength. His self-defense lessons were completely useless. I told you, I have things to do. Please don't get in my way, young master Han Shuyi. Kong Xian's face was emotionless. She released Han Shuyi's hand abruptly and then left the villa under his gaze. Han Shuyi gritted his teeth, struggling to get up as he clutched his arm. Just now, he had almost felt like Kong Xian would break his arm. Never had he thought this maid possessed such skills. What a miscalculation? While his body ached, it wasn't unbearable. At that moment, Zhou Wenli came out and, seeing her son holding his arm, hurriedly asked, Son, what happened? Is your arm hurt? No, I just tried to persuade Kong Xian not to rush off, but she turned around and threw me to the ground. What? A mere maid dares to treat you like this? This is outrageous. Zhou Wenli immediately flew into a rage. She had never liked Kong Xian, and now Kong Xian had even dared to lay hands on her son. She wouldn't let someone like that stay in this house any longer. Don't worry, son, once she's back, I'll kick her out. Mom, don't be like that. Kong Xian is just worried about Hu Ming, that's why she acted this way. I understand. I don't understand. Isn't a true Han family heir supposed to be the most important? They're all worried about Hu Ming, but what about you? No, I must talk to your father about this today. Arnui. Zhou Wenli stormed off to her room while Han Shuyi held his arm with a satisfied smirk. On the other hand, Han Litian and Han Yun11 stared blankly at Hu Ming. They even wondered if they were hearing things. Did Hu Ming just say that he wasn't that couple's son? Then whose child was he? Han Litian remembered that his wife had given birth to only one son. Hu Ming couldn't possibly be Shuyi's twin brother, could he? Han Litian raised a hand to stop Hu Ming from continuing. His expression turned serious as he looked intently at Hu Ming and asked, Hu Ming, are you hiding something from us? Yes, I secretly had a paternity test done with them. A paternity test? If what you're saying is true, then why are they still insisting on this? Because they don't know. I did it in secret. Hu Ming let out a long breath as if he had just revealed the biggest secret he had been holding inside. He slumped into his seat, looking like he had lost all his strength. Brother, do you know who your real parents are? Seeing Hu Ming like this, Han Yun11 felt a twinge of pity. She had thought that Hu Ming had found his biological parents, but it turned out to be a dead end. Yet, a part of her felt relieved. At least Hu Ming wasn't their child, which meant his future wouldn't be shackled by those two. Han Litian stood up and walked towards the room where Zhao Wei and Lu Guifeng were being held. His face was expressionless, and he coldly stared at the two before him. Lu Guifeng still hadn't realized the danger she was in. She instinctively reached out to grab Han Litian's sleeve, but he swiftly avoided her touch. She froze for a moment before wailing and crying out loudly. Mr. Han, you've already taken Shu Yi back, so shouldn't you return Hu Ming to us? After all, Hu Ming is my child, you can't keep him from me. Lu Guifang, drop that phony act. In a year's time, I've seen this same face from you so many times I've lost count. Han Litian's voice was as cold as ice, sending shivers through Lu Guifang and Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that this matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. If Hu Ming were really your child, you wouldn't have humiliated him in public, you wouldn't have repeatedly brought him to the police station, you wouldn't have sent people to drag him away to some so-called internet addiction school. With each word, Han Litian's fist pounded on the table. The bang, bang, bang of his blows made Lu Guifang and Zhao Wei tremble with fear, barely daring to breathe. Hu Ming has lived with me for so long, don't you think I would know if he had an internet addiction? And even if he did, as his father, I could have helped him myself, not by throwing him into some internet addiction school and leaving him to fend for himself. Han Litian's words shook everyone present, even leaving the police officer recording the statements momentarily stunned. This man's words were completely different from what the couple had been saying, but the genuine concern in his voice was unmistakable. Han Yun-11 held tightly onto Hu Ming's hand as if trying to give him strength. Meanwhile, Hu Ming gazed at Han Litian's back, lost in a deep, prolonged silence. Why are you telling me all this? Lu Guifang stammered, her voice trembling under Han Litian's icy tone. She swallowed hard, her gaze shifting nervously. Han Litian kept his cold eyes fixed on them before speaking again. This time, don't think Shu Yi can plead on your behalf. However long you're supposed to stay inside, you'll stay there. No, you can't do this. Hearing this, Lu Guifang became agitated. She tried to grab Han Litian, but a police officer stopped her. She never expected things to escalate this far. If even Han Shuyi wouldn't help her, she might really end up in jail. Despite her bullying nature, she was still human, of course. She feared prison, and even if she got out later, people would gossip behind her back for the rest of her life. She couldn't possibly let that happen. With this in mind, Lu Guifang desperately turned to Hu Ming, shouting, Hu Ming, do you really want to send your own parents to jail? Doing this will mark you as unfilial. Her words made a vein pulse on Han Litian's forehead. He felt fortunate that Hu Ming wasn't truly related to these two, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to move on. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak when a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Kang Xian stepped into the room, drawing everyone's attention. Ignoring the stares from those around her, she walked straight up to Hu Ming and said, Young Master, I've brought what you asked for. She pulled a document from her pocket and handed it to Hu Ming. Han Yun-11, curious, leaned in to see. Looking at the results written on the paper, the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. So it was true, Hu Ming really wasn't the child of Zhao Wei and Lu Guifang? Han Litian also stepped forward, taking the paternity test results from Hu Ming's hand. After reading them carefully, he let out a long sigh, his gaze on Hu Ming turning more complex. I'll handle the rest. Han Litian handed the paternity test to the officer recording statements, then spoke in front of Zhao Wei and Lu Guifang. Officer, this document proves that Han Hu Ming is not their biological son. I believe this changes the nature of the situation, doesn't it? Hearing this, the officers' faces shifted drastically. If things were as Han Litian claimed, then Zhao Wei and Lu Guifang would be guilty of a crime? Silence fell over the room as Lu Guifang and Zhao Wei stared dumbfounded at Han Litian and the test results in the officer's hand. Then, their emotions erupted. What are you talking about? Han Hu Ming is my son? He is. Lu Guifang, like a mad woman, lunged at Han Litian, but she was pinned down firmly against the table. Han Litian kept his cold gaze on them and continued. If you don't believe me, feel free to conduct another paternity test. Lu Guifang had never felt her world crumble like this. Her face twisted with fury as she glared at Hu Ming as if she wanted to devour him. It was you, it must have been your doing. Han Hu Ming, you abandoned your own parents just for fame and fortune, you're not human. You're the one who's not human? My brother is a good person. Han Yun-11 couldn't hold back any longer, but Hu Ming gently patted her hand as if trying to soothe her. No. He looked calmly at Lu Guifang and, after a long silence, finally spoke. Lu Guifang, your words are laughable. It turns out, I'm not even your son, so you have no right to control me anymore. When you sent people after me, you probably never thought this day would come. But don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to reflect in your cell. When you finally come to your senses, you might remember that you have another son somewhere out there that you've never even met. Hu Ming smiled a gentle, composed smile, but it carried little warmth. Lu Guifang grew more agitated at his words, her body trembling, her emotions so intense that she seemed to convulse. No, you're wrong. What you're saying isn't true. How could you not be my son? Where is my son? My son? Lu Guifang began to ramble incoherently while beside her, Zhao Wei remained silent, his face ashen. He stared at Hu Ming, at the face that bore no resemblance to his own, and at last, resigned himself to the truth. The two were taken away and locked up by the police, as this matter would take some time to investigate. But before leaving, Hu Ming stepped in front of Lu Guifang, staring at her nearly contorted face, and spoke in a low voice. This time, not even the Han Shuyi you're so proud of can save you. But you too were foolish, letting him use you without even realizing it. Why you? What do you mean? What I mean is, Han Shuyi thought he could use you both to control me. But in the end, you were nothing more than a pair of useless pawns. And as for useless pawns, well, they will be discarded. Hu Ming's smile was bright, but it was laced with irony as he faced Lu Guifang. She kept shaking her head, her eyes wide, repeating that can't be the truth, over and over again. Hu Ming watched her expression with a hint of satisfaction, observing as she disappeared around the corner. Finally, these two troublemakers are dealt with. He let out a sigh and pressed his lips into a thin line. Turning his head, he saw 3 figures waiting for him at the entrance. He gave them a smile, then headed outside. Han Litian hadn't expected things to turn out this way. That couple hadn't actually found their son, so who was Hu Ming really? And who were his real parents? Suddenly, Hu Ming became an unwanted child, making Han Litian even more sympathy for him. Han Yun followed behind Hu Ming, unable to find the words to comfort him. After all, Hu Ming's origins had changed again and again, and now he was shrouded in even more mystery. Is brother really alright? A trace of worry flickered in Han Yunxi's eyes. Meanwhile, Hu Ming walked alongside Kong Xian, seemingly discussing something. You came just in time. The timing was perfect. Young master, I waited outside for a while before stepping in, Kong Xian explained quietly. Hu Ming paused, then smiled. It seemed Kong Xian had learned to be a bit crafty. But, young master, I might have caused some trouble. Oh, what happened? Just as I was leaving, Han Shuyi stopped me and asked for my help with something. I refused, and I even threw him to the ground. He might use this against you. Kong Xian's voice carried a hint of guilt. She felt that she shouldn't have added more trouble for Hu Ming. But Hu Ming, hearing her words, was first taken aback, then gave her a thumbs up. Did you stump on him a couple more times? Dad, I need to talk to you about something. Han Litian was driving them back to the villa, and Hu Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned closer. Han Litian was a bit puzzled but still replied, what is it? Well, when Kong Xian came out earlier, Han Shuyi stopped her. He wanted her to do something really important, but she refused. Then Han Shuyi grabbed her, and in her panic, she threw him to the ground. Hu Ming trailed off, and Han Litian quickly grasped the situation. No wonder Kong Xian had seemed so anxious when she arrived earlier. It was Han Shuyi's doing. At this thought, Han Litian's brows furrowed, and his expression grew stern. It's fine. I know what is more important. Thank you for your understanding. Hearing Hu Ming speak so politely, Han Litian's expression turned wry as he continued. Hu Ming, even if you're not their child, even if we're not related by blood, you're still a part of the Han family. We are father and son. There's no need to be so formal with me. This topic made Han Litian think of Han Shuyi. That child had been respectful and proper ever since he returned, with every action perfectly in line, yet lacking a sense of closeness. Hu Ming, on the other hand, was different. Though mischievous, he was lively. Han Litian knew Hu Ming had a good heart, which made him willing to cover for him through many things. There shouldn't be so much distance between a father and son. Even though the Han family had a high stature in society, he still wanted to be an ordinary father. So, Dad, what's for dinner tonight? I've managed to escape from all that. Let's celebrate with something good. Hu Ming flashed a wide grin, showing off his teeth, clearly in high spirits. Seeing this, Han Litian couldn't help but smile as well. I'll have the housekeeper prepare a seafood feast for you. Awesome. Han Yun watched the scene, her lips curling up slightly as she was drawn into their cheerful mood. Kong Xian, however, observed quietly, her expression steady. For young master, this must be a difficult choice to make, too. She knew that once he left the Han family, he would no longer be able to enjoy moments like these. But for now, it was better to savor this fleeting warmth. The car rolled to a stop in front of the villa, and the butler came forward to open the car doors for them. He glanced at Kong Xian, then whispered a few words into Han Litian's ear. Han Litian didn't respond much, but he turned to look at Hu Ming before heading into the villa. Kong Xian followed closely behind Hu Ming, as usual, like his shadow. Hu Ming patted her head gently, then reassured her. Don't worry, didn't I tell you before? Even if you put Han Shuyi in his place, I'd protect you. Worst case, we'll just leave together. But, young master, your plan. Plans are always subjected to change. If a person only has one plan, they're bound to fail. Hu Ming's tone was serious as if he was teaching Kong Xian. Kong Xian nodded, keeping her thoughts to herself. The two walked into the hall, quickly sensing that the atmosphere was off. Han Yun sat awkwardly on the sofa, her eyes darting between her parents. Han Litian stood expressionless, and across from him was the fierce-looking Zhou Wenli. As soon as Zhou Wenli spotted Kong Xian standing behind Hu Ming, she gritted her teeth and stormed forward in a fury. I've been raising an ungrateful wretch all these years. As she spoke, Zhou Wenli raised her hand, aiming to slap Kong Xian. But before her hand could make contact, Hu Ming firmly grabbed her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. Epsilon. Zhou Wenli looked at Hu Ming in disbelief, glaring at him as she demanded, Hu Ming, do you know what you're doing? Let go of me. Madam Han, I understand your intentions. Kong Xian acted that way because of me. If you need to take it out on someone, you can hit me instead. With that, he released Zhou Wenli's hand and stood there without moving. Oh, so you think I won't dare, do you? I refuse to believe there's anyone in this house that I can't discipline. Stop. Han Litian's roar echoed through the room, stunning Zhou Wenli. She turned her head stiffly, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. In her memory, Han Litian had never yelled at her before, not even when she failed to inform him that Hu Ming's engagement had been annulled, which had only made him sulk in silence. Do you not know the difference between right and wrong anymore? Han Litian was truly angry this time. His usually gentle and dignified wife now appeared more like a shrew, lashing out at a child. Without understanding the entire situation, she had blamed everything on a young girl. Was this really how the mother of a family should behave? With that thought, Han Litian turned to the one who started it all, Han Shuyi. Hearing his father call out his full name, Han Shuyi felt a deep sense of foreboding. Tell me, what was so important that you couldn't let Kong Xian go? Couldn't you find anyone else to do it? Dad, Kong Xian was in a hurry to deliver some documents to Hu Ming, documents that are crucial to the outcome of this whole situation. They're related to whether or not your adoptive parents have committed any crimes. Now, tell me, did you try to stop her so she wouldn't get those documents to Hu Ming? Han Litian's words were heavy, even implying that he suspected his own son of covering up for that couple. Zhou Wenli, hearing this, immediately sensed that something was very wrong. She quickly stepped forward and asked urgently, What's going on here? Kong Xian was bringing Hu Ming a paternity test? It proves that Hu Ming and that couple have no biological relationship. Upon hearing this, Han Shuyi's face paled. His mouth hung slightly open, his expression full of shock. Seeing his reaction, Han Litian felt somewhat relieved. It proved that Han Shuyi didn't know the truth of the matter. However, he was still displeased with Han Shuyi. If Kong Xian had been stopped by him today, it would have caused a great deal of trouble for Hu Ming. Zhou Wenli, too, was stunned. She looked at Hu Ming, at the child she had raised for more than a decade. Hu Ming met her gaze calmly, but in his eyes, the warmth of their past interactions was nowhere to be found. Han Shuyi silently lowered his head, looking ashamed of his actions. But Han Litian wasn't going to let him off so easily. You said you wanted to learn self-defense, and I let you go for training. But in the end, you can't even defend yourself. Yet how can you boast about how the instructor praised your progress? Aren't you embarrassed? If you want to learn, then take it seriously. Don't rely on shortcuts. I hate those kinds the most. Han Litian cast a stern glance at Han Shuyi before turning and walking back to his room. Zhou Wenli quickly followed after her husband, eager to understand everything that had happened. Han Yun, too, felt a sense of disappointment in Han Shuyi. She shook her head helplessly before heading toward the dining room. Now, only Hu Ming, Kong Xian, and Han Shuyi remained in the hall. Han Shuyi clenched his fists tightly, lifting his head to glare at Hu Ming with a look of frustration. Hu Ming, seemingly out of nowhere, pulled out 2 playing cards, a joker and a wild card, and tossed them toward Han Shuyi. Young Master Han, it seems you had dropped your ID and its copy. Hu Ming and Kong Xian returned to their room. But when Hu Ming turned on his phone, he was surprised to find that Yu Luo had already transferred 2 million yuan into his account. It seemed that everything was proceeding as planned. Hu Ming sat down in a chair and began writing in his journal while Kong Xian quietly sat on the bed, waiting for his instructions. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when the first light of dawn broke, Hu Ming finally put down his pen and stretched. He turned to Kong Xian, a smile appearing on his face. Kong Xian, it's all thanks to you today. Young Master's orders are mine to follow, Kong Xian replied with a nod, her eyes blinking slightly. Yet, there was now a touch of admiration in her gaze as she looked at him. Everything was going according to Hu Ming's plan. If things continued this way, they would soon leave the Han family. And when that time came, Hu Ming could stand openly against Han Shuyi. Clearly, Kong Xian still remembered Zhou Wenli's harsh words. Even though she tried to hide it, those words had undeniably driven a wedge between her and Hu Ming. Han Shuyi was Zhou Wenli's son, and Hu Ming's status in her heart had long since faded. Kong Xian understood this, but that didn't mean she would passively accept it. If one day Han Shuyi wanted them dead, would they simply have to accept that fate? She wouldn't. Hu Ming certainly wouldn't. Yet, there were still people in this family who cared about them. How would Hu Ming make his choice among them? Young Master, what about Master Han and Yun? What will you do about them? Kong Xian asked, her eyes fixed on Hu Ming. His smile faded, and he rested his chin on his hand, staring intently at the door. But soon, a smile returned to his face. Very soon, Han Hu Ming will disappear from this world. No matter what experiences he had before, those who leave won't come back. It's a pity, but we must accept our new identities. Of course, even with new identities, it doesn't mean we can't interact with them. We just need to remember who we are. Hu Ming then locked his journal back into the drawer while Kong Xian nodded, making sure to remember his words. At dinner, Zhou Wenli unexpectedly served Hu Ming a large shrimp, placing it in his bowl. Yet, as she looked at him, her expression couldn't have been more awkward. She had thought Hu Ming was the son of that troublesome couple, but it turned out she had been so wrong. With Hu Ming's true identity now uncertain, Zhou Wenli didn't know how to treat him anymore. After what Han Litian told her in the room earlier, she realized that she might have gone too far and pushed them apart unnecessarily. That's why, at the dinner table, she offered Hu Ming the food. Hu Ming, noticing her gesture, appeared rather surprised but quickly responded politely. Thank you. His tone was respectful but distant. The atmosphere at the dinner table instantly turned tense. Han Litian continued eating as if nothing had happened while Han Yun glanced uneasily between her mother and Hu Ming. Han Shuyi kept his head down, focusing on the food in front of him, squid and scallops that Zhou Wenli had served him. The awkward tension lingered in the air. Zhou Wenli glanced at Hu Ming cautiously. Seeing that Hu Ming did not react, she felt as if she was making a fool of herself. But then she remembered what Han Litian had instructed her, and quickly put on a smile as she asked, Hu Ming, is there anything you need lately? If you do, feel free to let us know, and we can get it for you. With a QTS. I already have everything I need, so there's no need to trouble the family. Zhou Wenli struggled to maintain her composure, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh in front of everyone. With no other choice, Zhou Wenli forced a sheepish smile. If you need anything, just let the family know. Okay. And so, the dinner ended. Han Shuyi made an excuse to return to his room while Zhou Wenli sat on the sofa, her eyes occasionally darting toward Hu Ming. Han Yun11 had initially planned to help Hu Ming with his English, but Han Litian called him away. Bored, she ended up seeking out Kong Xin, asking her about Hu Ming's recent activities. It seemed that this household was revolving around Hu Ming, though not in the most harmonious way. The full moon hung high in the sky, stars scattered across the night like a flowing river, stretching endlessly. Hu Ming and Han Litian walked together in the back garden. The Han family's backyard was spacious, and Han Litian enjoyed taking solitary walks there after dinner, finding it helpful for his digestion. Hu Ming followed beside Han Litian, maintaining a silent presence. But this time, Han Litian didn't wait for Hu Ming to speak. He quickly voiced what he had in mind. Hu Ming, have you been planning this for a long time? Hearing Han Litian's question, Hu Ming showed no surprise, as everything that had unfolded today seemed too coincidental. A closer look would reveal the flaws in it, but Hu Ming hadn't intended to hide any of it. If he had done nothing, that would have been the actual red flag. Actually, they approached me in private. Hu Ming kept his gaze fixed ahead as if lost in recollection. Their behavior was nothing like normal parents. It was as if they were doing everything they could to remove me from the Han family. Hu Ming turned to Han Litian, and this time, he spoke without reservation. They still think that my presence in the Han family would cause unnecessary trouble for Han Shuyi. Han Litian opened his mouth, about to explain, but Hu Ming raised a hand to stop him. Dad, let me finish first. I understand their actions have nothing to do with the Han family. But if they truly were my parents, then my life would be nothing short of tragic. To be entangled with such people for a lifetime, I wouldn't even have peace in death. That's why I secretly conducted a paternity test and ultimately got this result. When I first found out, I had a hard time believing it. But I quickly accepted it, because I desperately needed this truth to support the actions I planned to take. I had intended to reveal that paternity test when the time was right, but I never expected them to use such a flimsy excuse to have someone come after me. In the end, it wasn't me who sent them to prison, it was their own actions. What I didn't expect was that Han Shuyi would try to hinder me and that Madame Han would be upset because of it. Hu Ming closed his eyes slowly as if coming to terms with some harsh reality. Han Litian let out a long sigh. After much thought, he finally spoke. Shuyi certainly acted without thinking this time, but Wenli, she didn't understand the whole situation. She was just too anxious. But she used to always trust me, didn't she? Now that the trust of the past was gone, there was no reason. Han Shuyi sat at his desk, his expression cold and stern, eyes closed as he carefully recalled the events of the day. But what shook him the most was discovering that Hu Ming wasn't actually the son of that couple. He had initially thought that he could use the couple to hold leverage over Hu Ming and eventually drive him out of the house. Yet today's events had caught him off guard. Not only was his father angry with him, but even his mother felt a sense of guilt toward Hu Ming. To him, this was inconceivable. He couldn't stand the thought of Hu Ming retaining any place in this household. With that in mind, he took out his phone from the drawer and quickly dialed a number. The call connected almost immediately, and from the other end came a lazy, youthful voice. Good evening, Han Shuyi. I want to ask you, did you know all along that Hu Ming isn't actually their son? Oh, you're talking about that? Of course, I knew. Otherwise, why do you think I told you in that small mountain village that you were the real son of the Han family? The meaning behind the voice was clear. If it weren't for Hu Ming, he would have been stuck in that mountain village for the rest of his life. Even if Hu Ming had taken his place, the person on the phone seemed to think it was a trivial matter. Han Shuyi's breathing quickened at the thought. But he also knew very well that his current position in life was entirely due to this person's influence. Han Shuyi had never met them in person, but they had given him opportunities and money, allowing him to reunite with his biological parents. For that alone, he felt this individual was a powerful and inscrutable figure. Oh, by the way, just a reminder, your fiancé's family is already falling apart. I suggest you get rid of them while you can. Of course, if you actually have feelings for that ugly girl, just ignore it and do what I said. And what about Hu Ming? How do you expect me to deal with him? How should I know? If you can't handle someone like Hu Ming, it just means you're not competent enough. And people who lack competence don't even qualify to be a pawn. The voice chuckled, dripping with disdain. Han Shuyi clenched his fists tightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He wouldn't let anyone take away what he had now. If someone dared to try, he'd make sure they paid the price in blood. Li Tian lay in bed beside his wife, who had been by his side day and night. But his mind kept drifting to matters at the company. Business hadn't been great lately. Many investors had refused to work with him. If it weren't for the Han family project, he might have had to sell off his shares already. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Li Tian stole a glance at his sleeping wife. Then, he pulled out his phone and opened a hidden album containing photos of him and his son, Alpha Nigerian Nairobi. Seeing his own flesh and blood brought a smile to Li Tian's lips. But just then, his phone vibrated. It was rare to receive calls this late at night unless something serious had happened. Not wasting a moment, Li Tian answered the call directly. Hello, what happened? It's not good, Mr. Li. The company's alarm went off, someone's broken in. What? Li Tian exclaimed, his voice startling the person next to him awake. Yu Luo looked at him in confusion, but Li Tian hurriedly threw on a few pieces of clothing and rushed out the door without any explanation. Left in a daze, Yu Luo glanced at the time on her phone, 2 or 3 in the morning. What on earth was Li Tian doing, heading out at this hour? She was actually quite tired today. After all, she had just transferred 2 million to Hu Ming's account, money that came from her private savings and the funds Tangda had saved. Though it pained her to part with the money, she believed it would be worth it if it kept Hu Ming from spilling their secret. The phone on the table vibrated, catching Yu Luo's attention. She picked it up, only to see a message from an unfamiliar number. Now is your chance to act. Don't you want to know what secret Li Tian is hiding? As Yu Luo read the message, she instantly snapped to attention. She recalled the task that Hu Ming had entrusted to her, one that involved a secret about Li Tian, one even she, as his wife, was unaware of. With that thought in mind, she hurriedly got up and made her way to the study. She remembered there was a safe in that spot where Li Tian kept important things. Meanwhile, Hu Ming stood at the top floor of a nearby skyscraper, where he had a clear view of the Li Corporation building, which was beginning to light up. A simple action from him could send countless people into a frenzy, that was his ability. Leaning against the railing, Hu Ming pulled a photo from his pocket. The image captured Li Tian holding his illegitimate son. No, the child was actually Li Tian's only son. As for Li Yu, she was merely a byproduct of Yu Luo's mistake. Hu Ming had no interest in family morals, he was only after a result. He dialed Liang Feng's number, and on the other end, it seemed like Liang had been waiting for his call. As soon as it connected, the other party answered. Have you taken care of the task I assigned you? Yes, as per your instructions, I placed the photo in that location when I visited the Li family. Now we just need to wait for Yu Luo to discover it. Once that happens, chaos will ensue in the Li household. When the Li family is in disarray, we can seize the opportunity to take over their assets. Liang Feng was already prepared. After accepting Hu Ming's suggestion, he understood he had to see this through to the end. Good. You should also start preparing to move your wife and daughter. And you? Me? Don't worry about me. You can let Li Tian know about this, and he can come after me for revenge. I need him to help me disappear for a while. Hu Ming took out his binoculars and gazed at the distant building as its lights flickered on. Below, Li Tian had already rushed to the scene. A subtle smile crept onto Hu Ming's face as he picked up a helmet and wore it before turning to leave. The alarm finally stopped ringing by the time Li Tian reached his office, only to find documents scattered all over the floor. However, the most crucial safe was untouched. He hurried over to open it, and thankfully, all the important documents were still intact. These documents were vital, they held the company's lifeblood. If they were to leak, the entire company would be doomed. Realizing this, Li Tian felt a wave of fear wash over him. But soon after, he began berating the staff for being utterly useless. While Li Tian was busy working in the company, Yu Luo discovered a photograph of a young boy in the safe. Her pupils dilated in shock as she froze in place. Because the little boy was strikingly similar to Li Tian, after finally wrapping up the company matters, Li Tian headed home. However, as soon as he entered the house, he noticed the lights were on in the living room. He paused for a moment, then stepped inside. Yu Luo was sitting on the sofa, her gaze sharp, and on the table lay a photo. Confused, Li Tian approached her and asked, "Why are you still up in the living room so late? Aren't you going to sleep?" "Sleep? Li Tian, you need to explain to me what this photo means." Yu Luo pointed at the photo on the table, and as Li Tian glanced at it, he froze in shock, cold sweat running down his back. It was a picture of his son? But why was this photo here? This photo was found in your study. Don't you think you owe me an explanation about who this child is? Yu Luo's words made Li Tian break out in a sweat. A forced smile appeared as he replied. This child is the son of one of my clients. I kept a record for future collaborations, it's easier to refer to the child. Really? Yu Luo narrowed her eyes, sensing that things weren't as simple as he claimed. Li Tian stepped closer, resting a hand on her shoulder, his tone slightly gentler. Really? You have to trust me. Something happened at the company, we were invaded, and I had to deal with it. I'm quite tired now, let's go to bed early. Li Tian's sincere attitude left no room for suspicion. Just then, an object was thrown through the window from outside. The sound of shattering glass echoed as a package landed on the floor. Li Tian froze momentarily, then quickly rushed outside while the household's guard dogs and security personnel also sprang into action, attempting to catch the intruder. Only Yu Luo remained in place, staring at the package on the ground. With her name? It was as if someone wanted her to see what was inside. Anxiousness gnawed at her, but her curiosity overpowered her rationality. She stepped forward to pick up the package and began to open it. However, when she laid eyes on the contents, she nearly fainted. Her body swayed as if she might collapse at any moment. Despite that, she clutched the item tightly, her eyes filled with hatred. She had believed she had secrets from Li Tian, only to discover that he, too, was hiding something from her. And more importantly, Li Tian had never intended to leave anything to her daughter. Ultimately, it was simply because their daughter was not a son. This reminded Yu Yuluo of her early days in the Li household, where her mother-in-law was desperate for a grandson and had tormented her relentlessly. Alpha. She had been forced to drink herbal medicine under the guise of nourishing her body, but in truth, it was based on some obscure remedy claiming to ensure the birth of a boy. The excessive herbal consumption had caused harm to her body, causing her not to have more children. This conflict had only been resolved after her mother-in-law passed away. Since then, Yu Yuluo has harbored a deep resentment towards Li Tian whenever the topic of sons arose. Yet the evidence before her now confirmed that Li Tian not only had a son but that the child had already grown up. If things continued as they were, Li Tian might even bring that child back home. She absolutely would not allow that to happen. When Li Tian returned, he had missed the person who had thrown the object. But as soon as he saw the strange look in his wife's eyes, he stepped forward, intending to ask what was wrong, only to be met with a sharp slap across his face from Yu Yuluo. Stunned by her reaction, Li Tian covered his cheek, his expression darkening. Are you out of your mind? Am I out of my mind? Why don't you take a look at what this is? With that, Yu Yuluo slammed the documents in her hand against Li Tian. Instinctively, he caught the documents, glancing at one sheet. But as he read the content, his pupils constricted, and panic washed over his face. The paper contained an intimate photograph of him holding that child, alongside years' worth of transfer records to that woman. All the evidence pointed to him he really had a son. Yuluo, let me explain. Li Tian started, but just then, Li Yu came down the stairs, rubbing her eyes, confusion etched on her face. Mom, Dad, what are you arguing about so late? At the sound of her daughter's voice, Yu Yuluo froze, her expression turning pained. She rushed to embrace Li Yu, her tone frantic. Your dad has cheated on us? He has an older son. Li Yu, who had been blissfully unaware, was jolted awake by her mother's words. Her eyes widened in disbelief. In her worldview, while her father might have made mistakes, he still cared deeply for their family. After the embarrassing incident at the last banquet, he had promised that he would never make such a mistake again. They had all believed him, but now reality revealed that this betrayal had occurred much earlier, and all the while, he had been raising a child they had never known about. At that moment, Li Yu felt as if her life was collapsing around her. She pressed her forehead with her hands, at a loss for words. Li Tian turned away, unable to meet their gazes. Now that the truth was out, there was little point in hiding any longer. He swallowed hard and sank into the sofa, looking defeated. At this point, there's nothing more to say. I made this mistake a long time ago. Asking me to give up that child now is impossible. That's a life, and he's my son, your brother. Li Tian looked at his daughter, understanding that he had to keep her emotions steady. After all, Li Yu was still tied to the Han family through their engagement. If Li Yu abandoned him now, he would be in serious trouble. Hearing her father's words, Li Yu fell into a daze, while Yu Yuluo couldn't contain her anger, shouting, Li Tian, all these years, you've been hiding from us, supporting someone else. After the incident at the banquet, you were exposed. What other secrets do we not know about? I really don't have any more secrets. Believe me. Enough, stop arguing. Li Yu finally couldn't hold back, scolding both of them. The information was too overwhelming to process, she didn't know how to react. Shu Yi, right, I need to discuss with Shu Yi about this. The next day at school, Yechushui didn't see Hu Ming anywhere. That guy hadn't replied to her messages since last night, which left Yechushui quite worried. To ease her mind, she even went to find Han Yun 11. After hearing from Han Yun 11 that Hu Ming was fine, she finally sighed in relief. However, she could clearly sense that Han Yun 11 was hiding something from her. Han Yun 11 didn't want to discuss it, and she didn't want to push her. All she hoped for was that Hu Ming would return to school soon. She thought to herself, when had she ever felt lonely over someone? Not wanting to dwell on it further, Yechushui turned back toward her classroom. But the ensuing hours were devoid of joy. The news of Hu Ming being taken away by the police had spread throughout the school, and many were buzzing about his actions. The events from that day when Hu Ming had been on the street were even shared online, with headlines making things very clear. After all, stories involving internet addiction schools always drew attention, and whether or not the news would be suppressed was uncertain. The students were astonished that the person they once disdained could display such skill. Moreover, they recognized that couple. They were the same ones who had caused a commotion at the school gate. Some students wanted to ask Han Shuyi what was going on, but he merely smiled and replied that he had no comment. The situation escalated quickly, but Han Shuyi was considering something else entirely. Shuyi. Li Yu hurriedly rushed up to Han Shuyi, her expression tense, as if something serious had occurred. Seeing Li Yu, Han Shuyi immediately recalled what that person had said last night. He said that the Li family was already falling apart, and if he continued to get close to them, it would likely be a loss for him. Han Shuyi's initial intention in getting close to Li Yu was to absorb the Li family's wealth. If what that guy said was true, then there was really no reason to maintain a connection with Li Yu. Perhaps Li Yu would need to rely on him to survive. With that thought in mind, Han Shuyi blinked, already having made a decision. He smiled at Li Yu and gently asked, "What's wrong, Li Yu? Did something happen?" There are too many people here. Can we talk in private? I have something important to discuss." Upon hearing this, Han Shuyi nodded in agreement. They walked to a nearby pavilion, where Li Yu eagerly recounted what had happened the night before. In Li Yu's eyes, Han Shuyi was the only one who could solve this problem. But as Han Shuyi listened to her, his expression grew increasingly grave. He hadn't expected Li Tian to engage in such activities behind the scenes, and more importantly, he had concealed this matter for so many years. Now that it was exposed, Li Tian would surely find a way to bring that boy back, and by then, Li Yu would lose everything. A Nigerian Naira. Li Tian almost fooled everyone? Fuming at this realization, Han Shuyi clenched his teeth, but he couldn't show his anger in front of Li Yu. This situation is not simple. Your father has gone too far, and your mother would it very difficult to make amends. If it escalates, both families will end up arguing. If a divorce is chosen, your father will have the opportunity to let that mother and son into your home. Han Shuyi explained the potential consequences of what could happen to Li Yu. Li Yu's expression grew troubled as she contemplated her thoughts. Clenching her fists, she couldn't believe her life had taken such a turn. Her father could actually do something like this. Li Yu, take a rest first. I need to consult my family about this, too. All right. Seeing that Han Shuyi couldn't provide any substantial answers, Li Yu felt a sense of disappointment. Han Shuyi then stood up and headed toward the classroom. For some reason, Li Yu felt that Han Shuyi was walking especially fast, as if he couldn't wait to get away. After the incident, Hu Ming chose not to attend school. Now, he sat in the backyard, staring at his phone. On his phone, he saw the messages from Yechiu Shui, but he chose not to reply. He knew that, at this point, it was best not to contact Yechiu Shui. Han Litian's car slowly pulled into the driveway, which didn't surprise Hu Ming. He had anonymously sent Han Litian all the information about Litian's tax evasion over the years. No matter how close Han Litian was to the Li family, he had to consider whether this would impact the Han family as well. Facing the sunlight, Hu Ming slowly closed his eyes. Next, he needed to let Litian know the secret of Yu Luo. If the two didn't clash, he wouldn't have the opportunity to act. However, before that, Han Shuyi should know about the Li family's situation. Though he wasn't sure who was behind Han Shuyi, it was clear that the other party hadn't intervened directly. Instead, they had sent Han Shuyi to deal with him, indicating that they were wary of something. In essence, Han Shuyi was just a pawn. He would let this pawn continue living for a while. When the time came, he would resolve everything. Hu Ming. Han Litian's voice sounded behind him. Hu Ming instinctively turned to see Han Litian looking at him seriously. He sat down beside Hu Ming and asked, "Why did you warn me to be cautious of the Li family last time?" "Dad, didn't I already explain? Since Li Tian publicly annulled the engagement at the banquet, it's natural that I harbor resentment against him. Moreover, he's a person who always acts in his own self-interest. It's not surprising that he might be doing things behind the scenes." Hu Ming shrugged, appearing completely indifferent to the situation. At first, Han Litian doubted Hu Ming, as everything had happened too suddenly, more so when what Hu Ming said turned out to be correct. This coincidence made Han Litian uneasy. But how can Hu Ming have to orchestrate such events? He hardly left home and behaved normally at school. How could he have had the time to engage in such activities? Han Litian trusted Hu Ming deeply. He patted Hu Ming on the shoulder, not intending to hide anything from him. "Earlier at the company, I received an anonymous tip-off about Li Tian. It detailed the money he has embezzled over the years while working with the Han family. The amount is significant, and he has also been excessively tax evading. If I submit this tip-off, the Li family will be finished. However, this involves many people, and since the Li family has an engagement with Shuyi, I'm hesitating about what to do." Han Litian understood that even if he didn't bring this matter up, someone else would. What was crucial was how the Han family presented their stance in dealing with this situation. "Then let's wait and see how many secrets the Li family is still hiding from us. I believe the truth will come to light soon." Hu Ming clasped his hands together, his expression calmed. After returning home, Han Shuyi wasted no time recounting everything that happened at the Li household to Zhou Wenli. Zhou Wenli was visibly shocked upon hearing the news. She had thought that Li Tian's actions last time were outrageous enough, but she hadn't expected that all these years, he'd secretly had a child out there, hidden from everyone. What did this mean? It showed that Li Tian didn't actually value Li Yu. As a woman from a prominent family herself, Zhou Wenli understood very well how highly these families regarded bloodlines. In the future, Li Tian will surely bring that boy home, and he then give everything to that child. As for Li Yu, to put it bluntly, she might not get much of anything. "Shuyi, what do you think of Li Yu?" Zhou Wenli asked her son, genuinely curious about his view on Li Yu. Back when the engagement with the Li family was arranged, Zhou Wenli hadn't been entirely on board. After all, Li Yu had always seemed timid, and from the Han family's perspective, the Li family was indeed aiming a bit high. But the engagement had been arranged by the family patriarchs of both sides, whose close friendship had sealed the deal. Later, after Han Shuyi returned, Zhou Wenli wanted to take the opportunity to cancel the engagement, but Li Tian blocked her from doing so. Furthermore, Han Shuyi expressed his willingness to accept the arrangement, so she didn't pursue the matter. But she was still unsure about her son's true feelings toward this relationship. Was it out of duty, or was there genuine affection? Now that the Li family was facing such a scandal, Zhou Wenli naturally wanted clarity. Han Shuyi was momentarily taken aback by his mother's words, then gave a wry smile. Mom, it's my responsibility, there's no need to say much about it. How can it be unnecessary? If it's only out of responsibility, you don't need to bear it at all. The Han family doesn't need to expand its power through marriage alliances, you just need to marry a girl you truly like. Zhou Wenli patted Han Shuyi's hand, her expression also filled with helplessness. If she'd known this was how her son felt, she would have handled this matter long ago. Han Litian would likely oppose breaking off the engagement, but that didn't mean she couldn't try. For her son's happiness, as his mother, she had to make her own decision. Shuyi, stay home for now and leave the engagement issue to me, Mom. Han Shuyi wanted to speak but seemed uncertain of what to say. Zhou Wenli didn't let him continue, instead turned and walked toward her room. Only after Zhou Wenli's figure disappeared entirely did Han Shuyi breathe the sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face as if he'd just solved a major problem. Recently, Li Tian had been overwhelmed by the troubles of both his company and his family. The company's stock price had begun plummeting, and he was frantically trying to stop the losses. As for his home, things were even more complicated. Yu Luo's family seemed to have caught wind of his illegitimate child and demanded that he address the situation. Under this dual pressure, Li Tian's already thinning hair was falling out faster than ever, and to make matters worse, he needed to relocate his son to avoid Yu Luo's family finding him. That would lead to a disaster. Li Tian slumped helplessly in his chair, staring at the stock prices on his computer screen, feeling utterly defeated. He had no idea who he had offended, as everything happening seemed targeted at him. The origin of those photos, the intruders at his company and home that night, he didn't know who they were. He also feared that his unknown adversary would strike at him again. Who the hell is it? He slammed his fist onto the desk, scattering papers and pens into the air. After letting out his frustration, he sank back into his chair, wondering if the Han family could still save him. The Li and Han families had a marriage alliance, and for the sake of reputation, the Han family wouldn't just stand by and watch their in-laws go bankrupt, would they? Ari. With this in mind, he tried to call Han Litian. Just then, an anonymous message pinged on his phone. Litian frowned, curious, and opened the message. The message contained only a simple address leading to a nearby hotel. Along with it was a brief note, "Come to this room if you want to see a good show." Litian's expression was one of suspicion as he pondered the message. He figured this was likely another stunt by the same person who had set him up at the banquet before. If he went to that room, who knew what might happen? With no answer after calling Han Litian multiple times, it was clear the other party wanted nothing to do with him, given the recent troubles with the Li family. Damn it! Do you have to be so ruthless, Han Litian? He muttered under his breath, grabbing his phone and standing up. Sitting here waiting would accomplish nothing, he might as well go and find out exactly what game was being played. Litian arrived at the hotel, the very same where Yu Luo frequented. He booked the room number in the message and headed straight up via the elevator. As he rode up, his heart pounded wildly. A deep-seated instinct told him something big was about to happen. With the key in hand, he opened the door and entered the room. There, on the desk, was a USB drive, along with a hotel-provided laptop. The USB drive had a note taped to it, "A gift for you." "What's this?" he muttered, inserting the USB into the laptop. Inside, there was only a single video file and a notepad document. Swallowing nervously, Li Tian clicked open the video. In the silence of the room, his pupils gleamed as the footage played, the scene shifting from one figure to two. One of them was his wife? Li Tian couldn't believe his eyes. His wife, who had always presented herself as a proper, graceful woman, was actually hiding such a scandalous side. Their play shocked him to the core. His fingernails dug deeply into his palms as he clenched his jaw, veins bulging across his forehead, his eyes streaked with red. His wife had been cheating long before he ever was. What right did Yu Luo have to accuse him of anything now? Right then, all Li Tian wanted to do was return home and confront her, hands around her neck, demanding answers. When the video ended, he fought to contain his rage as he clicked open the remaining notepad file. There was only a single sentence. "Dear Mr. Li Tian, take a guess, do you think Li Yu is really your biological daughter?" Yet Yu Shui noticed that she wasn't getting any replies from Hu Ming, and he hadn't shown up at school either. If she hadn't heard from Han Yun 11 that he was doing just fine at home, yet Yu Shui might have seriously worried that something had happened to him. But if he was perfectly fine, then why wasn't he responding to her messages? Somehow, that left her feeling a bit down. Even though she knew there wasn't really any significant connection between them, after spending so much time together lately, she had already started to think of Hu Ming as a friend. Now that he'd suddenly gone silent, it felt as though something essential was missing from her daily life. Packing up her bag, she began her walk home. Li Tian clutched the paternity test results, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his hands trembling as he fought to control his emotions. He could accept that Yu Luo had been cheating, but that Li Yu wasn't his daughter? His fist slammed into his leg, yet he didn't feel the pain. He looked up, his gaze filled with rage. If that woman had been so heartless, then he did not need to hold back anymore. With the test results in hand, he drove home, all the while carefully plotting his next steps. More importantly, he could now finally bring his son home openly and without restraint. He no longer needed the Yu family. The thought sharpened his resolve. His car soon stopped at his house. But just as he opened the door, he saw Yu Luo, phone in hand, laughing over something. The moment she noticed him, her expression shifted instantly to one of cold hostility. She still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Li Tian walked straight towards her, and Yu Luo ended her call, glaring at him as she spoke. Li Tian, hand over that woman and child, or we're not done here. Bitch, get out of my sight. Li Tian's hand came down hard across her face, sending her reeling onto the sofa. The slap stunned her. She sat there, dazed, staring at him as her head swam. What are you doing? Are you planning on abusing me? You bitch damn well deserve it. Li Tian's hands wrapped around Yu Luo's throat, his eyes darkening with fury. Just then, Li Yu came out of her room and saw the scene, letting out a scream as she rushed over, desperately trying to pry his hands loose, shouting, Dad, what are you doing? Let go of Mom. Li Yu's voice brought him back to himself for a brief moment. He looked at the daughter he had raised for over 10 years, only to feel his anger surge even higher. Ra with Tildanu. They had hidden everything right under his nose, making a fool of him for over a decade. And the girl in front of him was proof of it all. In a rage, he threw Yu Luo to the floor and then struck Li Yu, knocking her to the ground. Bastard! Who do you think you are to order me around? You're a bitch just like your mother. Li Yu cried out in pain as she crashed onto the sofa, head spinning and hair falling messily around her face. Li Tian stepped toward her, his voice filled with venom. After all these years of deceit, you two must be sick of living. Hearing this, Yu Luo froze, realizing that Li Tian had discovered the entire truth. But Hu Ming had promised he wouldn't reveal anything? Seeing her daughter getting hit, Yu Luo threw herself at Li Tian, holding onto him tightly. Run! Your father's gone mad. Li Yu's face was bruised, her hair in disarray, still dazed from everything that had just happened. She couldn't understand why her father would treat her like this. If anyone had done wrong, it was him, not her. Struggling to stand, she looked up and saw her father once again beating her mother, and she shouted out, Dad, what on earth is going on? At the sound of Li Yu's shout, Li Tian finally stopped, though his fists remained clenched as he glared at her. Yu Luo reached out, grabbing his pant leg, only for him to kick her aside. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Li Tian pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it at Li Yu. Holding one hand to her ringing ear, Li Yu looked down at the paper. As her eyes scanned its contents, they widened, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Li Tian sneered as he observed her reaction. You're not my child. You're the spawn of your mother and some lowlife I don't even know. That one sentence was enough to shatter Li Yu. Her body trembled, her breathing suddenly labored. She had always been her father's daughter, a child of the Li family, so why had things turned out like this? Like a broken doll, she looked over at her mother, but Yu Luo turned her head away, too ashamed to meet her daughter's gaze. Wasn't this reaction proof enough that it was true? Clutching her head, Li Yu tried to scream, but no sound came out. She shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to accept the truth. No matter how much she denied it, the facts were unchangeable. Li Tian loosened his tie, his cold gaze fixed on the two women before him. Now, he could finally rid himself of them. Thankfully, he'd prepared a backup plan, so his son was still his rightful heir. As for these two wretches, they wouldn't see a cent of his money. Li Tian, you can't just abandon us. Li Yu still has an engagement with the Han family. If it weren't for that, I would have killed you both by now. Li Tian's glare bore into Yu Luo, barely restraining his fury as he collapsed onto the nearby sofa, breathing heavily. This woman had cheated for over 20 years. If there weren't still profits to be made, he'd have dealt with them both by now. Sending this bitch into the Han family is your only way to survive. He didn't even look at Li Yu, losing all interest in her. But just as he finished speaking, a cold scoff echoed from outside. Everyone turned, faces paling at what they saw. Li Yu's own face went white, and she felt herself about to faint. There, standing in the doorway in heels, was Zhou Wenli. Her gaze toward Li Yu had undergone a complete transformation. If there had once been any warmth in her eyes, now only fury and disgust remained. It's true that our Shuyi is engaged to your family. But to think you'd try to pawn off someone who isn't even truly of the Li family into the Han family isn't that the most absurd notion imaginable. Zhou Wenli's words exploded like a bomb in everyone's ears. No one expected Zhou Wenli to appear at that moment, and behind her was the butler, panting heavily. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, even the seasoned butler was visibly shaken. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Wenli took in the mess of the hall and the bruised and battered figures of Yu Luo and Li Yu. Her frustration with the Li family had reached its peak. Li Tian, who would have thought you'd turn out to be a domestic abuser? Mrs. Han, please, let me explain. Panic swept across Li Tian's face right now. The Han family was his only lifeline. If they abandoned him, the Li family would be utterly doomed. But Zhou Wenli raised a hand, cutting him off, her voice calm as she looked at Li Yu. Li Yu, no matter what relationship you had with Shuyi before, from today onward, it's over. Her words were a death sentence for Li Yu. Li Yu's head shot up, pain flashing in her eyes. Auntie, it's not like that. Shuyi and I are truly in love. True love? Don't kid yourself. Shuyi only stayed with you out of obligation. Like a stone plunging into a lake, Li Yu's pupils dilated, and she sank weakly to her knees. She shook her head repeatedly, fragments of past memories flooding her mind. Shuyi had always been so close to her, always so thoughtful. And yet, now they were telling her he'd only been with her out of a sense of duty? No, it can't be. Auntie, please, let me talk to Shuyi. Just once. Li Yu crawled forward, inching closer to Zhou Wenli. Watching her desperate state, Zhou Wenli took a deep breath, looking at her with exasperation. She felt that Liu had lost her grip on reality and was glad that she hadn't let Shuyi come along. Given his soft nature, he might have caved in. Liu, Shuyi told me this himself. I was never pleased with this engagement, not even from when it was arranged with Hu Ming. If it weren't for Shuyi's grandfather, I'd have refused to let you in the door. It's not that you're bad, it's just that you're not good enough, and I don't want my son to marry a girl just out of obligation. That wouldn't be fair to him. Liu's hands clenched into fists, tears spilling freely down her face. Zhou Wenli's words were like a knife, stabbing into her heart again and again. What if I told you that Shuyi was just using you? She'd once thought Shuyi was the one who'd brought her out of the darkness. But as from this moment, she realized it had all been her own delusion. A certain figure resurfaced in her mind, a boy who had once said those words to her before turning and walking away. Now, she understood, she'd been nothing but a tool all her life. That person had likely known all along and had even warned her. But in the end, she'd still chosen to leave with Shuyi. But now, it was too late to go back. Zhou Wenli looked at the hollow-eyed Liu and shook her head in disappointment. She then turned to face Li Tian. Her eyes were sharp, her voice like ice. Li Tian, I'm officially announcing that the engagement between the Han and Li families is null and void. Mrs. Han, you can't do that? This was a marriage arranged by my father and your father-in-law. For the sake of the Han family, I'll gladly take on that burden. Don't think I'm unaware of what's happening. My husband told me everything. Your tax evasion, the money you've siphoned off from the Han family's contracts. If all this were exposed, it's the Han family that would be dragged down with you. Li Tian, you'll have to pay for what you've done. With that, Zhou Wenli turned and walked away, leaving everyone with only the sight of her retreating figure. Li Tian's chest heaved as he paled, realization settling in. He knew it was all over. The Li family was truly finished. Grabbing a vase from the table, he hurled it violently to the ground. Shards of porcelain scattered across the floor, some embedding into Liu's leg, but she felt nothing. She looked like a lifeless shell. The butler silently closed the door, not daring to witness any more. And from the hall's security camera, every detail was captured. Zhou Wenli returned home and immediately sought out Han Shuyi. She told him that if Liu came looking, he was to say he was grounded and couldn't go out. Seeing Shuyi's uncomfortable expression, Zhou Wenli felt a pang of guilt. She moved closer to hug him, offering gentle words of comfort. She felt her son was simply too kind-hearted. Little did she know that, deep down, Han Shuyi was quite happy. His mother had personally taken care of a troublesome issue for him. Meanwhile, Hu Ming sat in his room, savoring the scene that had just unfolded at the Li residence. He knew Han Shuyi would try to shake off Liu, but he hadn't expected Zhou Wenli to step in and do it for him. Now, Li Tian would likely harbor a grudge against Han Shuyi as well. With that, everything would unfold even more smoothly. Nodding in satisfaction, Hu Ming heard a knock at his door. As he opened it, he found Han Yun 11 standing there, eyeing him curiously before asking, "Brother, aren't you planning to return to school? The midterms are coming up, and yet Yu Shui keeps asking me about you every day." "Just tell her I'm fine," Hu Ming waved dismissively, a plan clearly already forming in his mind. "And as for school, I'll be going back soon." Han Yun 11 simply nodded and headed back to her room. As she left, Kong Xian appeared from around the corner. "Young master, are you sure you don't want to inform Miss about this matter? The less they know, the better it is for us. Sometimes, Kong Xian, you have to give something up to gain something else. I understand the principle of equivalent exchange well enough." "Understood." Kong Xian quietly withdrew, and Hu Ming changed into different clothes, heading out. He had something important to take care of. "Zhao Wei, someone's here to see you." A prison guard opened the door, and a thin figure stepped out of the cell. Zhao Wei looked ghostly pale, as though he'd lost his soul. When he saw who was in the visitation room, he froze momentarily before a bitter smile appeared on his face. "We meet again." Zhao Wei was about to call out to the young man, but remembering that he wasn't really his son, his expression turned slightly uneasy. Because of a misunderstanding, he and Lu Guifang had nearly ruined this child's life. "Yeah, we meet again, though this will be our last meeting. After all, we have no real connection," Hu Ming said, a smile forming on his face as if there had never been any animosity between them. But Zhao Wei knew better. The young man's smile was the most dangerous thing about him. No one could ever guess what he was truly thinking. "What do you want to ask?" Zhao Wei cut straight to the point, saying his visitor's intent. "At the hospital back then, was it just me and Han Shuyi? If this is about being boys, then yes, it was only you and him." Zhao Wei was certain of this, and Hu Ming fell silent, deep in thought. Because by this logic, they were missing one child. After all, both the Han and Zhao families had boys. If that's the case, then there must have been another missing child. All of this. Han Shuyi was the one guiding you, wasn't he? "We're not sure, but every time Shuyi says something, we just start following along without realizing it. Ever since he was little, Shuyi has always been a kid with his own mind, and whatever he did would satisfy us. Eventually, it became natural to listen to him on important matters." Zhao Wei closed his eyes, sinking into confusion. He understood what Hu Ming was implying, that Han Shuyi had orchestrated all of this. But after raising Shuyi for so many years, why would he turn against them? And he didn't even know that Hu Ming wasn't their biological child. Unable to make sense of it, Zhao Wei found himself trapped in a mental dead end, while Hu Ming understood perfectly well that he was now caught in an unresolvable dilemma. People don't easily doubt their beliefs, much like their relationship with Han Shuyi. They thought everything Shu Yi did was for their benefit, not realizing that he'd been using them all along. In this situation, Lu Guifang was the biggest victim, but there would be a price for their actions. As for what that price might be, Hu Ming couldn't care less. I don't have many questions left. I won't ask if you regret it because it's meaningless. Just stay here. You'll see things clearly when you finally make peace with it. Hu Ming stood up, uninterested in asking further questions. When Han Shuyi manipulated Zhao Wei and his wife, he surely wouldn't have left any evidence behind. These two were utterly loyal to Han Shuyi, willing to do anything for him. Now, both of them were locked up in prison, just as Han Shuyi had intended. As Hu Ming turned to leave, Zhao Wei spoke softly from behind him. I'm sorry. Li Yu looked up at the sprawling villa before her, but no one intended to let her inside. She had already waited here for quite some time, but there was still no sign of Han Shuyi. Han Shuyi had told her he was grounded. That was why she came personally to see him. But the security guard at the entrance seemed to have received instructions not to let her through. Li Yu continued waiting under the scorching sun, hoping Han Shuyi would eventually come out to meet her. Her head started to feel light, and she was nearly overcome by heat stroke when suddenly, a car horn blared behind her, startling her. Instinctively, she turned to see Hu Ming stepping out of a car. His gaze was calm, his face devoid of expression as he looked at her. Seeing Li Yu's bruises, Hu Ming was hardly surprised. He had witnessed Li Tian's brutal beating that day, which had nearly killed her. Yu Luo cheated on him, leaving him so furious he could have killed them. Hu Ming, go home. You should know you won't get the response you want by staying here. If Han Shuyi truly wanted to see you, he would have come out by now, even at the risk of getting yelled at with grave BS. He pointed to the security camera at the door, recording their every move. This only confirmed Zhou Wenli's words were true. Han Shuyi really didn't like her. He'd only chosen to be with her out of duty. Li Yu slumped helplessly to the ground as Hu Ming took a bottle of water from his car and placed it in front of her. Before Hu Ming turned to leave, Li Yu's hand clutched the hem of his shirt. She lifted her head, her eyes brimming with the last glimmer of hope. Hu Ming, can you let me in? Can you help me see Shuyi? Young master, the madam ordered not to let her in. The guard looked conflicted as he glanced at Hu Ming caught between the orders of both the young master and the madam. He clearly didn't want to cross either of them. Hu Ming looked at the faint flicker of hope in Li Yu's eyes and found it almost amusing. Since Li Yu was so determined to burn out her last shred of hope, he decided he'd help her. Han Shuyi wanted to hide and emerge unscathed from all of this, but Hu Ming wasn't about to grant him that. Consider me paying you back for those years, Li Yu. Now, we're even. With a dismissive wave at the guard, Hu Ming turned and walked into the villa, Li Yu following closely behind him. At that moment, Han Shuyi sat in the living room, watching the latest news. The Li family had just been exposed for tax evasion and fraud, and before the fallout could hit, the Han family had already severed their contract with them. Han Litian had acted swiftly, taking care of the issue before it could spiral. As for Li Yu, his mother had already cancelled the engagement, ending any lingering troubles. Leaning back on the couch, Han Shuyi's mind was preoccupied with how to handle Hu Ming. Hu Ming was becoming an enormous threat. He could visibly see his family's affections shifting toward Hu Ming, whether it was his father or Han Yun. They all seemed to see Hu Ming as a true part of the family, but he was the Han family's rightful heir, their real family by blood. His fist clenched tightly as he resolved that no matter what orders he was given, he would end Hu Ming. The main door creaked open, and Han Shuyi quickly masked his expression. But when he saw Hu Ming walk in, his eyes narrowed, and his hostility was unmistakable. There was no need to pretend, things had already fallen apart between him and Hu Ming. Oh, it seems young Master Han is still lounging at home. Have you been dodging Li Yu so much that you've even stopped going to school? Do you really plan to hide forever? Hu Ming's words struck Han Shuyi like a slap in the face. Han Shuyi jumped to his feet, glaring at Hu Ming with a fiery intensity. Hu Ming, you orchestrated all this, didn't you? Come on, young Master Han, wasn't it you who wanted to call off the engagement with Li Yu? Her situation has nothing to do with me. But as a courtesy, I brought her to see you, considering you're grounded. With that, Hu Ming pulled the person behind the door into view. When Han Shuyi saw her, his pupils shrank, and his gaze turned murderous as he glared at Hu Ming. This guy is deliberately setting me up. See how kind I am? I knew you hadn't had a chance to discuss the engagement, so I risked getting yelled at just to bring her in. Tisk, 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 you two should have a good talk. Hu Ming leaned against a stone pillar nearby while Li Yu took tentative steps forward. Shuyi, what Auntie said, is it true? Did you really stay engaged with me just out of duty? In the relentless pursuit of an impossible goal, disappointment is inevitable. No matter how many kind words Han Shuyi offered, Li Yu only heard his final word, yes. Yes, he indeed stayed with her because of duty. What she thought was love was merely a figment of her imagination. From the moment her eyes landed on him, Li Yu's heart fluttered uncontrollably. She quickly found herself infatuated with him, completely lost in his charm. She had once thought they would spend a lifetime together, but now, in less than a year, she had already lost everything. A woman, deep in love, often dreams of being irreplaceable in the world of the person her heart is given to. She infuses herself with the false belief that she is someone who holds a powerful presence in her lover's world. It is only later that she realizes that not only was there no mark left, but even a trace of dust was absent. This was her now. Li Yu's face turned ashen as she took step after step back. She had finally received the answer she dreaded from Han Shuyi's lips. Now, she truly had nothing left. Watching Li Yu in this state, Han Shuyi had initially planned to use her one last time to spite Hu Ming. But now, it was clear to him there was no need. To him, Li Yu held no value whatsoever. His cold gaze turned to Hu Ming, who met his look with a casual, almost lazy expression. Their eyes locked in the air, almost as if sparks were about to fly. Just then, Li Yu stepped toward Hu Ming and stopped before him. She slowly raised her head, looking up at him, and in a voice only the two could hear, asked, Hu Ming, did you already know that Han Shuyi would be like this? Who knows? Maybe I just don't like him. Hu Ming shrugged, showing no emotional reaction to Li Yu's devastated state. To him, this was merely the consequence of her poor choices. When she and Han Shuyi planned to break their engagement before everyone else, Hu Ming decided not to spare her any mercy. Li Yu looked up at him, staring at his familiar yet unfamiliar face. She suddenly realized that everything had already changed. Hu Ming was no longer the Hu Ming of the past, and she herself was no longer the person she once was. There was no path left that would lead them back together. With grave ennui. Lowering her head, she appeared timid and apologetic, just as she once had. I'm sorry, Hu Ming. I must have betrayed your trust. Hu Ming said nothing in response, watching her back as she gradually faded from his view. It felt as though he had personally torn apart her fairy tale. Yet, how ironic that fairy tales cannot be destroyed so easily. Han Hu Ming, do you think this will really affect me? Han Shuyi's voice sounded from behind him. Hu Ming slowly turned around, raising an eyebrow. Han Shuyi, you'd better cherish the life you have left. With those words, Hu Ming turned and walked away. Later that evening, Zhou Wenli unleashed her fury on Hu Ming for letting Li Yu into the house. She had never wanted Han Shuyi and Li Yu to interact, and in the end, Hu Ming had let her in. When Han Litian heard about this, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly asked for an explanation, and only then did Zhou Wenli reveal the whole truth. Have you lost your mind? Han Litian couldn't help but slam his palm onto the table. The noise startled Zhou Wenli, and Han Shuyi was equally shocked. He had assumed Han Litian would support him in this. What's wrong with me? My son doesn't like Li Yu, why should I let them stay engaged? Or do you want to see your son marry a girl he doesn't like? Even if it were to be called off, this is the wrong time. I just cut off our partnership with the Li family. They're already under intense pressure right now, and by cancelling the engagement now, you're forcing Li Tian onto a dead end? If he snaps and goes after the children, what then? Li Tian was nearly driven mad with anger by his wife's actions. Ending the partnership was a strategic move to protect the family's reputation. By keeping the engagement temporarily, there was room to negotiate. It was an attempt to give Li Tian a lifeline. But his wife had ruthlessly severed Li Tian's last lifeline, and if he truly intended to harm the children, the consequences would be far beyond anything they could bear. Upon hearing Han Litian's words, Zhou Wenli's face paled instantly. She couldn't stand the thought of her son getting hurt. After all the effort it took to bring Shuyi back, if anything happened to him, she wouldn't want to live either. What should we do? Her voice was tinged with anxiety, and regret for her actions began to creep in. Han Litian could only sigh in resignation, weariness etched into his face. Assign some people to protect the children. For now, let's keep a close eye on Li Tian's movements. At this, a glint of cold determination flickered in his gaze. Li Tian's face was ashen as he slumped on the sofa, looking utterly defeated. The news of him being cuckolded had been exposed, and somehow, word of his abusive behavior had also leaked. He had no idea who had revealed it, but it was clear they had succeeded. His company was ruined, his reputation destroyed, and the engagement with the Han family was cancelled. He had lost everything. In desperation, Li Tian tried to contact that woman. He wanted to bring his son back. But when he dialed her number, it had been disconnected. She'd fled with his son. Over the years, he had sent her tens of millions, thinking she'd have some savings. But she had left him high and dry. Now, he was completely alone, betrayed by everyone. In a fit of anger, Li Tian grabbed the ashtray on the table and hurled it to the floor. Meanwhile, Yu Luo and Li Yu had returned to the Yu family. Though the Yu family didn't like them, it was still better than staying here and enduring the abuse. Han family, you have pushed me to the edge, I'll haunt you even in death. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. When Li Tian picked it up, he saw it was Yu Luo. The very sight of her name on the screen made him fume. This woman had been unfaithful for decades, and she even wanted him to legitimize her betrayal. All he wanted now was to send these people straight to hell. Answering the call, his tone was cold and menacing. You still dare call me, you bitch. Li Tian, I know you're in a bad mood right now, but I called to tell you who's truly behind all this. Yu Luo's voice came through, filled with hatred as she sat on her bed, her eyes aflame with resentment. Hu Ming had said he wouldn't expose the truth, yet he had done so anyway. To Yu Luo, Hu Ming was the one who had ruined everything. If Li Tian wanted revenge, Hu Ming was the one to target. Who is it? Li Tian's eyes widened, and his breathing grew rapid. The name Yu Luo said next left him utterly stunned. It's Han Hu Ming. He knows all my secrets and even told me about your safe. That's where I found that photograph. He knows all our secrets. The world seemed to fall into a tense, eerie silence. Li Tian never could have imagined that the mastermind behind everything was actually Hu Ming. That idiot, someone who always seemed so clueless, had played him for a complete fool. Unable to accept the truth, Li Tian slammed his fist down on the table, making the objects on it shudder. His breaths came heavy and labored, and his eyes were bloodshot with rage. He's going to kill Hu Ming, kill that bastard? Meanwhile, Hu Ming watched Li Tian's impotent fury on his phone, savoring every moment. Though Li Tian tried to look threatening, he honestly didn't amount to much. The next part of the script was likely that Li Tian would try to have him kidnapped. But until then, he had no chance of finding him. As the time dragged on, Li Tian would get desperate, just like a cornered dog. And as everyone knows, a cornered dog always bites. A mocking smile played across Hu Ming's face, his eyes brimming with ridicule. His thoughts got interrupted when a knock sounded at his door. When he opened it, he found Kong Xian standing before him. Young master, I've prepared everything you asked for. Good. If word of my death gets out, leave a note and then leave the Han family. Young master, are you sure they won't find us? Don't worry. They've never seen your real face, and as for me, you don't need to worry. This wasn't his first time with this sort of thing. Forging identities was child's play. This time, though, he'd give Han Shuyi quite the fright. Not that he'd let him off too easily, of course. For several days, Hu Ming remained out of sight. Yet Yu Shui found herself distracted in class. Tomorrow was the monthly exam. Was Hu Ming seriously planning to skip it? He'd even promised her that he would get a good score. Was he going to break his word? Yet Yu Shui had sent him numerous messages, but that guy was either up to something or completely ignored her, not even sending back a single reply. This left Yu Shui feeling a bit dispirited. She'd thought Hu Ming was someone who kept his promises. But after what happened, he hadn't even assured her of his safety. Did he think their bond meant nothing? If that was the case, then why had he gone out of his way to help her so many times? Yet Yu Shui buried her head in her arms, lying on her bed with her head tilted to the side. The night outside was growing darker, and the once noisy apartment building slowly fell silent. Ding dong. The sudden sound of her doorbell made Yu Shui jump up from her bed. Who could possibly be visiting this late at night? Barefoot, she padded over to the door. Without a peephole, she couldn't see who was outside. Is someone there? She asked softly, but there was no reply. Despite her usual cold demeanor, living alone in this kind of place and facing something like this was unnerving. The doorbell rang again. This time, Yu Shui grabbed a kitchen knife and took a cautious stance behind the dining table. Meanwhile, she quickly sent a message to Hu Ming. Yu Shui, Hu Ming, someone's ringing my doorbell over and over. Hurry and come over. Yu Shui, if you don't answer me soon, I'm seriously ending our friendship. I mean it. Biting her lip, she alternated between glancing at her phone and staring at the door, worried someone might break in. The wall clock ticked slowly, its hands moving steadily forward. At exactly midnight, the clock chimed with a resonant dong, dong, dong. Just then, her phone screen suddenly lit up with a new message. Hu Ming, is it possible that the person outside is me? Seeing this message, Yu Shui, knife in hand, marched to the door and opened it. And there he was, Hu Ming, the guy she hadn't seen in ages. He looked exactly the same as she remembered. Only Hu Ming's expression turned startled as his eyes landed on the knife in her hand, a wave of exasperation flashing across his face. Yu Shui, seriously? Holding a kitchen knife in the middle of the night? What is this? Cosplay. It's the middle of the night, and someone's ringing my doorbell. I can bring a knife if I want. Yet Yu Shui defended herself, her tone firm. As she looked him over, confirming he seemed perfectly fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as she remembered how he'd barely replied to her messages lately, her face hardened in annoyance. Hu Ming, why haven't you been answering my messages? Oh, that. Hu Ming's expression didn't change a bit as he smoothly lied. Some stuff happened at home, so I haven't really been on my phone. Yet Yu Shui narrowed her eyes, clearly doubting his excuse. Then tell me what exactly happened that day. Pouring him a glass of water, Yu Shui listened as Hu Ming explained everything that had gone down recently. Yes, everything. Hu Ming didn't plan on hiding anything from Yu Shui. To him, she was someone he could trust. Trust was rare, but he was willing to extend it to her. As Hu Ming talked, Yu Shui's eyes grew wider, and her mouth dropped open, astonishment etched across her face as each revelation shattered another of her assumptions. A with ring above OES. Once he finished, she could only sum it up with one phrase: rich people's circle is something else. Yeah, it really is. But the best part is, I'm not actually that couple's son. But, doesn't that mean you might never find your real parents? It doesn't bother me. Honestly, I'm fine with things as they are. Life with the Han family has been pretty good. It's just that things are a bit tricky right now, so I can't leave the house much. True. If what you said is right, Li Tian really might go to extreme lengths. No wonder Li Yu hasn't shown up to school lately, so that's why. Yet Yu Shui felt indifferent toward Li Yu, but these revelations were certainly harsh. She hoped Li Yu could pull through. Hu Ming, did you sneak out to come here? Yeah. Yun11 said you'd practically blown up my phone, and when I turned it on, it froze from all the notifications. If people didn't know, they might think you're my simp. Die. Yet Yu Shui gritted her teeth, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at him with all her might. Hu Ming curled up, laughing as he tried to dodge. Hands on her hips, yet Yu Shui's face finally broke into a smile. She could feel the heavy weight inside her lifting. Seeing Hu Ming safe and sound was all that mattered. Hey, shouldn't you be heading back now? Huh? I came all this way, and you're just sending me off? No way, make me a midnight snack. Eating this late? You'll get fat. Yet Yu Shui shot him a glare but turned and headed to the kitchen. What do you want? That 100 point from last time will do. Hu Ming, when are you coming back to school? Ye Shui looked at him, a bit of anticipation in her gaze. But Hu Ming just waved a hand casually. I'll go back eventually, just not yet. He glanced at Ye Shui, a faint hint of emotion in his eyes. See you next time, Ye Shui. Yeah, see you next time. Ye Shui believed that once things with Li Tian were resolved, Hu Ming would come back to school like normal. She turned, quietly closed the door, and leaned against the window, watching his silhouette fade away. Meanwhile, Li Tian had sought out Yu Luo in person, trying to understand the full story behind everything that had happened. During this time, his company was nearing collapse, and many in the Li family were dissatisfied with him, even calling for his removal. Li Tian had long since lost the will to manage the business. Right now, all he wanted was revenge against Hu Ming and the Han family. Yet, Hu Ming was slippery. From the Han family's doorstep, Li Tian hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. It was as if Hu Ming knew he was there and was purposely staying inside. Returning home, Li Tian calmed himself and thought things over carefully. How had Hu Ming managed all this? He couldn't have pulled off so much if he were working alone. And how had someone gotten into his home? He'd secured his safe and hadn't allowed anyone inside aside from work matters. Li Tian closed his eyes, searching his memory for any suspicious person. Suddenly, someone came to mind, a prime suspect. He took out his phone and sent a message to his hired men, only to be met with silence. It was as if his messages had vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Li Tian's eyes widened, his fists clenching with bitterness. Now, he was truly alone, even his own men had betrayed him. Liang Feng had likely already relocated his wife and child. Even if Li Tian tried to find them now, it'd be too late. Li Tian was sure this was all Hu Ming's doing. Without Hu Ming, none of this would have happened. Now, all Li Tian wanted was to tear Hu Ming to pieces. But he needed a way to draw Hu Ming out. If Hu Ming wanted to hide, then he'd force him to come out. Lately, Han Shuyi had also noticed something unusual about Li Tian. On several occasions, he'd seen Li Tian lurking in the shadows as he left school. Is that guy stalking me? Han Shuyi frowned, a heavy look on his face. He wasn't sure what Li Tian was planning, but if his father's words were right, Li Tian was desperate enough to do anything. Moreover, he'd just broken off the engagement with Li Yu, leaving Li Tian with no allies. According to his father, the Li family was on the verge of collapse and would soon be acquired by someone else. Li Tian was now nothing but a desperate man on the run. As his car slowly drove him home, Han Shuyi received a message. His classmates seemed to be planning a gathering, and many had already agreed to it. After all, the honors class had intense academic pressure, and going out was a good way to unwind. As one of the core class members, Han Shuyi's decision would influence many others. He glanced at Hu Ming's closed door. He remembered that Hu Ming had recently gained the favor of many classmates. At this rate, Hu Ming's past reputation would be completely wiped away. Naturally, Han Shuyi didn't want to see things turn out this way. Although he didn't know why Hu Ming hadn't yet returned to school, this was a good opportunity. With tilde New Thailand bot. I'll be going. Meanwhile, in his room, Hu Ming read Han Shuyi's message. He was very satisfied with Han Shuyi's decision. After all, this would give Li Tian the perfect chance to make his move. Of course, Li Tian hated him, but he also hated the Han family. If he could capture Han Shuyi, that would be a new bargaining chip for Li Tian. Hu Ming rubbed his chin, his eyes sharp with intent. Just then, his phone rang. Hu Ming picked it up and saw that Liang Feng was calling him. Li Tian has likely figured out what we're up to on this end. Stay hidden for now. I'll handle the rest. Are you sure? I can help you. No need. I work better alone, and others would only get in my way. Hu Ming sounded arrogant, but he was simply being honest. He could execute his plan flawlessly, but if anyone else was involved, things could go wrong, forcing him to clean up after them. That would just add unnecessary work for him. All right. How should I contact you after this? I'll find you when the time comes. Understood. Liang Feng didn't ask any more questions. The fact that Hu Ming was even sharing this much was more than enough. While he was curious about Hu Ming's true identity, he understood that some things were best left alone. It wouldn't benefit him to dig any deeper. Right now, he was at the high-speed rail station with his wife and child, waiting for their train. Soon, they would leave this wretched place behind. It was a city that had brought him wealth but kept him bound for so long. Hope that bastard Li Tian rots in hell. Liang Feng muttered under his breath while his wife and child beside him eagerly watched for the train's arrival. Under a sky of lightning and thunder, Han Yun-11 stood staring at the distant cliff, where, just ahead of her, Li Tian was gripping Han Shuyi's throat with a crushing force, preventing him from making a sound. Han Shuyi's face had turned a sickly purple, clearly struggling for air. Li Tian's mouth moved as he taunted him, but Han Yun-11 couldn't make out the words. Just as she stepped forward, Hu Ming suddenly appeared from behind at the edge of the cliff. He grabbed Li Tian's hand, which held a gleaming dagger. Hu Ming's face was strained as he struggled to stop Li Tian, who was thrashing like a madman, trying to plunge the dagger into Hu Ming's chest. As Hu Ming's strength waned, he suddenly turned to Han Yun-11 and gave her a faint smile. That smile sent a chill through her, a cold sweat breaking out across her body. She instinctively reached out, but Hu Ming pushed Li Tian, and together, they tumbled over the cliff's edge. No. Han Yunxi's eyes shot open, and she shouted instinctively, her whole body tense like a startled animal. She looked around her familiar room, gasping for breath, her back drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. On the weekend, Han Shuyi arrived at the designated gathering spot. Most of his classmates were there, but unfortunately, Hu Ming still chose not to attend. No one knew what was going on with Hu Ming. Even when they asked Han Shuyi about it, he only gave vague responses. At the party, the classmates thoroughly enjoyed themselves. They sang karaoke, played games, and some even sat together playing mahjong and poker. Han Shuyi sat in the middle of the group, mingling and building rapport with everyone around him. Everyone knew that Han Shuyi had excellent grades and came from a good family background, so getting along with him was hardly an issue. The private room was filled with a lively buzz. Meanwhile, downstairs, Li Tian sat inside a van, his eyes fixed intently on the building before him. Han Shuyi had just entered the building moments ago. Since he couldn't get his hands on Hu Ming, he would go after Han Shuyi instead. Zhou Wenli valued Han Shuyi highly, so she would surely meet his demands if he took action. And once that happened, he could have whatever he wanted. With that thought, Li Tian knocked on the back of the van. Instantly, a group of men emerged from the back. They dispersed, entering the building from various entrances. Li Tian twisted the jade ring on his thumb, his gaze growing steely. In the room upstairs, Han Shuyi stood up to go to the restroom. Though he had bodyguards with him, he still felt a nagging sense that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Whenever he returned home, Li Tian was always there to monitor him. This time, with him out in public, it seemed impossible that Li Tian wouldn't make a move. As Han Shuyi reviewed his memories on the way here, he didn't notice any sign of Li Tian. Given the chance, Li Tian would definitely seek revenge on the Han family. With a heavy expression, Han Shuyi pulled out his phone, intending to call bodyguards downstairs. But when he looked at his phone, he was shocked to see that there was no signal in the entire building. Someone's intentionally blocking communications here. Eyes widening, Han Shuyi suddenly heard footsteps coming from the direction of the emergency exit. He hurried into the restroom, closing the door behind him. Outside, he could hear a few men talking. "You take that area, you check over there, I'll handle the rooms. Let's wrap this up as quickly as possible." The man's voice was stern, sounding like he was carrying out an order. The restroom door was pushed open. Footsteps approached as someone walked around outside. Han Shuyi pressed himself against the wall, hidden behind the door. The man looked in, saw the stalls empty, and proceeded to check the others. Finding no one, he left. Han Shuyi's heart was pounding. With a focused gaze, he slipped out of the restroom. By the elevators, a man stood guard, and another one had emerged from the party room, seemingly having confirmed Han Shuyi's absence inside. Moving quickly, Han Shuyi headed toward the stairwell door. But as he opened it, a guard on the stairs spotted him. The guard was about to call out, but Han Shuyi acted faster, charging forward and tackling him to the ground, punching his face again and again. With a burst of strength, the guard shoved Han Shuyi off, but Han Shuyi grabbed a fire extinguisher nearby, smashing it down to knock the man out cold. His instructor had told him, "When you have a weapon, don't hesitate to act, or else you will be the one in danger." The man's forehead took a brutal hit, blood beginning to trickle down his head. Han Shuyi dropped the extinguisher and dashed down the stairs. As long as he reached the lobby, he would be safe. Before the gathering, he had instructed his bodyguards to wait downstairs. He'd initially thought that no matter how bold Li Tian was, he wouldn't bring so many people upstairs. Unfortunately, he underestimated Li Tian's determination. The floor numbers flashed by as Han Shuyi hurried down the stairwell. When he reached the second floor, he gasped for air, hands braced against his knees. Just as he steadied himself on the railing to move on, a deep voice sounded from behind him. "Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of coming up to find you." Han Shuyi spun around, and there, in the dim stairwell, a shadowy figure stood. The figure was cloaked in a black trench coat and hood, face concealed behind a mask, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Han Shuyi's expression twisted with anger as he glared at the stranger. "Whatever Li Tian's paying you, I'll double it. Let me go, and I'll ensure my father doesn't come after you. I'll even throw in extra cash. Business requires integrity. I gave my word to Mr. Li, so you can't escape." The figure stepped forward, and Han Shuyi, seeing no way out, steeled himself for a desperate fight. He threw a punch at the shadowy figure's face, but his opponent ducked, smoothly evading the blow. Then, with a swift uppercut, he struck Han Shuyi's jaw. Han Shuyi's eyes rolled back as he hung in midair briefly before collapsing to the ground, completely still. He was out cold. "That's it. I thought with all that training, you'd be a bit tougher." The shadow removed his hood and mask, revealing his face. If Han Shuyi had been conscious to see it, he would have passed out again from sheer rage. It was Hu Ming. He pulled a black hood from his pocket and slipped it over his head to make himself appear a terrorist. Meanwhile, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the stairwell. A few men descended and spotted Han Shuyi unconscious on the floor. They exhaled in relief. One of them looked to Hu Ming, shuddering slightly. "Man, good thing you got him. If he'd escaped, the boss would have killed us. This young master's worth a fortune. A single job pays more than a bunch of our previous gigs combined. Let's get him out of here before the Han family's bodyguards figure out something's wrong," Hu Ming said, his voice low and commanding. The men nodded, quickly hoisting Han Shuyi up and placing him on a garbage cart, covering him with garbage bags to conceal him. With Han Shuyi hidden, they wheeled him out. As they left, Hu Ming removed his coat and slipped away quietly, vanishing into the building's shadows as if he had never been there. Back in the van, Li Tian had been waiting for a while. He'd planned to have the job done within 30 minutes to avoid detection by the Han family's bodyguards. But the 30 minutes had almost passed, and still no sign of his men. "Mr. Li, open the door." A shout came from nearby. Li Tian looked over to see his men pushing a garbage cart toward him. His eyes lit up, heart pounding with excitement. Finally, Han Shuyi vaguely heard voices speaking nearby. He tried to open his eyes, but everything remained pitch black. His jaw throbbed, feeling like it had been dislocated. The pain jolted his memory, reminding him of what had happened before he lost consciousness. He had encountered a man dressed in black, who had knocked him out with a single punch. He hadn't been a match for him at all. This left Han Shuyi feeling defeated. All the self-defense training he'd spent so much time on had proven utterly useless. If I get out of this alive, I swear I'll learn some more brutal moves. As he thought this, he heard the sound of a car coming to a halt. The door opened, and he felt himself being lifted and carried out. After what seemed like ages, he was set down on a chair, and a bucket of cold water was dumped over him. Someone pulled off his blindfold, and as daylight flooded his vision, Han Shuyi instinctively lowered his head, squinting against the brightness. When he finally looked up, he locked eyes with the man before him. Li Tian stared at him, expressionless, though his eyes burned with anger. "Han Shuyi, we meet again. Uncle, was all this really necessary just to bring me here?" Han Shuyi's tone was calm, showing no hint of panic. "Uncle? Han Shuyi, I'm just a washed-up businessman. How could I deserve the title of uncle from you?" Li Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Didn't Zhou Wenli personally come to cancel our engagement? Didn't Han Li Tian end our contract himself? At every turn, your Han family's been pushing me to the brink." Han Shuyi's expression didn't change at Li Tian's bitter words. He simply stared at Li Tian, then asked, "Uncle, you must realize the consequences of this. Even if you've captured me, what's the endgame? Even if my dad gave you money, you'd still have to run. Do you think you can escape the reach of the Han family's influence? Oh, are you suggesting I should just silence you here and now?" Li Tian pulled out a knife, stepping close to Han Shuyi. A glint of silver flashed before his eyes as the blade traced a shallow line along his cheek, a thin trail of blood seeping from the cut. Han Shuyi met Li Tian's gaze coldly, his face showing no fear. He knew he couldn't show a trace of fear in front of Li Tian. Otherwise, he'd be completely at his mercy. Li Tian, noticing Han Shuyi's steady expression, suddenly let out a laugh. "Ha ha ha, Shuyi, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're far tougher than that useless Han Hu Ming. Not even a flicker of fear in this situation. You reborn for big things are beta." Li Tian returned the knife to his pocket, and Han Shuyi felt a small wave of relief. But then, Li Tian pulled out his phone and made a call. The line connected quickly, and Li Tian put it on speaker. A voice came through clearly. "Li Tian, why are you calling me?" Han Shuyi's eyes narrowed, his expression turning serious. The voice on the other end belonged to none other than his mother, Zhou Wenli. Her tone was full of irritation, as if she found Li Tian's call an unwelcome nuisance. Li Tian chuckled, his tone mocking. "Zhou Wenli, don't you want to hear who's here with me?" He glanced at Han Shuyi, eyes glinting with menace. Han Shuyi knows Li Tian intended to use him as leverage against his mother. No need to suffer any more than he had to. "Mom, it's me." Zhou Wenli was silent for a moment before her scornful voice turned frantic. "Shuyi, what are you doing there? Your son, of course, was taken by me. Since your Han family is so heartless, I'll drag you all down with me if I have to." Li Tian's smile was hideous, as if Zhou Wenli were standing before him. Back at home, Zhou Wenli, who had been lounging on the sofa watching TV, collapsed in shock. She really hadn't expected Han Li Tian's warning to come true. Li Tian had actually gone after her child. She'd arranged plenty of protection for Shuyi before he went out today, but it had clearly not been enough. Her heart pounded furiously as if it might burst any second, and her hand trembled as she gripped the phone. With a voice on pins and needles, she exclaimed, "Li Tian, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Just let my son go. We can discuss any terms you need." She reached for her other phone, intending to contact Han Li Tian. But, as if he'd anticipated her move, Li Tian's voice cut in sharply. "Zhou Wenli, only you can know about this. If Han Li Tian finds out, I'll kill him on the spot. You remember how the Su family's child died, don't you?" His words unleashed a deep-rooted fear within Zhou Wenli. She remembered exactly what had happened to the Su family's eldest daughter. After the kidnapper took her, the Su family had alerted the authorities. In retaliation, the kidnapper had torn her apart, leaving pieces of her at the Su family's doorstep. Zhou Wenli had been there, comforting the girl's mother, and she hadn't expected to witness such a horrifying sight. The girl's mother had fainted from the shock, and Zhou Wenli herself couldn't eat for days afterward. It had taken a visit to a psychologist before she began to recover. She couldn't bear to imagine Shuyi in pieces like that. With no choice, she complied with Li Tian's demands. "Fine, whatever you say, I'll do it as long as you let my son go. Wait for my call." The line went dead abruptly. Zhou Wenli paused, then called out a few times into the silent phone. Confirming he'd really hung up, she finally lowered the phone. She covered her face with her hands, her expression twisted in pain. At that moment, Hu Ming walked in. Seeing Zhou Wenli like this, he had an inkling of what was going on. He asked, "Mom, why do you look so distressed? Did something happen?" Startled by Hu Ming's voice, Zhou Wenli quickly forced a strained smile. "No, nothing's wrong. Your eyes are swollen from crying, and it's nothing. Hu Ming frowned, genuinely worried. Seeing him, Zhou Wenli's heart ached. She thought of how she'd been treating him recently. Hu Ming does still care about me. Really, it's nothing. I just cried a bit watching a drama. Go rest in your room. Alright, just don't watch too long, it's bad for your eyes. Hu Ming nodded and turned to head back to his room. Zhou Wenli hung her head, her eyes dull and lifeless. Shu Yi, it's still early. Let's chat for a bit. Li Tian pulled a chair over and sat down, a slight smile on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Han Shu Yi. Aren't you curious why I went after you? Not really. The Han family has pushed you too hard. Honestly, I've been on guard against you since school started. Shu Yi didn't bother to lie, he stated it plainly, and his frankness left Li Tian momentarily stunned. But then, with a clap of his hands, Li Tian burst into laughter. Well, you're certainly thorough, but you're still a step behind. But truthfully, I had no intention of kidnapping you. Li Tian's words made Shu Yi's brows knit tighter. He scrutinized Li Tian's face, searching for any hint of deception. But Li Tian's expression remained unchanging, making it seem it was the truth. This puzzled Shu Yi even more. If he wasn't the target, then who was? Han Yun 11? Seeing Shu Yi's confused look, Li Tian couldn't help but smile, fully aware of the terrifying scope of Hu Ming's actions. Without Yu Luo's warning, he would have died without understanding what was happening. Leaning closer, Li Tian's smile grew sly as he spoke. You're not the one I want, Han Hu Ming is. At the mention of that name, Shu Yi froze in shock. He hadn't imagined that Li Tian's real target would be Hu Ming. But why? As far as he knew, Hu Ming hadn't done anything to Li Tian recently. In fact, he'd only embarrassed Hu Ming at a banquet not too long ago. It's no surprise you don't know why. After all, you have no idea what he's been up to. But once you do, you'll be afraid that he'll take everything from you, leaving you with nothing. Li Tian's words were like a siren call, a dangerous allure pulling Shu Yi in. But what he didn't realize was that even without his persuasion, Shu Yi already wished Hu Ming would disappear from this world. Li Tian chuckled softly as he looked at Shu Yi, then dialed Zhou Wenli's number. The call connected quickly. Li Tian, what do you want? What do I want? Zhou Wenli, it's simple. I only want one thing from you, a person. A person? Who? Han Hu Ming. On the other end, Zhou Wenli froze, her entire body paralyzed as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in shock. She couldn't believe it. Li Tian actually wanted Hu Ming? What are you planning? What exactly do you want to do? Zhou Wenli was unwilling to comply, but if she didn't, Shu Yi wouldn't make it back alive. You don't need to worry about what I'm planning. All you need to know is that if you want Han Shu Yi to return safely, send Han Hu Ming to the address I give you next. Otherwise, you'll soon receive your son's corpse. Our Nigerian Naira OES. With those chilling words, Li Tian hung up. Zhou Wenli's phone slipped from her hands and fell to the floor. She slumped onto the sofa, her face pale as death. The situation she faced now was of her own making. She had pushed the Li family too hard, forcing Li Tian to go to any length to take Shu Yi. But now, Li Tian was demanding Hu Ming in exchange for Shu Yi. And Hu Ming was the child she had raised for more than 10 years. In anguish, Zhou Wenli buried her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. What she didn't know was that Hu Ming was standing at the corner, silently watching her despair. Young Master. Kang Xian whispered softly, her gaze also directed at Zhou Wenli. She had to admit that before Shu Yi returned, Zhou Wenli had been the one who cared the most for Hu Ming in this family. She'd poured all her love into him, defending him no matter what mistakes he made. But everything had changed the moment Han Shu Yi appeared. At this point, Zhou Wenli indeed bore undeniable responsibility for how things had developed. If she had made more rational choices between the two children, perhaps Hu Ming wouldn't have considered leaving this family. This was the conclusion Kang Xian came to after thinking deeply. Hu Ming had always encouraged her to think for herself, to form her own views, and this was the result of that growth. Hu Ming remained silent in place before he suddenly turned to Kang Xian with a question. Kang Xian, if it were you at this moment, what would you do? Do you really want me to answer? Yes. I would accept it voluntarily as it won't change the final outcome. Why? Because the Han family has raised me for so many years, and I want to be the one to sever that bond myself. Hu Ming slowly turned to look at Kang Xian, observing how she had evolved from passively following his commands to forming her own ideas, and now, to making independent decisions. He felt that his time in the Han family hadn't been wasted. Then go ahead and handle it as you see fit. Consider it your reward, Hu Ming said softly. He then walked toward Zhou Wenli, while Kang Xian quietly stepped back, disappearing into the darkness. When Zhou Wenli looked up, she saw Hu Ming standing in the light, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Mom, I heard everything just now. Zhou Wenli shook her head and clutched his hand tightly, her voice trembling. No, I can't let you go. But if I don't, Han Shu Yi will die, won't he? Then let's ask your father, he'll know what to do. What if Dad's being watched? Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough not to plan for that. At that moment, Zhou Wenli felt on the verge of breaking down. Hu Ming picked up her phone, still glowing with the address displayed on the screen. Let me handle this. I'll bring Shu Yi back. Hu Ming, don't act recklessly. Mom, do you remember what I once told you? What did you say? I'll repay your favor. With that, Hu Ming gently set down the phone and turned to leave. Zhou Wenli watched his departing figure, feeling an emptiness in her heart as though someone had torn her heart out. Some things, once lost, never come back. Hu Ming pulled a motorcycle from the garage. Although riding without a license was against the rules, but following rules was never his style. Young Master. Kong Xian emerged with a helmet in hand, looking first at Hu Ming, then back at the villa where they had both lived for over a decade. This parting would likely be for a while. Taking the helmet from her hands, Hu Ming gestured to the sole of his shoe. I'm leaving it up to you to make the decisions later, Kong Xian. I trust you completely. Young Master, please be careful. Don't worry. Your young master is a monster, after all. He wore the helmet, revved the motorcycle's engine, and soon disappeared from her view. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhou Wenli leaned against the glass, closing her eyes in pain. Sensing a presence, Kong Xian looked in Zhou Wenli's direction before turning away and leaving parking the motorcycle by the roadside. Hu Ming removed his helmet, glancing back at the bike. Leaving such a fine piece of machinery here tugged at him a bit. But there wasn't much he could do. Taking it along wasn't an option. He leaned back, gazing out at the vast sea ahead, a faint smile on his lips. It had been a long time since he'd watched the ocean alone like this. Who would have thought one would be admiring the sea under such circumstances? Hu Ming remembered the first time he'd seen the ocean. It had been after a near-mission fail and he was wandering by the shore to unwind. Looking out over the endless expanse, his mind drifted to Zhou Wenli's anguished expression moments ago. He'd assumed she'd feel no more than a bit of sadness. Didn't she hate him? So why did she look like that when Li Tian suggested exchanging his life? The human heart is complicated. Hu Ming understood that well enough. He wasn't the original Hu Ming, so he didn't know how the former Hu Ming had interacted with Zhou Wenli. But from her expression, he could tell that before Han Shuyi came into the picture, Zhou Wenli must have poured all her energy into raising the original Hu Ming, even if he'd only been an unruly kid. In the end, the true source of all this trouble was Han Shuyi and those behind him. A car pulled up behind him, and Hu Ming turned to see several burly men with hoods walking straight up to him. He held out his hands, smiling as he spoke. Since I'm cooperating so willingly, how about you spare me the blindfold? After all, Li Tian isn't planning to let me walk out of here alive, right? The men looked at each other, clearly taken aback by Hu Ming's calm insight. One of them stepped forward to tie his hands, then shoved him into the van. The van's interior was pitch black, ensuring anyone outside couldn't see what was happening inside. So, there was no need to cover his eyes. On the way, Hu Ming chatted with them as if he were just another member of their crew. The men, thoroughly thrown off by his casual attitude, found themselves questioning if he was truly a hostage. Aren't you afraid of dying? One couldn't help but ask, only to be swatted by his comrade. Shut up. Afraid of dying? Who isn't? But does being afraid make a difference? I still have to come here to get Han Shuyi back, don't I? But, hey, guys, are you sure Li Tian's actually gonna pay you? I heard he's bankrupt, lost even his house to debt. RS. That's none of your business. One of them shot him a glare before turning his head away. You guys are true professionals. Makes me almost want to join you. Hu Ming flashed a thumbs up, admiring their commitment to the job. They all lowered their heads, visibly holding back something, shoulders shaking. The ride didn't last long before they came to a stop. As he got out, he saw an abandoned shipyard before him, and not far off, a tall lighthouse standing against the cliff's edge. Pushed along, Hu Ming was led into the shipyard, where he soon saw Han Shuyi and Li Tian seated in chairs. Upon seeing Hu Ming's arrival, Han Shuyi's face filled with shock. He hadn't expected Hu Ming actually to come, and even if he did, he thought it would have taken much longer. After all, he'd sensed Li Tian's hatred and knew Hu Ming must have done something drastic to incite it. Li Tian rose from his chair, glaring at Hu Ming with sheer hatred. Han Hu Ming, we meet again. I thought we'd meet sooner, but you can't seem to figure things out. So, I figured I'd help you to face reality directly. Hu Ming replied with a shrug. The words seemed to unhinge Li Tian, who charged at him, enraged. However, Hu Ming's feet were unbound, so he easily sidestepped the attack, despite his tied hands. The burly men from outside stepped in, watching the scene unfold, and one of them shook his head in resignation. Their leader spoke up, Li Tian, we brought the person here, and you paid up. We're even. It seemed he wanted nothing more to do with Li Tian, and Li Tian had no intention of giving them a warm farewell, either. He'd even sold his house to make this happen. Get lost. The leader snorted, then turned to leave, though he gave Hu Ming one last look, sensing that something about this deal had been strangely easy. Li Tian, breathing heavily, glared at Hu Ming with bloodshot eyes, while Hu Ming merely sat on an iron pipe nearby, a smile playing on his lips. Hu Ming, what exactly did you do? Han Shuyi's curiosity was piqued, wondering what Hu Ming had meant by facing reality. Hu Ming didn't bother hiding it. Your dear old father-in-law had an affair years ago and even has a son from it. But it turns out his wife had already betrayed him, and his daughter isn't even his. I just laid it all out for them, and they lost it, taking it all out on me. Like I'm the one who cheated on him? Why's he mad at me? Han Shuyi's eyes widened in shock, struggling to process Hu Ming's words. All of this, was Hu Ming's doing? Li Tian's gaze burned with venom. He staggered over to Han Shuyi, pressing a knife to his neck as he hissed, Han Shuyi, I'm giving you a chance. Kill Hu Ming here, and I'll let you go. Han Li Tian was breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead. He knew Li Tian would target his son, but he hadn't expected Hu Ming to become a bargaining chip for Han Shuyi's life. Kong Xian clasped her hands in front of her, her face unreadable. Beside her, Zhou Wenli trembled, at a loss for words. Just minutes ago, Han Litian received news that Han Shuyi was missing. Kong Xian had found him around that time and told him Han Shuyi had been kidnapped. He'd rushed home only to find his wife in despair. After repeated questioning, Zhou Wenli finally confessed everything. Now, they were en route to Hu Ming's location. On Kong Xian's phone screen, a small flashing dot marked Hu Ming's position. Han Litian shook as rage boiled within him, wanting to yell at his wife, to ask why she'd made such a mess of things. But seeing her pain, he held back. Just then, Zhou Wenli's phone rang with a video call. Hurriedly, she answered, only to be met with the sight of Hu Ming and Han Shuyi facing off. Zhou Wenli, take a good look at your two sons as they fight to the death. Since they were already here, Hu Ming knew Litian wouldn't let them leave so easily. How could a mere dagger intimidate anyone? So, Litian had procured a handgun from the black market. If Hu Ming or Han Shuyi showed any sign of resisting, he was ready to shoot them both. At this moment, Han Shuyi's adrenaline was surging to its peak. His back was to Litian, unaware of what he was up to. Meanwhile, Hu Ming clearly saw him holding up his phone as if he was capturing this entire scene. Han Shuyi, you know your mother worries about you, right? She wants you to live. Hu Ming, I want to live too. At this moment, he really wanted to end Hu Ming here and now. He slowly raised his stance, his gaze sharp and fierce. Shuyi, if you want to live, you have to be ruthless. Otherwise, it's you who will die. This is something your father taught me, and now, I'm teaching you the same thing. Litian laughed wildly, holding both his phone and the handgun, clearly anticipating what would unfold next. Han Shuyi moved toward Hu Ming, and the next moment, he suddenly swung a fist at Hu Ming's face. Hu Ming, seemingly caught off guard, stumbled back from the force of the punch. His hands were bound, giving him no real chance to fight back. Han Shuyi wasn't about to waste this opportunity. He continued his assault, each punch landing on Hu Ming. But something felt off despite every hit connecting with Hu Ming. He didn't feel the expected impact. Yet Hu Ming's reactions were unmistakably real. Litian was pleased with Han Shuyi's ruthlessness, but on the other end of the video call, Zhou Wenli watched in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth. She never imagined her son could hit so viciously. Shuyi, stop. He's your brother. Zhou Wenli cried out while Han Litian, sitting beside her, observed with a dark, disapproving gaze. Had he not seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed Shuyi could be so brutal. Was he really using what he had learned on his own family? He could have bought time without being this brutal. Kong Xian watched the scene silently on her phone, but she wasn't particularly worried. After all, her young master had done similar things before. Knowing his nature, he wouldn't let himself be truly hurt. Just as he'd once skillfully avoided punches from Solu's admirers, only to pretend he was wounded afterward. Nigerian Naira. No one knew this secret, only she did. Litian noticed the blood on Hu Ming's cheek, evidence of serious injury. He set his phone aside, his expression cold and focused. Hu Ming, you ruined everything for me. Even if I kill you, it won't satisfy my hatred. I ruined everything? Did I make you cheat? Or did I betray you? I'll say it again, if you hadn't done it, there'd be no evidence against you. Shut up. Litian raised the gun, pointing it at Hu Ming. His finger hovered over the trigger, his breaths heavy. Then, suddenly, he laughed. Don't worry, I won't kill you just yet. I want Zhou Wenli to make a choice. Let's see if she'll choose Han Shuyi or you, the bastard with no blood relation. You can spare yourself the concern. As Han Shuyi kept up the assault, Hu Ming kept talking, unrelentingly evasive, drawing out the fight and exhausting Shuyi's stamina. He pressed Hu Ming toward Litian, and then, noticing the narrowed look in Hu Ming's eyes, Shuyi realized what he was planning. Even if he dealt with Hu Ming here, Litian probably wouldn't let him go. It might be better to let Hu Ming save him. If Hu Ming was willing to take a risk, then he might as well give him a hand. With that thought, Han Shuyi kicked Hu Ming, who raised his bound hands in front of him, stumbling backward. And with that stumble, he ended up right before Litian. Litian instinctively stepped back to create some distance, but in the next moment, Hu Ming spun around and grabbed his hand. At the same time, Hu Ming shouted toward Han Shuyi behind him, "Run." Meanwhile, although the phone screen was dark, the audio still recorded everything. When Han Litian and Zhou Wenli heard Hu Ming's desperate yell, their hearts jumped. Then, from the other end of the phone, they heard multiple gunshots and a scream. Zhou Wenli's body trembled at the sound, her lips pale with fear. Han Litian urged Lan Jun to drive faster. Lan Jun floored the gas pedal, speeding the car down the road. Han Shuyi dragged his injured leg, moving forward as best as he could. The scream from a moment ago had come from him. Hu Ming was grappling with Litian, trying to keep him from firing the gun. Litian, in turn, struggled against him, repeatedly pulling the trigger. One of the bullets had grazed Han Shuyi's thigh. It hurt, but he could still keep moving. Blood dripped onto the ground, and the once clear sky had become overcast as if someone were purposefully setting a tragic scene. Gritting his teeth, Han Shuyi continued limping toward the lighthouse, his expression twisted with rage. He wouldn't let Litian go. If Litian survived this, he'd make him understand true suffering. As for Hu Ming, now knowing that all of the Li family's misfortunes had been Hu Ming's doing, once he returned, he'd be on guard against him to prevent any future schemes. Wonder what happened to Hu Ming. If he dies at Litian's hands, all the better. He muttered under his breath as blood continued to seep from his wound. The polished, approachable young master of the Han family was now reduced to a pitiful state. Han Shuyi recalled his time in the countryside where he had labored under the blazing sun to harvest wheat. Back then, his classmates mocked him, calling him a peasant and saying he'd always be a country bumpkin. That was when he decided he'd change his future, but someone told him that there was a shortcut, and that it had always belonged to him. They showed him Hu Ming's luxurious life, the life that should have been his. From that moment, he hated everyone. He hated the couple who had mistakenly took him. He hated Hu Ming for living the life meant for him. And he hated those who had laughed at him. They all deserved to die. He would reclaim everything that was his and crush everyone beneath his feet. A fierce flame of anger blazed in Han Shuyi's eyes. He resolved to clear every obstacle in his way. But first, he had to live. He clenched his fists and pushed himself toward the lighthouse. Just then, a furious roar sounded from behind. Li Tian's face now bore a fresh, bloodied scar, his gaze fierce as though he wanted to devour everything before him. Han Shuyi, you can't escape. Han Shuyi never thought that Li Tian would actually catch up to him. In Li Tian's hand was a dagger, and he chased after Han Shuyi relentlessly. Every so often, he would clutch his own cheek, his expression twisted with pain. Han Hu Ming, you bastard! I'm going to make you pay with your life. Li Tian's eyes were bloodshot, a streak of blood staining one of them. Moments earlier, Hu Ming had emptied the magazine of his gun, then grabbed a nearby dagger and slashed his face before fleeing. Shielding his injured eye, he had followed the trail of blood on the ground and finally, he'd found the wounded Han Shuyi. Han Shuyi gritted his teeth, struggling to keep moving forward, as he spoke. Li Tian, it's Han Hu Ming who's behind all of this. He's the one you should be after. All of you Han family members deserve to die. Han Shuyi grabbed a nearby rock and hurled it at Li Tian. Caught off guard, Li Tian stumbled, hitting the ground hard. Han Shuyi took advantage of the moment to sprint toward the lighthouse. But he quickly regretted it. Beyond the lighthouse lay a cliff, with no path forward. He spun around to see Li Tian approaching slowly, his expression livid, clearly enraged by Han Shuyi's desperate actions. He'd been toyed with by the Han family too many times. Even if he died now, he would drag a few of them down with him. Han Shuyi, there's nowhere left for you to run. Li Tian, you're truly insane. You had the chance to escape. Han Shuyi couldn't understand why Li Tian was taking things this far. With his life intact, he could always make a comeback, but he insisted on this desperate battle to the end. Li Tian raised the dagger, pointing it at Han Shuyi, his voice hoarse. What would you know? Han Hu Ming destroyed everything I had, that Han Li Tian too. I'm taking you all to hell with me. He charged forward, aiming to plunge the dagger into Han Shuyi's neck, when suddenly a voice called out from behind him. Stop. Both men looked back to see Han Li Tian and Zhou Wenli standing there. Han Shuyi's eyes widened in shock, he hadn't expected them to appear here. Li Tian, however, was furious at their arrival. Zhou Wenli, didn't I tell you not to involve Han Li Tian? Do you want your son to die? No? Please, I'm begging you, please let him go. Zhou Wenli pleaded, her voice trembling as she apologized, fearing Li Tian might act recklessly. Han Li Tian's expression was cold, his tone stern. Li Tian, do you even know what you're doing? What I'm doing? I know exactly what I'm doing. Your Han family wants me dead, so I'll take a few of you with me. Didn't you just bring Han Shuyi back? If I kill him, will you live your lives with that illegitimate child? ROES. Li Tian's words made Han Li Tian clench his fists, and he wished he could shoot him and end everything here and now. But Li Tian was holding Han Shuyi hostage. Any hasty action could mean that the dagger would find its way into Han Shuyi's chest. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Just release Shuyi. I don't want anything. I only want Han Hu Ming dead. Once he's dead, I'll release Han Shuyi. Just the mention of Hu Ming filled Li Tian's voice with seething rage. From the conversation, Han Li Tian finally understood that Hu Ming was the mastermind behind the fall of the Li family. He never would have thought that the once dissolute youth, infamous for his recklessness, would be capable of such ruthless tactics. But this was all the consequence of Li Tian's own actions? I don't even know if you've killed Hu Ming. So tell me, where is he? Han Li Tian's icy gaze bore into Li Tian. Better if he's dead, that little bastard. At this moment, Han Shuyi could hardly feel his leg anymore, yet he remained trapped in Li Tian's grasp. And across from him stood his parents. But where was Hu Ming? Everyone had the same question weighing on their minds. I was going to make you choose between Han Shuyi and Han Hu Ming, but now it seems unnecessary. Han Li Tian, arrange a boat and 10 million in cash for me. I'm leaving. You have 1 hour. Fail, and I'll die here with him. I can get it for you, but an hour isn't enough. Han Li Tian pulled out his phone to make a call, but Li Tian wasn't falling for any tricks. He pressed the dagger into Han Shuyi's arm, sending a spray of blood into the air, and it began pouring down his arm, shocking everyone. Zhou Wenli screamed, her face filled with horror. No, don't hurt him. I'm begging you. Then hurry. You don't want your son to bleed to death, do you? Li Tian's face twisted, with no sign of backing down. Han Li Tian's eyes hardened as he spoke a few instructions over the phone before hanging up. Han Shuyi bit down, his face contorted in pain, feeling the blood leaving his body and the chill creeping in. You'd better bandage him. If he dies, you won't get a cent. I won't even hand you over to the police. Li Tian hesitated, then burst into hysterical laughter. Threatening me? Do you think you're in a position to negotiate? Han Li Tian, who do you think you're fooling? Han Li Tian took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. Suddenly, His gaze shifted, eyes narrowing toward the lighthouse behind Li Tian. Hu Ming was there, clutching his injured shoulder, edging closer to Li Tian. Blood had stained his clothes, his expression grave. Seeing this, Han Li Tian swallowed and spoke to Li Tian. Li Tian, I know you hate Hu Ming, that you blame him for destroying everything. Hate him? I want him dead. Li Tian's attention was now fully on Han Li Tian, and Hu Ming had managed to move into position behind him. Fueled by rage, Li Tian shouted, unaware of the force that had now taken hold of him. Han Li Tian watched as Hu Ming, in visible pain, tried to wrest the dagger from Li Tian. Han Li Tian rushed forward, but Li Tian swung his dagger, slashing Han Shuyi's back. Agonizing pain ripped through Han Shuyi as blood poured from his back. Meanwhile, Hu Ming and Li Tian wrestled precariously near the cliff's edge. Li Tian felt disoriented. He hadn't meant to land that blow, yet his body had acted on its own. No, that wasn't me. It was Han Hu Ming. Realization dawned on him, and fear filled his expression. Han Hu Ming, what are you doing? Li Tian, you finally figured it out. I thought you'd die clueless. Did you really think I'd expose myself to you Luo without a reason? If it weren't for today, you'd be dead already. Hu Ming's soft laugh sent chills down Li Tian's spine. He tried to break free from Hu Ming's grip, but his body refused to move. Only now did he realize that Hu Ming intended to use him, even in death. Han Hu Ming, you'll die too. Yes, I'll die too. We'll all die. But before that, let me tell you another secret. The banquet incident was also my doing. With those words, Li Tian had no time to react as the two plunged together over the cliff's edge. Han Li Tian and Zhou Wenli reached out in vain, their hands just out of reach. Han Shuyi, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat, watched as Hu Ming fell. In that final moment, he saw Hu Ming smile. A smile filled with disdain for him. This marks the end of Volume 2, Turn Day. You're responsible for cleaning the young masters' and young ladies' rooms. But remember, don't touch anything you shouldn't. Though the master treats us well, if you get any funny ideas, we'll send you straight to the police. The butler's tone was strict as he instructed the new maid. The young maid, looking visibly nervous, nodded repeatedly. Her gaze wandered to a tightly shut door nearby. Although she knew there were many rooms here, a particular one was always closed, and no one seemed to clean it. Just moments ago, she had seen Madame Han enter. Sir, who stays in that room? She asked curiously. The butler froze for a moment, then shook his head with a resigned expression. Don't even think about going in there, or you'll be fired on the spot. The maid quickly promised not to, but the mysterious resident of that room only piqued her curiosity further. Sunlight filled the room, casting a familiar glow. Zhou Wenli stood in the middle, looking a little disheveled. She walked to the desk and opened the diary she had read countless times before. You're not really a Han. That boy, Han Shuyi, is. All these years, you've been living someone else's life. Han Shuyi seems so likable. Even the servants' attitudes have shifted, and even my sister's too. Mom's attitude has changed dramatically too. I feel like a joke in this house. But don't think too much. They've raised you for so long, you owe them a huge debt. Who knows what kind of person you'd be if you had grown up with Zhao Wei and his wife. The engagement was publicly broken. Li Yu really does love Han Shuyi. Let's just pretend it never happened. The kids at the orphanage are as lively as ever. I hope Grandpa and Grandma are in good health. Hard work pays off. My grades are improving, thanks to the president. You should understand Mom's intentions. Everything here belongs to Han Shuyi. You must never think of taking anything from him. Debts should be repaid. If my life could bring Han Shuyi back, wouldn't that be my way of repaying it? The entries stopped there, though there were other scattered memories in the diary that Zhou Wenli chose not to revisit. They say you only cherish something after it's gone. If she had realized Hu Ming's feelings sooner. But when Shuyi returned, she poured all her love into him, overlooking Hu Ming entirely. Yes. Now, it was too late. Hu Ming was gone. Clutching the diary tightly, she broke into quiet sobs. Han Litian sat in the garden, smoking, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. He, too, had read that diary and knew Hu Ming had hidden so much in his heart, though he never realized just how deep it ran. Since Shuyi's return, Hu Ming has changed drastically, becoming calm and reserved. But he would never say that old Hu Ming again, too much had happened recently. Even though he had dealt with the Li family himself and made sure everyone involved paid a price, what good did it do? In the end, Hu Ming traded his life to bring Shuyi back. As for Shuyi, Han Litian felt only disappointment. In the face of danger, Shuyi's actions paled in comparison to Hu Ming's. Hu Ming risked his life to save him, while Shuyi was willing to sacrifice Hu Ming to survive. He couldn't blame Shuyi for choosing survival, yet the disappointment lingered. With a deep sigh, he sank into self-reproach. As a father, he hadn't protected Hu Ming. He had failed him. Han Litian flicked away his cigarette, lighting another one. The faint trail of smoke drifted through the air, quickly scattered by the wind. I wonder how Kong Xian is doing. I should find time to visit those children. After Hu Ming disappeared, Kong Xian also left the Han family. Despite Han Litian's repeated attempts to persuade her to stay, Kong Xian was resolute, leaving with a calm look in her eyes. Young Master instructed me that if he were no longer here, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted. I know he worried about the children at the orphanage, so I'll go back to take care of them. Han Litian was left speechless. It was as if Hu Ming had foreseen this outcome and arranged everything for everyone. The orphanage, now funded by the Han family, had been transformed with new facilities. The children ate well, slept comfortably, and even attended proper schools. The old director was able to enjoy a semi-retired life. Yet, none of them felt true happiness. The one they most wanted to see never returned. The director slowly rose from his chair, his hunched form making its way toward the kitchen. There, a young girl in a long dress stood with her back to him, cooking. Kong Xin, you've been busy all day. Take a break. The girl turned slowly, her face strikingly beautiful, though her calm and detached expression likely deterred many would-be admirers. Silently, Kong Xin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "It's fine, I'll rest after I finish this." Behind her, a pot simmered with a fragrant pear and rock sugar dessert. The director sighed helplessly, seeing Hu Ming's reflection in her. Once, both she and Hu Ming had appeared before him and the children, bringing salvation during a time of hardship. But now, Hu Ming was gone. Kong Xin looked at the director, recalling how he'd ended up in the hospital from the shock when she first told him of Hu Ming's disappearance. Even after regaining consciousness, he kept murmuring Hu Ming's name. This old man had truly thought of Hu Ming as his own son. "Grandpa director, in a while, I'll be going to school to Young Master's school." Kong Xin explained her plans, and the director nodded approvingly. "That's right, study well. Although Ming isn't here, you have to work hard for your own future." "Yes." Kong Xin turned to the window, her gaze resting on a small sprout planted outside. It seemed to be starting to grow. She blinked, then returned to her cooking, as if nothing had happened at all. "Big name? That's old news by now. It's Xiao 11? Who doesn't know her name?" "True, but which class do you think she'll be in?" "Who knows? Even if she ends up in my class, it's not like we'll really interact." "Huh? Acting all indifferent, but deep down, you're thrilled, aren't you?" During the break, the students were abuzz with chatter about Xiao 11. Everyone was surprised she chose to attend this school. What they didn't know was that this had all been arranged in advance. To Xiao 11, however, this was simply inevitable. She needed to stay in this area for a while, and when her family asked her to pick a nearby school, her first thought was of that boy. Xiao 11 was curious just who was he? In the principal's office, the principal smiled warmly at the girl sitting before him. This was the school's golden ticket. With Xiao 11 here, they'd have a campus idol? Imagine how much easier it would be to attract new students with her on their roster. Sitting on the couch, Xiao 11 kept her posture straight and proper. However, her mind was already wandering far away. She was eager to see that boy and give him a little surprise. Too bad her attendance here had already been exposed, otherwise, she'd have loved to give him a proper scare. The man sitting next to her spoke with the principal, finalizing her class placement and requesting the school ensure her safety. After all, keeping her enrollment a secret was nearly impossible. "I'll let the new student council president show Xia around campus," the principal suggested. The office door opened, and a boy with a warm smile walked in. His first glance at Xiao 11 left him momentarily awestruck, but he quickly regained his composure, exuding gentlemanly charm. "Hello, Xiao 11. I'm Han Shuyi, the student council president. Pleased to meet you." "Wait, isn't your student council president a girl? And a pretty famous one at that?" Xiao 11 blinked, tilting her head. Han Shuyi paused and explained, "President Ye is studying in Jingdu and won't be back until next semester." "President Ye? Wait a second, is her name Ye Shui?" "Yes." Han Shuyi found Xia Zioxi's reaction peculiar. Did she know Ye Shui? Xia Zioxi's expression shifted to surprise. She had never imagined that the girl she saved that day would turn out to be the school student council president. She didn't say anything about this. She had to interrogate Ye Shui about this. Pulling out her phone, she fired off a message to Ye Shui, completely ignoring Han Shuyi's attempt to guide her. Han Shuyi stood frozen, unsure how to react. The man beside Xiao 11 sighed but didn't stop her. In his eyes, as long as Xiao 11 wasn't breaking any laws, she could do as she pleased. Watching her, Han Shuyi couldn't help but feel a faint admiration stir in his chest. This campus idol was undeniably unique, full of personality and youthful energy, unlike any girl he had met before. What a remarkable girl, Han Shuyi thought to himself. Outside, a soft drizzle fell from a gloomy sky. Ye Shui's grandmother looked at her sitting by the door, her face tinged with helplessness. Since Chu Shui's return, she had been like this, lost in thought whenever she wasn't working. Though she hadn't pressed her for details, it was clear something was weighing on her mind. "Xiao Shui, come inside." Grandma's voice called out, and Ye Shui stood up, a faint smile lingering on her face. But seeing her granddaughter like this only deepened Grandma's concern. She reached out and held Ye Shui's hand gently, her voice soft with care. "Xiao Shui, did something happen at school? Or, is it your father?" "Huh? No, nothing like that. I was just thinking about something," Ye Shui quickly replied, realizing she had made Grandma worry. "Did you meet any interesting classmates? If so, you can invite them over to our house sometime. I just hope they won't mind our place." "He probably wouldn't mind," Ye Shui blurted out, but her words hung in the air, and she froze. Slowly raising her head, she found Grandma looking at her with a knowing smile. Though Ye Shui hadn't said a name, her reaction betrayed her thoughts. Grandma couldn't help but be curious just who was this person who occupied her granddaughter's thoughts so completely, even after coming home. Still, Grandma braced herself for any possibility. If it turned out to be a girl, that wouldn't be unacceptable either. She'd heard about a girl from the neighboring village bringing another girl home as her partner. It nearly drove that family insane. But Grandma didn't care about such things. As long as her granddaughter was happy, that was all that mattered. Well, when there's a chance, why not bring him by? Maybe, someday. Yet Yushua's gaze dimmed slightly. Grandma didn't know that the person in question would never come. He had promised to visit this place, but in the end, he broke that promise. She'd heard it was because he sacrificed himself to save Han Shiyi. Perhaps, to him, it was a form of release? Yet Yushua couldn't understand Hu Ming's thoughts in his final moments, nor what went through his mind as he gave his life. If only he were still here. No. Grandma, when I leave for Jingdu, please take good care of yourself. If anything comes up, call me, okay? Yet Yushua wanted to leave this place, even if just for a while. Those memories, she would treat them as a beautiful dream. All right. Just make sure to call Grandma regularly, okay? The young girl was about to embark on her first journey, carrying her luggage toward the unknown. Li Tian gripped Han Shiyi's throat tightly, cutting off his air. Han Shiyi's face turned purple, his struggles were getting weaker. Li Tian's mouth spewed taunts as he clung to his captive, the sound echoing above the cliffs. Suddenly, Hu Ming's figure appeared from the edge. He lunged at Li Tian, grabbing his arm tightly. In Li Tian's hand gleamed a sharp dagger. Hu Ming forced a difficult smile, casting a glance toward the group watching helplessly. Sorry. Does this repay my life? With those words, his body plummeted backward, taking Li Tian with him into the abyss. Finally, someone in the crowd screamed. Brother, no. She knew it was all a nightmare. If only time could reverse, if only this were just her imagination. Han Yun 11 slowly opened her eyes, tears trailing down her cheeks without realizing it. A sliver of sunlight streamed through the gap in her curtains as a gentle breeze swayed the fabric. Lying on her bed, she stared blankly at the ceiling. But, this time, it was no nightmare. In a certain city, a modest house was hosting a funeral. The house wasn't particularly large. A black and white portrait of an elderly man rested on a table, surrounded by incense sticks and fruit offerings. Those attending weren't relatives of the deceased, they were his neighbors. Over the years, they had benefited greatly from the old man's kindness, and now, at his passing, their grief was evident. A young boy stepped out of the room. His expression was calm, an incongruous sight amid the mourning crowd. But everyone knew that this boy had been the closest person to the old man. Someone approached to offer comfort. Xiao Ming, now that your grandfather has passed, what are your plans? I'm planning to attend school in the neighboring city. Grandpa made the arrangements for me before he passed, the boy replied evenly as if stating a simple fact. Yet, looking at his tranquil demeanor, it was hard to reconcile this boy with the one who had cried so bitterly just a few nights ago. The neighbors hoped he would find the strength to face life bravely. In that case, go ahead. But if you ever encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to come to us, all right? Thank you, uncles and aunties, the boy said, bowing slightly in gratitude. The neighbors nodded and gradually left the house, leaving the boy alone. He slowly turned his head to look at the portrait on the table. No one else knew the secret between him and the old man. Grandpa, it's time for me to leave. These past days with you have been truly joyful. The boy bowed deeply toward the portrait, his expression serious. The man in the photo wore a gentle smile as if he had passed away contentedly. It's been so long. I suppose it's time for me to return, as Hu Ming. This boy was none other than Hu Ming himself. That day, after falling from the cliff, he didn't die. Instead, he had ended up here, meeting the old man. The old man, already gravely ill, took Hu Ming in, claiming him his grandson. Cheerful and warm-hearted, the old man was well loved by the local community. When Hu Ming offered to take him to the hospital, the old man had pressed his hand firmly and declined, unwilling to spend the money. He had looked at Hu Ming and said something that lingered. Save the money and take good care of yourself. Perhaps he had always known that Hu Ming wouldn't stay here forever. He treated the boy as if he were his real grandson, and Hu Ming silently accepted his kindness. Ns. The neighbors, out of respect for the old man, also showed great care toward Hu Ming. But such days didn't last long. When the old man's condition worsened, he clutched Hu Ming's hand tightly, giving him everything he owned. Hu Ming could only watch in silence, his emotions a tangled mess. Hey, Hu Ming, you look like a fallen prince. But soon, it'll be time for you to reclaim what's yours. Old man, you knew I was hiding out here, so why did you take me in? Weren't you afraid of the trouble it could bring? Trouble? I'm already at death's door, what's there to fear? My only wish was for someone to see me off when I go. You're just trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? The two shared a knowing smile, fully understanding each other. So, will you let me take advantage of you or not? Grandpa's wish is my command. The old man's face was filled with contentment as Hu Ming held his hand tightly, watching him gradually close his eyes. In his final moments, the old man had one last thing to say. Take good care of yourself. Hu Ming lowered his head slowly, hiding his expression from the world. Later, Hu Ming personally arranged the funeral for the old man, their encounter and farewell like a fleeting story, bittersweet and poignant. The old man had given him a jade pendant, saying it had protected him throughout his long life. Now, he passed it on to Hu Ming, hoping it would safeguard his health. Hu Ming tidied up the house, preserving it as it had always been. Quietly, he put on the jade pendant, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and prepared to leave. Before stepping out, He glanced at the portrait on the table, then slowly closed the door behind him. Hu Ming bid farewell to everyone and embarked toward a city that was intimately familiar to him, the place where his story in this world had begun. Xiao 11 never expected to end up in the same class as Han Shuyi. The student council president was warm and friendly, with a stellar reputation among the students. Whether in academics or sports, he was at the very top. However, Xiao 11 wasn't particularly interested. To be honest, her only reason for coming to this school was to find a certain boy. She'd searched the entire campus but found no trace of him. Yet, she was certain he'd been wearing this school's uniform when she saw him. Frustrated, she let out a sigh, looking rather dispirited. Han Shuyi is pretty amazing. I heard he scored 2 goals in last week's soccer match. Totally handsome, skilled at soccer. How can anyone not be jealous? Still, if we're talking soccer, Hu Ming is even better. Remember how he single-handedly crushed our whole class? Sitting in her seat, Xiao 11 perked up at the mention of an unfamiliar name. A spark of curiosity ignited within her. Too bad about what happened, though. Who could have imagined Li Yu's father would go that far? Actually trying to take someone's life. Yeah, and Li Yu even dropped out of school after that. Who knows where she's studying now? Talking about it doesn't change anything. To be fair, Hu Ming turned out alright in the end. A prodigal son returning to the right path. Hearing this, Xia Zioxi's interest soared. She walked up to the 2 students, flashed a friendly smile, and asked, "Hey, who's this Hu Ming you were talking about?" The 2 were startled at first but immediately turned red, flustered by their idol initiating a conversation with them. Hu Ming? Well, it's a long story. He used to be quite the troublemaker, but later. They began talking excitedly, recounting Hu Ming's past antics with fervor. Xiao 11 listened intently, nodding as if piecing together a mental image. However, as the stories unfolded, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Because this Hu Ming they described sounded remarkably similar to the boy she was looking for. Well, he's related to Han Shuyi and Han Yun 11. If you really want to know more, you could ask them. Oh, and yet Yu Shui too, but she's in Jingdu right now. Hearing this, Xia Zioxi's eyes lit up. I'm back. Han Shuyi pushed open the door. Inside, Han Litian was sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper. Hearing Shuyi's greeting, he merely responded with a small nod before falling silent again. Han Shuyi kept his expression neutral, but deep down, he felt a pang of frustration. Ever since that incident, the house's atmosphere has dramatically shifted. And it all started with Li Tian initiating a video call at that moment. He hadn't expected his parents to witness the moment he made a move against Hu Ming. Although they hadn't said much, he could sense the subtle change in their attitudes toward him. The saying was true, living people would never garner as much sympathy as the dead. Any updates on Hu Ming, Dad? At the mention of Hu Ming, Han Litian paused and put down the newspaper. There's still no sign of Hu Ming's body. Same with Litian. After Hu Ming fell off the cliff, Han Litian organized a search party to look for him. Unfortunately, even now, no traces of Hu Ming's body were found. While they all wanted to believe he might still be alive, their hopes were dwindling. Hu Ming had been injured before the fall. Plunging into the sea unconscious made survival almost impossible. Searching for a body in such a vast ocean was a daunting task. Han Litian's eyes darkened at the thought. He truly wished their family could return to how it once was. If only he had been more attentive back then. Seeing his father fall silent, Han Shuyi chose not to say more. He headed straight back to his room, letting out a long sigh as he closed the door. Suppressing the fury bubbling within him, he pulled out his phone from a drawer and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Han Shuyi, any results? It's been a long time now, and there's still no sign of Hu Ming's body. With his injuries and the conditions he faced, survival is out of the question. Are you so certain? But you haven't found him yet, have you? The voice on the other end was laced with mockery. Han Shuyi ignored the tone and pressed on. If you don't believe me, you can search for him yourself. There's no need. I've already searched as well. Since Hu Ming is dead, our deal is done. Consider this number gone. Best wishes for the rest of your days, young Master Han. The person chuckled softly and ended the call abruptly. Han Shuyi set his phone down and leaned back in his chair. Finally, it was all over. That person was gone. Hu Ming was gone. Now, it was time for him to take center stage. For the first time, the air felt crisp and refreshing. It was as if he'd been handed the perfect beginning. Principal, this is. The vice principal stood beside the principal, astonished. The boy before them was the spitting image of someone they had seen before. However, this young man exuded an air of confidence, and more surprisingly, his test scores were astonishing, matching the levels of Ye Shui herself. A with tilde nu epsilon. The principal, though apprehensive when notified of the boy's arrival, couldn't help but marvel upon seeing him in person. Excuse me, Hu Ming, but, have you lost your memory? Lost my memory? Principal, what do you mean by that? Here's my ID and proof of address. I recently moved here after my grandfather passed away. Hu Ming's voice was polite yet brimming with confidence, qualities completely absent in the Han Hu Ming they once knew. My apologies. It's just that we once had a student here who looked exactly like you. He went missing later. His name was Han Hu Ming. Exactly like me. Hu Ming's eyes flickered briefly before he smiled. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify. His poise and courtesy erased much of their suspicion. Even so, the principal knew this matter had to be reported to Han Litian. Extending his hand, the principal said, "Congratulations on becoming a part of our school." Hu Ming nodded with a smile. Turning to look at the school that felt so familiar, a faint sense of joy stirred within him. He couldn't help but anticipate the moment Han Shuyi would see him again. After settling into a rented apartment nearby, Hu Ming arranged his belongings. Conveniently located above a small eatery and with excellent transportation options, the place made his daily routines much easier. He took out his brand new phone, with few contacts saved on it. His old phone was no longer usable, but it was just fine. He had already severed ties with his past. As for Yechu Shui, he'd wait until she returned before reaching out to her. After organizing his room, a sudden knock came from the door. Hu Ming approached and opened it to find a striking figure standing before him. "May I come in?" The girl's voice was calm, lacking the deference it once held. Oddly enough, this was exactly what Hu Ming wanted to see. After some time apart, Kang Xian appeared even more confident, and her carefully styled appearance only amplified her beauty, making it hard to look away. Beautiful, barging into a single man's apartment might not be the safest idea. "Would you try anything?" Kang Xian's gaze bore into him as if demanding an answer. Caught off guard, Hu Ming rubbed his nose awkwardly before chuckling. "That's the attitude? Looks like you've grown a lot during this time. You're the one who told me to act this way." Kang Xian no longer addressed him as young master. While a bit jarring initially, it also ensured she wouldn't slip up at school. The two of them sat on the sofa, the remnants of Hu Ming's earlier takeout still sitting on the table. Kang Xian narrowed her eyes at the sight and asked, "Is this how you eat at home? Just takeout. Whatever's convenient works. No need to fuss over the details. Now, tell me what's been happening lately." Without hesitation, Kang Xian recounted everything that had transpired at school, from Han Shuyi becoming the student council president to Xiao 11 transferring in. Hu Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully, but before long, a smile broke across his face. "All right, tomorrow we'll give them a little surprise. Let's see how they react when they see me." "Okay." Kang Xian looked at Hu Ming and calmly remarked, "You've lost weight. Well, I've been busy getting back here and haven't been eating properly. If you get the chance, try cooking for yourself. If you can't manage, I could come by every day to cook for you." Her blunt, straightforward nature hadn't changed at all. Hu Ming shook his head and smiled. "If you do that, they'll start speculating about our relationship." He turned his gaze to the window. The setting sun bathed the streets in golden light, and one by one, the street lamps flickered on, as if heralding the arrival of a grand spectacle to come. When sunlight filtered into the room, Hu Ming slowly got up and pulled back a corner of the curtain. Outside, a familiar car was parked by the roadside. His gaze flickered for a moment before he drew the curtain shut again. Han Litian, after receiving a message from the principal, wasted no time investigating the newly arrived transfer student. The boy looked exactly like Hu Ming and even had the same name, Hu Ming. If this wasn't a coincidence, then it was fate playing a grand trick. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Han Litian glanced toward the door. It was the address he'd found linked to Hu Ming's current residence. Naturally, he'd also sent someone to check out the boy's previous address. He was determined not to leave any loose ends regarding Hu Ming's identity. The door swung open, and when Han Litian saw the person stepping out, his pupils constricted sharply. His hand trembled, and he dropped the cigarette to the ground, striding forward without hesitation. "Hu Ming." The sharp tone in his voice made Hu Ming halt. His brows furrowed as he turned to face Han Litian, his gaze scrutinizing. This expression startled Han Litian. The way Hu Ming looked at him, it was as if he were looking at a stranger. "Excuse me, sir. Do I know you?" "Hu Ming, have you lost your memory? I'm your father." Hearing this, Hu Ming's expression shifted, turning into something subtly amused. At first, his brows furrowed as he assessed Han Litian, but then his face relaxed as if realizing something. "Ah, you must be Han Hu Ming's father. The principal mentioned yesterday that your son and I look alike. Now that I see for myself, it seems we do bear a strong resemblance." "Hu Ming, are you joking with me?" Han Litian's heart raced as he listened to the boy's words, a mix of disbelief and agitation overtaking him. With a helpless sigh, Hu Ming replied, "I explained this yesterday. If you don't believe me, you can investigate my background. My grandfather passed away recently, and I have no family left. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Hu Ming's tone was calm as if he had no intention of engaging further. But Han Litian abruptly grabbed his arm and, in a desperate motion, tugged at Hu Ming's clothing. To his shock, there were no scars on Hu Ming's shoulder, not a trace of the injuries he remembered. No knife wounds, no bullet marks, nothing. Han Litian remembered it clearly. Hu Ming had been injured on his shoulder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an extreme choice to save others back then. For a moment, his determination wavered. The young man standing before him didn't seem to be his son. Silently, Hu Ming adjusted his clothes, his gaze steady as he looked at Han Litian. He understood the man's reaction all too well. Back then, he hadn't actually been injured. The blood on his clothes was intentionally smeared to feign injury and approach Han Litian. Every step had been part of his plan for this day's return. As for the investigation into his background, Hu Ming had long since altered the records tying him to the old man he called grandfather. No matter how deep Han Litian dug, he would only uncover evidence of their familial relationship. Now, apart from his face and name, there was nothing linking him to Han Hu Ming anymore. Han Litian raised his head, watching the boy's retreating figure. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was all too coincidental. Yet the truth stood before him, this Hu Ming was not his son. Leaning helplessly against the car, the excitement and hope in his heart were completely washed away. Han Yun 11 noticed early in the morning that Han Litian wasn't home. Yesterday, her father had seemed unusually agitated, as though he'd found a lead on Hu Ming's whereabouts. Lately, she'd been dreaming about the cliff scene with Hu Ming. It was only after reading his journal that she understood everything Hu Ming had done was to repay a debt. But what debts exist between family? Lan Jun observed Han Yun 11 and Han Shuyi as they walked to school. Since Hu Ming's disappearance, the two rarely spoke to each other anymore. Han Shuyi seemed unwilling to accept this estrangement, but he kept silent. After all, he had been deemed at fault for what happened. No matter how much he explained, it all sounded like excuses. I can only try to win back Han Yungzi's trust slowly. When Han Shuyi thought of this, his mind wandered to Xiaoxiao 11. He wanted to find out more about what Xiaoxiao 11 liked. Besides, using his position as the student council president could give him a chance to interact with her more often. The car soon pulled up at the school gate. But before they could get out, they heard startled exclamations coming from nearby. A crowd of students gathered, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion with someone. Han Shuyi frowned slightly, opened the car door, and stepped out, intending to investigate. Before he could approach, a student council member ran up to him, breathless. President? Han Hu Ming is back. The word struck Han Shuyi like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened, and his pupils constricted sharply, as disbelief and shock flashed across his face. At the same time, Han Yun 11, who was retrieving her school bag, froze when she heard the news. Without a second thought, she pushed through the crowd, rushing towards the commotion. Breaking through the crowd of students, Han Yun 11 looked up at the figure standing at the center of attention. When that all too familiar face appeared before her, tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. She darted forward and threw her arms around the boy, but she could feel his body stiffen. It was clear he wasn't accustomed to such close contact. Brother? Where have you been? We've been looking for you for so long. Excuse me, miss, are you also related to Han Hu Ming? Even his voice was eerily similar, though his tone carried an air of politeness and detachment. Han Yun 11 froze, staring blankly at the boy in front of her. He gently pushed her away, creating a deliberate distance between them. Meanwhile, Han Shuyi managed to push his way through the crowd, only to be met with the face he least wanted to see, the face of Han Hu Ming. Han Hu Ming was dead. How could he be standing here, alive? Yet, something was odd. The boy before him seemed to have no recollection of who he was. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuyi stepped forward with a forced smile. Hu Ming, you're finally back. Why do I feel like I'm being welcomed home? Your reactions are making this so awkward for me, the boy said, scratching his head, looking genuinely troubled. His response puzzled the onlookers as if this Han Hu Ming had lost his memories. Han Hu Ming, don't you remember anything? One of the students asked. The boy shook his head and replied patiently, earlier this morning, Han Hu Ming's father came to see me and asked me the same question. I even let him check for some distinguishing marks that maybe Han Hu Ming had. Afterward, he concluded that I wasn't his son. So please, stop making wild guesses. His tone was calm and measured, a stark contrast to the Han Hu Ming they remembered, who would have erupted in frustration by now. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances, while Han Yun 11 stood frozen in disbelief. So, her father had gone out early in the morning to meet this boy. But how could he possibly not be Han Hu Ming? Han Hu Ming has a scar on his shoulder, Han Shuyi suddenly interjected, breaking the tense silence. All eyes turned to the boy, waiting for his response. Letting out a long sigh, the boy pulled at his shirt collar, revealing his shoulder to the crowd. There wasn't a single scar. You see, I'm not the Han Hu Ming you're talking about, he said as he adjusted his clothes, his patience unwavering.